different and taking the sword to people based on their ethnicity or if they don't have a religion. No smoke at all for that you have. But for me, making a small joke and trying to sell, I'm trying to put the dinner on the table for my family.
It's not the contents of your comedy, Benjamin. It's the ill-formed
and I also noticed
I noticed
the accent change as well. But Benjamin, thank you. And now it's
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay.
Remember,
Now it's time for
get half off.
I think he's
all
right. You got it. You asked and you were so rigid. And now it's time for Legalist going once, twice. Would you like to play the game or no?
I'm just trying to.
Okay, that's
what it is.
Okay. Okay. It's very simple. Do you want to play the game? Yes or no? If you want, you can listen. You'll listen for now. I'm going in reverse order. Let's go to Smurf. Smurf, you'll get a fresh five in a bit. But right now, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Smurf.
Yes.
Smurf. I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Smurf, here we go. Listen up. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
All right, here's your very first clip. Good luck, everybody. Let me hasten to say today. All right, Smurf, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's very clear. He said, let me hasten to say today. That means hasten is a synonym for rush.
Yes, I heard that too. Very good, Smurf.
Fair. Once again, when we played in hour number 1, Violet got it right off the bat. Let me hasten to say today. Man, you got to make these first ones tougher. Very good, Smurf. Okay, we will come back to you for your fresh five. Hang on just a second. I got to queue up the second to the last one, 1708. Hold on, please.
I think we should play What Did Bobby Boucher Say?
No, I'll check into that. Okay, Vero, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
No, I have to leave the stage shortly, so.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Let's go to Monsef. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
I'll try.
Okay, so here we go, Monsef. It's on you. What the Jackson say?
We built this house.
No!
Oh, hey, I didn't get it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. This is a tough one, y'all. This is a tough one. Okay, so let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Paul going once. Paul going twice. Okay, Paul doesn't want to play. Benjamin, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Okay, he doesn't want to play. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
The final word on this. Is he Asian? Was he doing an Asian character this weekend?
Hold on a second.
Tim and Walnut.
Here we go, 7.1.
Don't finish Hasu.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah.
Sounds like a tap out. Benjamin.
Something like, I don't tap out. I don't have that option. I didn't quite put the words together. But isn't he pointing out that best way to ruin your family is to cheat on your spouse, like Martin Luther King Jr.?
No. I think I got it.
Well, hold on. We're coming around. Alfonso, would you? We're coming around. Alfonso, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. Okay, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Reverend Scott.
I would love to play, yes.
Here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built this house and...
No. Next.
Tim, little clue. The final word on this.
You keep playing the person answering.
Totally on it.
Right. That's exactly right.
We don't finish Hasu.
There you go. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Well, let's go. Let's play.
I just did.
He's been playing it over. Like, that's the 5th time he's played it.
I'll tell you what, Reverend Scott Jackson said. Yes, I know it. I'm doing this for the first time. I'm working things out. It'll be better next week, I promise. Okay. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I don't even know. I don't know what you're doing. Uncle Steve, this is a fascinating game. So I love about my Uncle Steve. My Uncle Steve takes risks.
That's right. I take risk and I'm open to criticism. JCC, would you like to play?
If you can play that clip, I have no idea what
I will do my best. Here we go.
Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1.
Don't finish high school.
There you go. JCC, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I have no idea. Something about a high suit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, which
One more time, sure.
yeah, no, it normally takes at least 20 times before somebody gets it right. Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Man, I no freaking clue what he
We built this housing, so I don't know.
Uncle Steve, that sounded like Korean. I don't think that's English.
Well, it's Jesse Jackson.
Was it? I'm wrong, right?
Okay, yes, you are wrong. No. Okay,
The Reverend Jackson.
Yeah, Violet, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me set it up. I'm trying to get the criticism down to the minimum as possible. Just got to set this up right. Okay, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Frank in North Hills, you're on 97.1.
Don't finish high school.
There you go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
If you don't finish high school,
Yes!
How the hell did you get that?
Violet! If you don't finish high school, that is right.
Wow.
it's not. I mean, your senses don't increase exactly, but you pay a lot more attention to the input from them than a sighted person does. Is my theory.
But then
So I'm just
also
used to
Violet's
tuning
heard
in.
it about 15
Oh, yeah,
times
that too.
before she guessed. Yeah, right. And she also heard other people get it wrong. So I show next in my queue, I show Smurf and then Legalist. Smurf, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Smurf, going one.
To this room for only one thing.
I know, to talk about where I live. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I want to dox you, Steve, so that
You dox away, baby.
all your admirers can come to Woodland Hills and stalk you at
Wonderful.
all the wonderful attractions of Woodland Hills. So you know what I'm going to ask. What I'm going to ask is, in the mayor's election, you have a choice between horrible and even more horrible.
Exactly, right.
If the election has come down, I'll be brief, as I always am. The election has come down to Mayor Bass, who is the ass that you know,
Right.
and Nithya Raman, who is the ass that you don't quite know. And Nithya, of course, is famous for allowing the most violent homeless to set up tents right outside public schools.
Yeah.
And Mayor Bass is, I'm not even going to go into it. So if you, and I'm done speaking, if you are forced to choose between one of those two devils, which devil are you going to vote for?
Well, I don't like the binary choice because your question was if I'm forced to choose between those two. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to write in Rick Caruso. For whatever reason, he chose not to run. I mean, if he would have put his hat in the ring, because he spent $100 million of his own money 4 years ago, and then he decided not to run this time. He would have run this time, forget lights out. He would be far and away it. I'm writing in Rick Caruso, even though it's a loser. I'll tell you this, I hate Mayor Bass. I can't stand Mayor Bass. I don't like what she's done with homelessness. I don't like what she did with the fires in the Palisades and Altadena. I don't like the way that she's handled crime. I can give you some.
Well, I will humbly propose, since you are the celebrity on the stage, you have such a huge audience of fans and admirers that worship everything you say. I would like you to consider the following proposal: solve the homeless problem permanently in Woodland Hills. Okay. I assume you have driven out to Palmdale and Lancaster once in your life.
Yes, I've driven out to both of them at least once in my life. And for those of you that don't know, Palmdale and Lancaster is in the upper desert, about 60 miles north of Los Angeles. Palmdale is first, and then Lancaster's about 12 miles after that. Yeah, go ahead. It's up to 14 freeway.
Steve, I have just one. This is my final question for you.
Yeah.
And you could be honest. Don't worry about hurting my feelings.
I'm always honest. I never lie. Yes.
Are you a little bit concerned that my hyper local content is boring for everyone that's not in Woodland Hills, and that I'm actually causing you to lose audience? In other words, are there people leaving the room right now?
The answer is no. The answer is no. I think you add to the content. You add both to the entertainment and educational issues in the show because you bring up stuff that nobody else brings up. You also bring it up in a very informative and entertaining way. So I think you only add to the show. Now, maybe the rest of the Mod Squad differs. We can ask them if you want, but this is still your Fresh Five.
Okay, the bottom line is you can easily buy thousands of empty acres in Palmdale and Lancaster for no money. Literally, for one house in your neighborhood, you can buy thousands of acres out there.
Well, especially if there's no water pipes or natural gas pipes going to the land. Yes, that's true, yes.
So the answer is, I've spec'd it out. You could build studio apartments for the homeless for $100,000 each there. And so the obvious answer is for the county of LA to build
made, like, I don't want to call them shacks, but can't you buy like pre-made 10 by 10 aluminum structures that you can just build right there for $10,000? You know what I'm talking about?
I respect your argument, but this is my scenario, and the difference between you and me is I am more generous and altruistic.
Okay, got it.
So I am conspicuously saying I want every LA homeless to live in a nice studio apartment for $100,000. Under my plan, the standard of living of the homeless is at least a triple or a quadruple, because living in a home is better than living in a tent in Woodland Hills.
Right.
But obviously the people in Woodland Hills benefit because people in Woodland Hills won't keep getting stabbed by homeless under my plan. And then finally, and I'll land here, that all the taxpayers of LA benefit because once 100% of the homeless are in Palmdale, Lancaster, places in LA like Hollywood Boulevard and Skid Row become great places to live. And what that means is that the property taxes go way, way up on those shitty neighborhoods. So basically all the shit neighborhood property taxes go up. And in nice neighborhoods like yours, maybe there's more money for public services. So I would urge you, I'm done speaking, but I would urge you to think deep.
Yeah. No. I am totally in favor of that. In fact, when I first suggested this, last year, I said throw them all into Death Valley. Okay, you're being a lot more gracious by doing Palmdale or Lancaster, but yes. I mean, if the homeless have a right, and I don't think they do, but if they have the right to pitch tents in our public tents, pick them all up, give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster or Death Valley, and let them set up shop there. And they've got, like you said, thousands of empty acres, and let them set up their tents there. I couldn't care less. There's a good 60, 75 miles away from me. They can all be together. They can all shoot their heroin and morphine all off the streets in Woodland Hills, the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys, Los Angeles. Give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster. Absolutely. I totally endorse that. Thank you, Smurf. And now we have Sue. Sue, good morning. Pleasure to see you on the show. What would you like to talk about, Sue?
Good morning. I gotta give a retort to that. That's a real pipe dream to Smurf.
Oh, hold on. Legalist.
Sorry,
wait a second.
The previous caller. But pipe dream.
I'm sorry. You will go after Sue. Legalist, don't leave. You're after Sue. And Sue, this is the Sue I know that lives in the San Fernando Valley, right?
Yes, it is. So I'm going to be very clear.
I'm going to go on mute. I won't twist anything.
Thank you. It's a pipe dream with a plan to move people to Lancaster and Palmdale. And if you think it hasn't been done before, that's how Lancaster and Palmdale came about in the first place, was to try and find home living for people that couldn't afford living in LA. And that's where Palmdale and Lancaster came to be. So if you think that you're going to displace people in the city of LA and move them up to Palmdale and Lancaster and think they're not going to matriculate back to LA, that's a pipe dream. Our city will be cleaned up before the Olympics like it did in '84. You are not going to get homeless to agree to move to a desert. It's a nice thought. But as long as they have two legs and a mouth and arms, they're going to move. So we have a much bigger problem here, and everybody knows this, that other than them being homeless. It's mental illness, it's drugs, and I can go on. But I'm just going to stop because Smurf is wonderful entertainment. I listen to him in other rooms. His way of putting past while all these people are being kidnapped off the streets of LA and thrown into Adelanto, where I do a lot of my work. Okay, I can tell you right now, Nithya is there. She is there. She's defending the people that are being arrested. She's defending the people that are being put into concentration. What is the other guy doing who's our big businessman? Nothing. So if I have to start comparing apples to apples, yeah, they're both horrible. But as far as who's taking action that's helping people on the ground, as much as I don't like Nithya and I absolutely hate Bass, you're right, it's the lesser of two evils. But that's not a world I want to live in. So I'm just going to land there and say that our issues with homelessness are way bigger than just dislocating people to a desert 40 miles away and pray that they don't return. Thanks.
Sue, thank you. Now let's go to Legalist. Legalist, again, welcome back to the show. You get a fresh 5 starting now.
Okay, I mean, I was gonna, comment about what Miss Sue said, because they were actually talking about see, out here in Jacksonville, we got a mayor called Donna Deegan, and there's a lot of homeless people that was downtown. So, she kind of had all the homeless people scraped up from the downtown area into this big field in Nassau County. And, it's like it's a big old grass field that the government got. I guess, it's a part for where the homeless could set up and make tents. But it's when it get hot or get too cold out there, they come back in the city. So my real major issue here is there's a Persian or Iranian girl on here that I was interested in, and she was saying that she lives in I think California or something, but I don't know how to talk to her. I know I just was I was trying to go in the science room with all those other guys, and they wasn't trying to help me, right? Because they tell me that a girl is a girl, they're all the same.
Unless you're a Supreme Court justice who's asked, how do you define a woman? And her answer is, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. So,
Mod Squad, who was that Supreme Court justice who was asked during confirmation, how do you define a woman, a female? Mod Squad, help me out.
That was Justice Jackson.
Justice Jackson, thank you very much. Yes, she was literally asked by Congress during her confirmation, how do you define a female? Her answer is, I don't know. Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Wow, man, that's crazy. Over here in America, you'd be like,
it's almost as crazy as saying we will not overturn Roe versus Wade, and the very first thing they do is overturn Roe versus Wade. Yeah, please continue. Yes.
Yeah, and so the girls over here in America has a different culture or whatnot, but you think that, okay, well, I'm gonna go talk to this other girl in this other country,
But the girls like they like to pick on me, over here because I used to be friendly with squirrels and raccoons, but I'm not anymore. But yeah, so I didn't want to tell her that. So they was like, some girls are brought up different, so they have like different cultures and whatnot. So actually, no. Her name was Aya. To be interested in me.
Are you talking about Ash?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Her name. Benjamin knows her. She's Aya something. Aya. She's a model.
You're talking about Ash. Yeah, go on, please continue.
Benjamin. I mean, Steve. I'm not talking about her. She has a black and gray photo, and
I know who.
About myself. So because all the girls are different, so we just had a conversation where I got humiliated. I humiliated myself, and because I just now started going to evolutionary. I have to take up study evolution in biology and world history. Well, I know that's of course, but I didn't know I had to take up all that, study all those other, stuff. But yeah, so I just now got into it, and so I just met this guy named Dunwood on Clubhouse, and he was telling me the E1B1 gene that all black people came from Africa, and white people are a minority on the planet. And, because he said based on the gene, the E1B1 gene that came out of Africa. But, you ever heard of the New Information Argument, the NIA? So I kind of was telling him about there'll actually be more black people on the planet than in America than there's white people. But, including the people that died, so, yeah, but, I embarrassed myself because she said that's ridiculous. But I didn't say that I believe that. No, I didn't say I don't acknowledge that. I was just telling her what somebody told me,
Gotcha. You got 60 seconds left. 60 seconds.
Yeah, so I just need help on Aya or Nargis, if I need some kind of guidance.
Okay, well, I am here to help. Go ahead and go on mute. Go ahead and go on mute. Thank you. I am here to help. Go on mute, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to date. I'm not trying to date.
I'm here to help, and you're 67 women. Firstly and foremost, I know Ash. I call her Ash because I can never remember how to properly pronounce her name. So thank you. And I'm still going to continue to call her Ash because she says it's okay to call her Ash. I think she is a sweetheart. I respect her very much. She's one of the greatest women on Clubhouse, and she is sincere and consistent. And in more than a Clubhouse way, I absolutely love Ash, so that's number one. Number two, in my humble opinion, she is not the woman for you, and I'm not going to go into why. Last but not least, three, the best way to impress a woman, the best way to get together with a woman, regardless of if it's on Clubhouse, online, in person, or whatever, is to simply be yourself. Be honest, be sincere, be consistent, and just be yourself. And that is the best way to become friends and start a relationship, not only with a woman, but also with a man.
No, Victoria is lying. Victoria said,
please go on mute. Please go on mute. Please go on mute. As far as Victoria or anybody in the audience that is chatting, which is fine, I don't read the chat. I don't have time to do that.
There's nothing bad about what's being done in the chat.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I leave the chat up to JCC and the Mod Squad. They police the chat. they have full authority to give warnings and or delete whatever is in the chat, whatever is inappropriate. I leave that up to the mod squad. But of course, when people come up on stage and talk, then, that's basically my purview. Got the break. Please go on mute. Thank you. We've got hour number 3 coming up after the break. I'm turning over the keys to the jalopy to Reverend Scott, who will take over for the first half of hour number 3, and people can continue to comment in the chat, or they can come on stage. With that, 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. Don't go away. Reverend Scott is up next. This is Nikki Glazer, my new favorite comedian from a day or 2 ago.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations to everyone here tonight. This is such a phenomenal accomplishment for each and every one of your publicists. Truly. Right? I was right. I feel like shit. But I'm your host, Nikki Glazer, and this is such a thrill. I, of course, hosted the Golden Globes, but this is different because this is time I will never get back, No, I'm kidding. I'm so excited to be on this list. I'm also one of 4 people on the cover, which is a quarter of my dream come true. Yes. Oh my God. I can't wait for all my friends and family to see it 3 years from now in a dentist waiting room. Well, tonight, who are you wearing? And who are you? Because we're just not celebrating actors here tonight, but the scientists, scholars, musicians, writers, and athletes that those actors will play hotter versions of in movies. It's an eclectic list. It really is. For context, Luciano Moreira is here. And he's incredible. He makes bioengineered mosquitoes that have, in just 1 year, protected 5 million people from debilitating disease. And right next to Luciano on the list is the former host of F-Boy Island, Fuckboy Island, me, Nikki Glazer. And no one was preventing disease on that island. We actually encouraged it. But tonight there's such a wide array of talent in this room. We have Senator Mark Kelly. Yes. Olympic champion Noah Lyles. And James Beard Award winner Mashama Bailey. Yes. And what I am most excited about, not a single magician. Yes. Who needs them? But this event is unique for more than just the scope of its honorees. It's also the only ceremony of the year where the girls from K-pop Demon Hunters aren't singing Golden. Yeah. We did try to book them, but they're headlining a boat show in Boise, so. But Mr. Beast is here. Oh my God. My worst nephew is such a fan. Mr. Beast is here. So that does mean the doors are locked, and if we can survive the next 2 hours, he will give us each $100,000. Yes. Or is he?
God is pretty busy. He's got a long-term plan for humanity that stretches far beyond our comprehension. So it's not reasonable to expect him to concern himself with the individual. The individual is important only to the extent of providing a creative link between the past and the future, and his children, or in his grandchildren, or in the contribution he makes to humanity. Therefore, don't pray to God to solve your problems. Pray to that part of God within you. Have the guts to fight for yourself. God wants brave souls. He wants winners, not quitters. If you can't win, at least try to win. God loves briars. Is that right, Robin?
Right.
So, what resolution should we make for the new year? Resolve to let God know that you have the guts and the will to do it alone. Resolve to fight for yourselves, for others, for those you love. That part of God within you will be fighting with you all the way.
Reverend Scott.
This is an incredible show today. An incredible show today.
What did you think of our rolling out of what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Should we do that again?
Of course. We should always give tribute to the Reverend Jackson.
You know, we're trying new stuff and we're going to make mistakes. But anyways, here are the keys to the
club deck for this part of the show. But let's go to Benjamin. Benjamin, would you like a first five?
Buddy, for helping me promote my DVD. We had Smurfy, I think. We had Smurf talking about homelessness, and I just want to assure you that is covered. And in my new DVD on how to live in an Islamic country, homelessness is dealt with in a very particular way. There's no law against being homeless in Islam, so you needn't worry about anything retributive or anything. Nothing will change there. Only just one small problem. If you use drugs in any way, shape, or form, you will be shot on sight. So it's not the homelessness that'll get you, it's the meth. Now, in the coupon section of my DVD in the back, if you tear off the coupons on the cover, we have a 25% off our bulletproof shopping cart. And this is how you will survive being homeless in an Islamic country. Now, the second is legalese is having a little bit of trouble dating. And fortunately, we have a lot of dating advice. A special section from Martin Luther King Jr., actually a special guest on my DVD. Dating advice for married men. But what you're going to need in an Islamic country, by the way, because you got to get the 4 wives. So dating advice for married men is very important, which is why we have an expert. Now, but for legalist, because he's not married, that's not going to work for him. Now, I was thinking legalist would really do well with the section how to date a 9-year-old. Legalist, I can tell you, a nice dollhouse is a good gift for breaking in there. But you need to date somebody that has your same level of intellect, and that's why I think my special section how to date a 9-year-old is just really apropos for legalists. So I've got you covered both ways, but we got to get into some more topics, and then we'll find out how my new DVD, How to Live in an Islamic Country, can help even you, Scott. Now, Scott, you're going to have to read the section How to Mask as Muslim. And that's where, you do the same things you usually do. You go through your drive-through communion and everything. But you do it as a Muslim, right? And so we got to get into that.
I'm very into this.
Yeah. You wear the special headgear, all squared away, everybody prepared for when Mondami is president. And, no, I appreciate it. Listen, $19.99, wherever fine DVDs are sold. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin. Always. He never disappoints. Let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like a fresh five, my friend? Paul going once. Paul going twice. How about Grim? Grim, would you like a fresh five to talk about whatever you want to tell us about on your mind? Paul, you're here. Okay. Let's go to Grim, then Paul.
Oh, no, go ahead, Paul. No, I'm just saying I'm okay. But
okay, let's go to Grim. Grim, would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind?
Hey, I just came up because someone invited me up. I think it was Violet. I've been on this app for a little over a month now, and I've gotten a lot out of it so far. I don't need a 5-minute monologue. I've learned a lot, and I've met a lot of interesting people And I mean, for example, I really wasn't aware of it for the longest time, but now I know. It was quite eye-opening. I joined some black rooms where they talk about what's keeping black people back, what's holding them back, and I give my best insight as to why that is, and they seem not to really be receptive to it. Like I told them that the two biggest things that's holding them back.
And racism, it's just shame to see racism here, Scott.
Yeah, there's a hint of racism here.
I mean, it's definitely about race, what I'm speaking on. But I am being completely honest. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, I was trying to tell them, like, if they could speak with the standard American English accent that the rest of Americans speak with, and they can hold their own in any sort of like intellectual or sophisticated, conversation, they would be seen in a completely different light. I was also I tried asking them
if African Americans could change their culture, they would be accepted as equal.
But there's a paradox to this, because the accent, which it's still a mystery to me how so many Black Americans have that Black American drawl in their speech. You know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of culture that comes with that accent, and a lot of great things came from that culture, like hip hop music, rap music, and also like that Black American vibe that we also kind of internalized to some extent. Certain catchphrases and things we say also that came from that culture. What
catchphrases, please?
Like when we walk into a room and we let our presence be known, we might say like, "What's good?"
So a Black culture catchphrase is "What's good?"
Like just certain things we say, like.
Well, right, that's why I asked. So you're telling me one of them is "What's good?"
Or "Yo, what up?"
What up?
No. It's what's up?
There you go. I knew JCC would know.
Uncle Steve, this is
surfer.
This is one of our most interesting.
I completely agree, because I wasn't aware that the phrase "what up" or "what's up" came from Black culture. I've learned something new.
You gotta add G to the end of that. What up, G?
Yeah, all cultures have their little, clips and phrases, right? But to speak the way Grimm was speaking was very prejudicially based. It's kind of sad, but
Hey, I'm just. That's crazy that you would spiral what I'm saying out of proportion. Like, I'm just. Maybe those are bad examples. I'm sure there are better ones, but there are some.
It's not whether or not it's good or bad, but my personal opinion is whether it's true or false.
Well, what? I mean, you could imagine it being said in the Black accent, and it would seem like it would fit.
Well, rather than me imagine, why don't you go ahead and give it your best shot? Why, since you're aware of it, why don't you say it in the, as you say, Black accent, whatever that is?
okay, but when I try to do something, often I'll fall flat on my face with it. Be precise with what I'm saying, but I'm just pointing this out, and I was just saying that I was in these rooms, and I was trying to tell them that they would be seen differently. Yale and MIT are they have an interesting phenomenon where a lot of Asian students are there. And why is that? Well, it's because a lot of the reason is because Asian families and parents push their kids really hard to study and do whatever else, like extracurricular activities and whatever else that'll make them look good on the application to get in. They had to do things like affirmative action to let lesser performing students in, other minority groups like Black. I mean, this is just, I'm not claiming to be stating facts or anything. This is just what I think. I think, Black and Hispanic families overall don't push their kids as hard as Asian families push theirs. So that's what they need to do is they need to push their kids to study more and study harder. And they're just so.
And is that you in your profile picture?
Yeah.
Uncle Steve, we have an Asian racist.
I was going to say, it looks like you're Asian. Are you Asian?
Yeah. Now let me say my piece.
No. Okay, so you are Asian, and just so we're clear, are you in college or high school, or have you completed your education?
Yeah, I'm past my education.
Okay, and what do you do for a living, if you don't mind saying? What do you do?
No, I'd rather not say.
What, do you drive an Uber? Do you drive an Uber? I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would you not want to say it, Grim?
Look, I just want to say one thing. All right, last thing about the whole Black thing, right?
Yeah.
Is I'm actually working for that.
You're willing.
You're
willing to indict whole cultures of people. Just tell us what field you're in.
Yeah, I was trying to determine whether or not his parents pushed him as hard as every other, as he claims, Asian parents did, and how far he got to school. And okay, well, I'm assuming then you're a doctor, a lawyer, or an architect?
No.
You're an Uber driver.
Are you in finance?
No.
Are you unemployed? Are you on unemployment? Are you working full time right now? Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, maybe I'll share more about myself later. But hey, I'm on this app for over a month now, and I still. That's why I'm going by not my name. I'm trying to stay somewhat anonymous. But hey, at least I have a picture of myself, unlike a lot of other people on here. But I just want to say that actually I'm really rooting for their act together, because if they can become more powerful in America, that would allow other minorities, such as Asian Americans, to become more powerful too. So just wanted to say that before you start thinking something else about me.
Okay, there we go. This was an interesting racist rant. Dr. Mitz.
Of course it's racist, but like I said, I'm not trying to demean them. I'm not trying to make fun of them. I was just trying to address what I think is the issue.
You're doing some racist rhetoric, which is fine. It's not fine.
That's what I heard you say.
We Asian Americans don't need Black American, and starts to, challenge the majority control and power of white Americans.
It already happened. It happened over 50 years ago. That's us Jews, baby. You want to talk about a minority? Okay, we're 0.5% worldwide. We're barely 2% in the United States. We still have a majority of the populations that are against us, and yet we have I don't want to say taken over, but we run companies with, you can ask a lot of people. We've taken over the entertainment industry. We're lawyers. We're doctors. Us Jews rule, and we are a minority at 2%. Reverend Scott, I'm sorry I couldn't help myself.
Diamond cutters, finance workers, don't forget about that. But that was back then. In China, there was a punishment if you took on an apprentice that you weren't allowed to. You'd be bitten to death. The humans would bite you to death. It's fucking serious. There.
Okay, so let's go on to Dr. Mitch. Dr. Mitch, would you like a fresh five after this racist rant?
Welcome, good morning, everyone. Which is designed to pour attention onto the detention camps that are being built for immigrants. I don't know how wide the information is. I think spending tens of billions of dollars, a big fan, a lot of attention on it. That's all. I don't think that's a controversial thing. Maybe some people think it's really great. I personally don't. Most major cities have a lot of people living in the streets. Americans that can't afford housing. I think there are other priorities, in my opinion. I live in California, but we have a lot of immigrants that specifically non-documented immigrants that were encouraged to come here so that industries like the farm industry can kind of exploit them. So, a lot of attention on it today in the news. I'll just leave it.
Wait, so is that you live in California, there's immigrants and they get exploited? What's the point of that?
Hey, no crosstalk.
You think I just said?
Sort of. No, I just wondering if you have somewhere to land from there.
Roy, do you want a fresh five? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't want a whole fresh five. I just want to say something once in a while. Is that going to stress you out, dude?
Well, the format of the room is we just
I'm aware of the format of the room.
So,
I can show this one.
But you could dude.
I wanted him to elaborate on his idea because I didn't really understand it. Maybe I'm stupid, and that's fine. I will admit that. So I just wanted him to talk a little bit more. He didn't get a whole five. I didn't mean to cross-talk.
And trying to evolve as a room platform that we are going to want some moderated crosstalk every now and then. So maybe Roy just wants to understand what Dr. Mitch.
JCC, do we want to do a Jesus talk crosstalk?
Well, no, just I thought Steve was possibly open to the potential, ability of having moderated crosstalk, and I think Roy was just asking a question of Dr.
I am, and in fact, let's do this. I've checked my news sources, and I'm not aware that there are rallies going on today about detention centers. So the gentleman that said that, I guess that's Dr. Mitch or whatever. Can you expand on that? Because I'm not aware of it.
It's in most major cities. I know that's the problem. Why I kind of mention it, because a lot of times they're not widely publicized. But this one, if it's okay with you, I'll throw it.
Yes, you can throw a link in the group chat. I'm Googling up right now 1,200 rallies, detention camps. I'm looking in news, and I am not seeing anything that's happening today. I'm not seeing it.
kind of moral positioning on something there, and I didn't quite hear it. So, can we allow Royce to reiterate his question?
Yes, we can.
I was going like, are the rallies bad? Like, what? How do you feel about it? I didn't get the sense. You were just like saying things that are happening. I'm like, okay, I walked outside and trees are there, and that's okay. Who cares?
All right, well, we can go to Dr. Mitch. Dr. Mitch, assuming those rallies are going on, those 1,200 rallies, what do you think about them?
Constructive that can come from it becomes a national discussion.
I'm sorry. Are you saying you're in favor? You're in favor of the rallies or in favor of the detention centers?
No. I'm in favor of the rallies.
Okay. And presumably these are the detention centers where we are holding people who are in limbo regarding immigration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Okay. And Roy, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, in the big beautiful bill they assigned, I want to say $27 billion to build these new warehouse facilities. In major states, and the states are kind of pushing back. There's a lot of money being allocated to building these new giant detention centers. What people don't know is that they're designed to be run by private prisoners, has some offensive character to it. I just like anything that draws attention to the topic, of humanity. And so, I'm in science. I'm a doctor. I work in finance. Okay, I have no problem telling everybody that. I like discussion, and I like us to reach rational viewpoints as a nation. I think things are, a lot of rhetoric.
And I did a little bit deeper heavy lifting. It appears what you're referring to is called Communities Not Cages, National Day of Action to Stop ICE, Warehouse Detention ICE, out of Flagstaff, paid for in part by Indivisible Action, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Indivisible.org is a joint website of indivisible projects. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it's kind of weird. They say that they're my city. And so it's like, there's only kind of individual calls to action today in cities like Dearborn, Mission Depot,
and what I'm looking at says join us at Flagstaff City Hall as part of a nationwide day of action against the Trump administration's expansion of ICE detention and its assault on the due process rights of immigrants and all Americans. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's it. So all right.
Okay. So, regarding immigration, what should we do with these immigrants that are in limbo? What should we do? What would you do if you were President Trump?
The legal structure.
Apparently Trump has, which you're rallying against.
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's go to Dr. Francine. She's new on stage. A little bit more about this, unless you want to talk about something else. Dr. Francine, good morning. You got it, Dr. Francine. Go for it.
Arizona, where I live. Second of all, we also have a detention facility being planned in Surprise, Arizona, which is a very small suburban community. And they bought a building without telling anybody, and they're making it into, as someone said, was I think a private prison. And these detentions are happening I won't say outside the legal system. I don't know how to put it. Around the legal system, or the problem is the legal system is not adequate for the number. Well, let me go backtrack a little bit. President Trump gave quotas for how many people that he wanted detained and deported per day. That particular idea of giving quotas has given ICE a lot to do, and it's the regular legal system was not geared up to handle that many people, nor to deport people who have been living in the United States for years and years, are part of the community and pay taxes and so on. So we can argue about whether we want immigrants in the United States. My position is that we need immigrants in the United States, but we do need a process for getting rid of people who came in here illegally and are criminals. That being said, we are not figuring out a way to separate the people who are criminals from the people who are not. And basically, the idea is detain everybody and we'll sort it out later. And that isn't fair. It's really leave everybody free. In my world, I would want everybody left free, and we'll sort.
Thank you.
Well, that's right, Roy. Thank you for saying.
If
doing my hair right now.
If one of my mod squatters has a calculator near them, can you please take 250,000 multiplied by 100? What is that? 25 million?
2,500. You just add 2 zeros.
Okay. Gotcha. That's what I thought. Well, here's my suggestion. 100 judges to be administrative immigration judges. Pay them $250,000 a year, 100 of them. That's 25 million, which Dr. Francine, did the figure you give was in the billions or something like that? What figure did you give? Or
I didn't give a figure, and if I did, it was wrong. Because I
Gotcha. 250,000 bucks a year for 100 judges. That's 25 million. And let's just, so when someone comes in to apply for asylum, or they're arguably here illegally, and they get processed, and then they go away, and their court date is a couple of years from now, and they do whatever, why not give them a speedy trial within like 30 days? 100 judges around the United States or around the border towns, and let's process them and give them opportunity to be heard in a trial, and then let's have it done quickly. Yeah. Whatever. But go ahead, Dr. Francine, please. No one else.
What does that mean, criminal? Anyway, what does that mean when you call someone a criminal? Like all the related criminals.
When you call someone a criminal, it means they've broken the law. Well, if you broke the law, yes.
Yesterday and I went 10 miles over the speed limit.
Hey, Bruce,
I broke the law. So I'm a criminal?
What I want to say is we don't have.
Like, what does that mean? Are they like actively? Are they career criminals? Like they're robbing banks every week? Like what?
They don't know.
Here. I'm on Google. I'm on Google now. I'm on Google. A criminal is an individual who has committed an act or failed to act in violation of public law, often having been convicted of such a crime. So as I said, well, are you a criminal if you break the law? Yes.
By that definition, everyone's a criminal. Everyone in this room is a criminal. Have you ever sped? Have you ever jaywalked? Have you ever broken some stupid piddly law?
Is a lawbreaker necessarily a criminal?
The answer is yes. I have broken the law more than once in my life. The answer
But
is
you're not a
yes.
criminal, right?
Breaking the law. Breaking the
Like
law.
if someone calls you a criminal, you feel like kind of, you'd have some pushback, right?
Well, what I would say is that someone who's been convicted of a crime, that would be my definition.
Okay.
And
Traffic violations can be. I've been convicted for running stop signs.
that's it. But no, I bet you have not been convicted. I bet you just paid the fine to avoid going to court.
Yeah, you plead no contest, right?
Right, or you just pay the fine. So arguably under that definition, you are not a criminal because you have not been convicted.
And then the next domino is okay. So suppose I did go to jail, and I did my time. Maybe it was a year in wherever.
Well, if I may, under a year is a misdemeanor. More than a year is a felony. Please continue.
So considering that that's in my past, maybe that's hypothetically 15 years ago I did that. I've never shown any signs of criminal intentions since then. Am I a criminal now?
I would say that you were convicted of a crime. You did the time, and sure.
I'd like to chime in.
Okay.
I think we all know that we're definitely all criminals. What you said, Roy, was so pertinent and poignant because we were born with natural sin. So we're all sinners. We're all criminals in the eyes of God. And unless the blood of Jesus cleanses us, we're all doomed. We should all be in jail. But fortunately, by the grace of our Lord, we're out here enjoying life and being forgiven for every single crime and every single crime of our ancestors. And all hail God and His mercy and His grace.
And there's no faith without grace. So,
Can I suggest that the United States, if they want to deal with their immigration problem in a timely manner, 100 judges is not enough. That's only $25 million. That's a drop in the bucket. You could hire 1,000 for $250 million. That's a drop in the bucket, but ICE is getting in their budget of $7 billion.
It's 100 more judges than we have now.
I get that, but you're not getting what I'm saying.
I am getting what you're saying.
Well, I know it's more than you have now, but what I'm saying is that 100 doesn't do it. 1,000 may not even do it, but the money that's spent on their 2,000 judges is a drop in the bucket compared to $70 billion that you're using for ICE.
It's priorities. It is priorities. If your priority was adjudicating illegal immigrants according to the rule of law, you would go for hiring the judges. If your priority is making a big show out of illegal immigration, then your priority is detaining people and making many people's lives miserable. And that's a personal view, but it's...
And that is why I love Dr. Francine. Are you kidding me? Did you all hear what she just said? If your interest is adjudicating the issue, which is mine, you go with the judges. If you're interested in putting on a show, do what they're doing now. Dr. Francine, words to live by. I love that.
Is Steve? Uncle Steve?
Yes, I'm here. I love that. That was probably the best thing that's been said all day. It's true. Do you want to adjudicate the issue or do you want to put on a show? Amazing. If you want to mod squad, don't bring up anybody because we're coming down to the last 15 minutes. But if you want to come up, now's your chance. Like in the next couple of minutes, raise your hand in the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, you won't be able to.
So please, could I chime in on the immigration and detention issue you guys covered in Chapter 7 of my new DVD?
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that as Fresh 5 to say goodbye. Then we'll go to Benjamin to give him a fresh 3 to 5 and say goodbye. Andrew, you're first. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. First off, I just wonder if Benjamin's neighbors are complaining about the stench that is coming out of his apartment or dwelling due to the dead horse that he's been flogging. That's my first point. My second point was, and I can't remember it actually. In terms of capital punishment. Of course, we don't have that here in Canada because we're a civilized nation. I put that in quotes. And I think I heard that clip that you played, and the gentleman, playing both sides of the street there a little bit.
Yes.
What I don't understand is that the population of the United States has a total distrust in the government to do things, and yet they're perfectly fine with them adjudicating, deciding whether somebody is guilty enough to be executed. And I think, in all fairness, that the judicial system, the legal system in the United States, if it was fair, I might consider it. But it's not a fair system. If you have money, you get a certain type of justice because you can hire the best lawyers, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't, well, then you're just relegated to whatever you get. So if you want to kill people, then you give both sides the exact same defense ability. And I'll land there. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great day.
First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let me respond to this, and then we'll go to Benjamin. I think the United States has the best criminal justice system in the world. I realize justice is not fair because there can be somebody like O.J. Simpson who can spend over $10 million and be found not guilty, but then found be liable for the deaths of 2 people. And in opposition to that, you have people that are destitute, have no money, and they get a completely free public defender who is not going to put on the same quality of. Agree with what Andrew was saying, but the system is, in my humble opinion, is the best system in the world. And if there's a way to make it better, I am all ears. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to say goodbye, Benjamin? Benjamin, you said you wanted to say goodbye. Benjamin going once, Benjamin going twice. Okay, we'll come back. Dr. Mitch, would you like to say goodbye? Dr. Mitch?
I think he did that as a tactic to be last. So.
He might have. You're right, JC. He might have. But okay, let's go to Dr. Mitch.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for doing these rooms all the time. I think it's important to have forums for discussion. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. And before you go, do you have any criticism, good, bad, or indifferent, on how to improve the room? I really want to know. Are there things that you don't like that you would like to see improved on, or you just like the way we do it all the time?
Asking me? No, I think you're doing a great job. Excellent.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. First class escort to the VIP. Paul, would you like to say goodbye, Paul? Paul going once. Paul going twice. There we go. Yeah.
Goodbye. Tomorrow.
Goodbye. Take care, buddy. Adios. Let's try Dr. Francine left. Okay. Let's try Benjamin. Benjamin, last shot. Would you like to say goodbye, Benjamin? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Oh my goodness. Okay. first class stretcher down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's go to Alfonso. So, Alfonso, putting your faith in God. Amazing, fascinating that you would say that. Would you like to say goodbye, Alfonso? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. We'll come back to Alfonso. JCC, thank you for your contributions today. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like to say goodbye, JCC?
Of course, tis my pleasure to participate in these room/shows, and yeah, today was interesting. Some hot discussions, and when it comes to thinking there's different races when it refers to human beings, that gets my hair raised up. It's like there's different ethnic cultures, and they're all one human being, but people.
Would that be the hair on the back of your neck?
Is that what I said?
No. You said that gets your hair raised. You didn't say where on your body.
The back of my neck.
Yeah.
So, it was interesting, and once again, I wish everybody a great rest of their Saturday. Looking forward to tomorrow's room/show, and to all, bid you all happy trails until we meet again.
Thank you, JCC. By the way, before you go, if you could make any single improvement or change on the show, what would you do to make the show better?
Well, like what happened earlier, allowing Royvis to do the crosstalk, which we did. I think that's a good thing. I think allowing that on occasion and keeping it, controlled and less people getting involved. If it could just be, controlled, it'd be good. It's good for these clubhouse room.
I completely agree. I believe it's all in the timing, and yes, because we are, we're like the Constitution of the United States. We're living and breathing show. We want to. Move and improve. It's all in the timing, and we are allowing that now, depending on timing. Thank you, JCC. Let's go back to Alfonso. Alfonso, are you there? Would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso, once he's probably with Fam Bam. And Violet, I will not forget about you, because if you will notice, I am in the upper left, so it's easier for me to see. Oh, I'm sorry. You have the eyesight problem just like me. Violet, how did you what the hell did Jesse Jackson say today? Should we do that again?
Well, before I answer that question, I was thinking maybe Benjamin couldn't answer because the stench that Andrew mentioned overwhelmed him and he passed out. So anyway, I did think that was interesting. I wonder if it could be a different variety of speakers who have the habit of either pushing words together or speaking quickly or kind of mumbling, and not just Jesse Jackson. So it could be...
I agree. Why don't you send me a private message with those speakers you have in mind?
Well, I'm going to have to do some research about that and ask people who they think is mumbly and hard to understand.
Because most people that speak publicly and a lot publicly, you can understand what they say.
Yeah, so I'll have to look around, but I think it might work better. Well, I'll talk to you more about this in
Sure, of course.
But yeah, as JCC said, very interesting show today, some very hot takes, and I do love it that even if we don't agree with what they're saying, we're giving them the platform. You have to hear different points of view, and just because we're letting them give their point of view doesn't mean we're endorsing it or anything.
Right.
It's just an open forum for people to get a chance to say their piece, and so I always love that about your shows, Steve. As usual, I'm looking forward to tomorrow for Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad, and I'll see you then. Goodbye for now, everybody.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. And last but not least, Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, would you like to say goodbye? Reverend Scott, yeah.
I would like a little more of the Reverend.
Oh. You want more? What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Exactly.
I love that.
Yeah, okay. I love it. I love that segment. So, no, great show, and I look forward to tomorrow.
Well, we'll do it tomorrow. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? You got it. And for any of you in the audience and those on stage, the Mod Squad, please feel free to DM me, private message me what you like about the show, what you don't like about the show, what you'd like to change about the show. I not only read them all, but I respond to them all. And we're always looking to make the show better. We want to give the audience what they like. And this clearly is not an echo chamber. This clearly is a platform where people can come up and talk about whatever they want, as long as they have a take and don't suck. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your Saturday. We will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, with another edition of Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. Take care. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. Goodbye. Oh. Damn, I got to do that all over again because I want to get it right. Okay. Take care, everybody. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. Goodbye. But I tell you, baby, it's something wrong. Look to the sky above your body. Get away!
Russia is not a neutral mediator. All other paths, whether the thing is though, they said her ex-husband be on the app with her. So here are you assuming that with the assumption that you're always correct, which we disagree with.
To stay there with no electricity. Figure out how to entertain yourself without technology.
I wish I could do that in his house. Yeah. Next to a candle. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, use your imagination.
I'm just using my fucking imagination, bro.
Right. Critical thinking. Let's do it. Play an instrument. All right, guys, I gotta go. I hope you all have a great weekend.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, guys. See ya.
So fun.
Take care.
Is now making explicit. Pulling away from America is not a real option for them. The American relationship is structural, decades deep, tied to their military capabilities and their economic security simultaneously. But they are also watching Iran threaten their oil production, their specific oil production, by name. And they are watching America's response to their concerns remain inadequate to the scale of the threat. The Wall Street Journal reported that Saudi Arabia is actively pressing Washington to abandon the blockade, not quietly suggesting it, pressing, because Saudi Arabia has been told privately by Iran that if the blockade continues, no port in the region will be safe. Saudi Arabia received Pakistan's army chief and prime minister, praised their constructive role, and backed the diplomatic process because Saudi Arabia needs this war to end before the IRGC target list becomes an operations order. The UAE arrested 27 people this week, accused of belonging to an Iranian-linked terrorist organization, confirmed yesterday.
Iran immediately condemned the UAE for it today. That exchange happened on the same day the IRGC named UAE oil facilities as targets. The UAE is hosting American forces, arresting Iranian agents, and watching Iranian missiles get pointed at its refineries simultaneously. Qatar hosts the largest American air base in the region. Its Ras Laffan complex handles approximately 10 billion cubic feet of LNG per day, 20% of global LNG demand. The IRGC named ExxonMobil Ras Laffan specifically target list. Qatar, like every other Gulf state, is trying to stay out of a war that is threatening the infrastructure that constitutes its entire economic existence. Kuwait's Al Ahmadi refinery, 346,000 barrels per day, was named on the IRG list. Kuwait has been pressing for de-escalation since the first week of the war.
I'm going to stop it right there and open up the floor. Pretty much everyone has an understanding of what this guy is saying with regards to Iran's position now, going through or beyond the 56th day. Iran is basically like it's a game of poker. You know, you got a full house and you done bet 100. Iran call you 100 and they raise the stakes to 1,000. All right. Israel, are you going to call that 1,000? America, are you going to fold or are you going to call that 1,000? Because they have said, Al, if any of the EAU, any of the states that producing all this oil, we got missiles to reach out. And guess what? We publicly are going to put it out there in the news and let you know you got a calling card. In other words, you got a headhunter. It's a headhunter out there for you. If you play and help the United States, we're going to bomb your oil bills. What's that going to do to the oil prices then? And we're going to close the straits of Hormuz like we've been doing and we're going to keep them closed. It's up to you. Boys.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, you
Eugene, I wanted to just submit a correction earlier. I was incorrect. And the gentleman who had brought up the timeline, he was correct that there's probably only 30 plus 4 days or whatever before, they have to do something else. So, yeah.
Hey, Eugene, you gotta salute that brother. How many motherfuckers come back and say I stand corrected or I was wrong? Salute that brother. Salute to you. I don't even know.
Yeah, salute, bro. Salute. I wanted to hear Mr. Wilson what's his opinion on the situation if he's there. If not, y'all keep going. But I really, it's like, or anybody else, what y'all got, what y'all think America should do, or what's America's play right now?
Well, America's full of shit.
Well, if you think about it, America really doesn't have to do anything. If they don't agree terms right now, their oil field, that pipeline, it can't stop 24 hours. It runs. So if it overflows, it's going to explode. And then boom, that's the infrastructure is open. I mean, that's a checkmate. America don't got to do anything. You just got to wait.
Let it play out.
I mean, but they're going to have to make a decision here with the 60 days. Are they going to continue war? Like, it's got to be declared a war or they got to withdraw. So what y'all think they're going to do on that?
I don't.
Depends on Trump's move.
That would be a good off-ramp, though, I'll tell you that much.
That's what okay.
Just blame the process,
Yeah, because I don't. It's not going to be good today because I think they'll do it. I think they really will hit those nations oil spots and stuff like that. That's not going to be good. So I guess we just wait to see what the administration decide to do with the next.
Something else that's going to happen is that all the Saudis and all those Middle Eastern countries have so many investments in America, and they've been doing that for the last 20 years, and they're all pulling out of everything. They pulled out of the Live Trump's golf tournament. They pulled out of
just some major things, like the Met, what was it, the Met Opera, they pulled out of supporting that, and that's been, supported by, it's just a historical institution. And it's just a lot of tech companies are now, they're withdrawing their funds from that, energy companies, so we're going to see the impact of it. Europe as well. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all played it already. Did y'all play the video when they interviewed Trump about his next steps if they don't come to an agreement in the oil?
How recent is it?
This is probably the most recent one. I think it was from the Oval Office. It was basically just talking about the plan, saying, if they don't come to an agreement, basically like the underground system that pumps the oil is going to explode on its own. So we're really going to have to do anything.
So if they do that, right, Iran is saying they're going to destroy those internet lines. Basically, that's for the entire Middle East and other places as well.
Yeah, so what he was from my understanding, he was saying in that interview is basically Iran, the majority of their infrastructure, the money, everything comes from oil. And it comes from that pipeline because they have such a good oil resource down there. But if it stops, if the pipeline doesn't stop and there's nowhere for the oil to go, they can force that underground, it's like an underground, whatever it is, it'll explode. So they have to shut it down. And if they shut it down, that means their economy. And now the blockade that America has at the end of the Strait of Hormuz is forcing them to shut down that oil refinery. Because if they don't, it's going to explode. So that's what's going on. And I think they're playing it out and just waiting to see. They kind of have no choice. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's an automatic checkmate.
Or is it a stalemate? Where both sides suffer incalculable damage. So, yeah.
I wonder how long they got to those to Iran's oil wells dried up, because I think they're probably going to act on that, getting other people oil fields before they allow that to happen. That's just kind of my thought, the way they kind of move that talk.
Yeah, they bombed Iran's oil fields. That's one of the first things they did was bomb Iran's ability to produce oil. So Iran is basically saying, okay, we're going to bomb everybody to helping you with their oil fields. So Iran is kind of crippled a little bit with respect to oil production, if I'm not mistaken. So I thought that was a pretty good move, looking at it strategically, is to take out everybody else. So if I suffer, you suffer.
Yeah.
What about China? Doesn't China get most of the oil from Iran? I know they threatened the U.S. before.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me. And that's what worries me the most, because it's like the U.S. is playing a game on two different. They're trying to knock out two rhythms. They're trying to get rid of Iran, and they're trying to stop oil flow to China. But it's kind of like the U.S. has tech. They need to separate their operation, and putting a blockade at the end of the Strait of Hormuz is technically a part of that operation. So it's not like they're purposely doing it to stop oil from China, but technically they are. That as long as the operation goes on, but just start fucking with Taiwan. You know what I mean? That's my only concern.
Well, Russia and China is definitely trying to strategically place themselves in a position. They're capitalizing off of what Israel and the United States is doing to Iran. Then Russia even made an offer, hey, let us get your uranium. We'll hold it over here, keep it over here. What just for you to come to some peace agreement, but what does that do? That now, in any future conflict or current conflict, the United States and everybody else who had a problem with Iran had to involve Russia. Russia gonna be in it. If Iran, I'm just saying if they did take that off, you gotta talk to Russia. Russia got to be a part of that. So China is strategically putting themselves in it too, because they are dealing with Iran. Iran one time said, "Hey man, if any oil come through here, you paying $2 million, and we want it in Chinese currency." And then they captured a damn boat not long ago, a couple of days ago, and the shit belonged to China. And China warned America. I got a clip on it. Told America, look here, that boat you got, now you messing with us. Y'all ain't hear about that? Oh, I thought so. Yeah. I'm going on there.
It's just a lot of shit in the background. It's like I feel like the U.S. for years now, like, you know what I mean? Like since the earlier presidents, I feel like they all wanted to do it, but you know they know all the politics and stuff is involved, and you know they got this crazy man in office who's actually doing it, so they're not gonna stop. They're not trying to stop. It's like they didn't want to do it, and now they finally had the opportunity to, because none of them wanted to do it, and they're just gonna let it go with it to get that vibe. I feel like that's how they're getting this.
They are undermining America or positioning themselves to permanently take America out, for real. Economically, the petrodollar is in trouble, man. I'm telling you, you can like it or love it or hate it. The petrodollar is in trouble. And I can see a long-term conflict where it's really going to impact America's economy in some shape, form, or fashion. Whether it's goddamn fertilizer, whether it's oil, something. It's going to affect long-term. America going to end up paying the price. And I think what happened is that damn dummy, John Quavius, whatever that dumb boy name, Donald gave him. I think that boy went head in first, right? He came like a cabbage, all head and no ass. He went in there like a head of cabbage, all head, no ass. He ain't got nothing he can stand back on. He went in there, no, and now you don't even hear nothing about it. You don't hear nothing about that boy. You don't even talk about Israel no more. And Israel was this shit crazy. And you know what? Y'all some big numbers. All of y'all Trump lovers, all of y'all Trump supporters, all of y'all maggots, or MAGAs, whatever you want to call yourself, y'all are some real big dummies. Even the white boys is coming out in his own party. And y'all niggas, y'all love it. Man, you know what?
That's kind of been
people act like they don't like it, but again, I think what John was said is very important. Coming up on the 60 days, everybody saying that they're against it. All right, well, we'll see if Congress votes against it. Now, if Congress votes for it to keep the war going, then what?
If Congress is not, you know what? Get your head in the game. There are people in his own party, and listen, there are people in that boy's own party they don't like what's going on, and they trying to. I just heard who was that? Raven? What that Raven said that? They trying to impeach the goddamn boy. So what did you talk about? They don't like.
We've been there since 2015.
Is even more reason now to get John Quavius, this dummy, out of the hole.
But that's what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what everybody is saying on the surface. They are against it. But now you got 60 days coming up where Congress has to either approve it or deny it. So now,
I will say this.
What do they say about them?
Okay, I see your point, but let me say this. The longer this cat goes on, the deeper the hold is, and you can't pull yourself out of it. Congress is going to be forced now to go along with it. Keep going day after day. You're going to be forced to say, man, we ain't got no choice.
But here's the elephant in the room. Congress is controlled by AIPAC, or is it whatever that organization is, that lobbying group, AIPAC. So whatever they decide, then that's the destination where we.
But don't Trump have to?
That's the Israeli, but that's the Israeli boys, ain't it, Richard?
Absolutely, okay. And they fund both sides of the aisle, okay? So we don't have a Congress that represents the people. We have a Congress that represents the.
Isn't Trump responsible for putting forth a proposal for the war? And if that's true, then you don't have to necessarily put it forth, because I think you're right, Rich. I do think a lot of those are those citizens with Israel. The question is, does Trump have to put the war proposal forward?
I just don't think it's gonna get to that point. Like from what I've been reading, like their entire country, the Navy is done. You know, their armed forces is done. The anti-tank, anti-air missiles is done. Literally, all they have left is that oil field in Park Island. That's from what I've been reading. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the final straw to their infrastructure. That's the end of the country. And now, you know, it seems like he has the opportunity to do what all of these presidents been wanting to do for years. I'm talking about generations of presidents. And I don't think that Congress is going to stop the pen from finishing this. I know morally it's fucked up, but I'm just saying, because then if he does it, let's say the next president is a Democrat, that's still going to be an issue. Okay, what do you do?
I think Iran will blow themselves up. Okay? It's not funny. So.
You know, Alex Jones said something the other day. And not only Alex Jones, your boy that be on Israel head all the time. What's his name? Tucker. Carson Tucker. You know, they both, and I got the clips. Alex Jones and Carson Tucker both came out and said, you know what, guys? Live public TV all across America and the world, they're coming back now and said that was the dumbest decision they ever made. And them boys got more sense than I do. And I know I got more sense than a bunch of these Trump brothers. Okay? So with them boys coming out and saying this stuff publicly, that they realize about Donald Trump, that these niggas, Trump niggas, so defiantly, against common sense and rationale, take his boy when he's wrong. When I say made the statement that Trump showed himself as Jesus Christ in that picture the other day, you know what it was? It was reinforcing that old stick that white folks had put into the brains of these niggas, which are now niggas. Trump is reinforced that stigma of Jesus Christ being white and all of us as black folk and niggas. We fell in love with Grandma on her wall. Oh, this is Jesus, baby. Look at it. Jesus is on the wall. So when Trump comes out and puts himself on that picture of Jesus Christ, niggas lost it. Trump niggas have went dum-dum. It reinforced the image that Trump is Jesus in their eyesight, and that's the sad part about it. I can't get over the niggas. The niggas have been duped again in thinking that the Christ figure is white and today it's Donald Trump and they can't get over it. Even when the white boys, Alex Jones, got more sense, more avenues to information, coming out and telling the world they messed up. Niggas and niggas can't get over the image of Donald Trump being Jesus Christ. And I'm going on.
Well, you brought up multiple points, but as for Carlson Tucker, Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, you're right, they all backed down. They all flipped on him. And he went off on them. Now, with that, if we just stay right there, I find it interesting that they flipped on him because, is it because they didn't get their tariff money? Because I'm wondering in my own mind, like, if they were to get the tariff checks, would they flip back? So I don't know. It's an interesting one right there. And then with the whole thing with him playing like a Jesus, I don't know. I know J.D. Vance, I know that the Pope had words with him. I don't know if he had words with Trump. I don't know, but I know there's something going on with that Pope. Trump's base, his main base, Catholic, right? And so Catholic, I don't know how many Catholics are in the U.S. I know it's a big number right there. So he pissed off Catholics. I ain't gonna forget that. Then you have the Christians. So then I think he knows that there's no coming back, and I honestly think he does not give a crap. He doesn't give a crap about anybody. Like, he's flipped out on so many people. We're losing allies by the day. He goes off left and right. Like, he just doesn't care. He's in his 70s. He's on his way out regardless. He knows he can't do another term. He's just like, whatever. So flipping on everybody and anybody. Hell, Melania Trump holds didn't she not too long ago have a statement about that Epstein thing? And that in itself was like a Jada Pinkett. Like, I don't know. She took some.
I'll tell you a point. See, Trump is a money grubber. That boy is all about that money. 4 times in a row, the stock market, since he's been in office. I know some of them disagree with me now, but that boy didn't make no money on his first term. And according to the report that I had, he lost. He ain't gonna let that happen now. 4 sessions in a row, 4 times since Trump been in office, guess what happened? The stock market lost. Somebody, they just came out with a report, Raven. Wasn't that you talking? I'm driving, so I can't see. I can only recognize voices. Listen, Raven, they came out the other day and said somebody made a goddamn fortune off of short oil. And guess what? They said they had to come from the White House. Why did they have to come from the White House? It's because 18 minutes before damn Trump made the announcement, hey, let me get this dude. If he can't get up in there's more parking spaces, let me tell it.
I wanted to bring up one of the last encounters before his death, I'm talking about the previous Pope, was with J.D. Vance. Like, he died, J.D. Vance met with the Pope on Easter Sunday. And Pope Francis passed early on Easter Monday. Y'all don't think that's interesting? Like, it's just too many. Okay. I'm just putting that out there.
I seen that fit. I seen that entire meeting. It was the handshake. It was everything about that meeting. And then him to die right after that, not to mention everything that Pope Francis was trying to expose before he checked out. all that's interesting.
Exactly. And what? Go ahead.
What was he trying to expose? This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Well, Pope Francis sent me on the journey to look up what the actual doctrine of discovery was. He mentioned that along with the letter he sent to Barack Obama in 2014, nationality is the way to go. In that letter, he exposed the doctrine of discovery. He apologized during the year Jubilee last year for their pilgrimage. He exposed a lot of shit before he checked out.
It's kind of made me want to go back and revisit the papacy, because you know that is a lifetime appointment. And before Pope Francis, the fact that the Pope before him resigned, right? And the world was shook by that. When does a Pope resign? And then
I didn't think they could. I thought, like he said, it was a lifelong term. That was my first ever hearing any Pope resign.
Mm-hmm. And it's just
resigned under scandal, a lot of scandal, and a lot of, all of those little kids that was abused by the church, all of them should have.
That is
I thought they'd only get transferred, Richard, when they get caught up like that.
That's been my awareness, but I'm saying is that all of them should be resigned.
I agree with that.
Well, and the fact that the office even still exists after all the exposure, of the Roman Catholic Church. You guys remember the movie Stigmata? It came out back in 1999, and basically the message of the cardinal at that time was, it was something he was working on and he was getting ready to release to the public, and it had to do with the intricate teachings of Yeshua, Jesus, Isa, whatever name that you prefer. But the message was the kingdom of God is within you. And he was killed. And it was Cardinal Daniel Houseman is the one that they were portraying. So, it's like popes, if you look at the history of popes, there's been a lot of stuff, even the conclave and how politically driven it is. It's supposed to be closed doors. It's supposed to be protected to where no nefarious activities can take place, so it's fair and above board and no briberies. That is not the case. The same shit we be seeing going on with presidential elections. We be thinking, the popes actually got placed into their office by, benevolent means, and it was all sacred. Ain't none of this shit above board. And you will find like the Vatican itself has been known to fund both sides of the wars. And it's almost like, and maybe it's not the Vatican specifically, it could be the force behind that, but there's like a puppet master playing both sides. It's like a game. And, we feel like doing this today. So, And I just feel like America was selected to be, the leading face, the poster child of, freedom and liberty and protector and all this other stuff. All they are is a pope. At any given time, if somebody decides that ain't more, it can all be taken away. So all the world is a stage, and things are not what they appear to be. And anything, just like these people flipping on Donald Trump, I look at it like sports. Even here in Kansas City, home of the Kansas City Chiefs, man, we was rolling. As long as we winning, the fans are going crazy. Now, some of us are fans regardless, win, lose, or whatever. But it's just certain people that are bandwagon fans. And as soon as shit get ugly and we losing and, we don't draft properly, they fall off. And they start repping for other people. They don't let things play out. Now, I ain't a Trump supporter. I ain't into politics like that. I'm looking at it from other lenses. But I still feel that a lot remains to be seen. I really do. And because it ain't what y'all think it is. Our eyes on Israel, yes, because it's supposedly the Holy Land, supposedly God's chosen children, supposedly, Jesus ain't gonna let nothing happen to Israel. But what if the place we're calling Israel ain't even where God's chosen people are? What if that's a fucking America? What if it is America? I'm just saying, stand by for a plot twist. I land.
Yeah. Did you see the whole Congress? Well, the whole thing with Cass Patel and how, he got fired, XYZ. But do you know, were you watching that whole thing that went down with Cass Patel before he went out? How the FBI, the higher-ups in the FBI, he fired because they were investigating Trump with Epstein, with January 6th. And he stopped publishing or backtracked the stuff from the Epstein files. So now that all these people that have been in the FBI for years and have years and years of experience in the government are gone, now how are we going to get the rest of those files, huh? Yeah, crazy how this, but I don't know. I agree with you, Sam. I'm all the way with you on this. This is a lot to take in, but it's a lot going on behind the scenes that is ugly. And I don't know. I say to myself, is it getting uglier? Like, what else can happen now? Like, day by day, it's just stuff going down. It's wild. But
I guess I'm confused. What president released the Epstein files?
no, Cass Patel was the one. He's the director of FBI. He's the one who got fired. He was the one who was releasing the Epstein files. Now he's gone and out the way. But he also removed a lot of higher up generals and he was removing a lot of people, a lot of high people in the FBI. These people they happened to be working on cases. If I can find that whole thing with Congress and Cass Patel, with Cory Booker and all that, they were flaming Cass Patel as flaming him. They were on him because of how many people he fired that were there in the FBI for years. And a lot of those higher-ups were investigating Trump from January 6th. They were going to things, but the Epstein files, like all those people got fired.
Well, and I've said this before,
Can y'all hear me?
No, I think it's a delay, Jerry. I'm sorry. You were in the
my bad.
Okay, that's okay. Real quick, I say this every time I get an opportunity because you never know if it's new people listening. Because a lot of our focus and the distraction has been on these files. This is an Epstein files. This is an Epstein war. They even said it is. Whoever has the files, they're somewhere, and whoever really needs it, you don't need the American public or the Globe's permission to open the fucking files and do what needs to. Just because the information has not been released to the general public does not mean that the appropriate powers that be or be not don't have what they need to prosecute and execute these motherfuckers. You ain't even gotta tell us. Just do what you gonna do. Why hasn't that happened? Because it ain't just the Epstein files. It was the Podesta files. It ain't just the Podesta files. It was the release of the information that the Holy See, the Holy Roman Catholic Church, the freaking papacy, Vatican, has been hurting children. Not for decades, for centuries. Why are they still in existence? Where are the authorities that will handle that? Ain't nothing been handled. As long as I've been in this air, I ain't seen nothing get handled. Who gonna get them for crimes against humanity with that fake ass pandemic? Where they at though? So, to me, I'm sitting back at this point in my life, and I'm watching another conflict and another war, and I'm sorry if I'm not emotionally attached or involved in it. I just think it's fucking bullshit. I don't know what the end game is. To me, it's about distracting. It's energy harvesting, getting your mind fucked up, putting you in a state of fear of loss, fear of missing out, all of this stuff, so they can keep you running on that fucking hamster wheel that they got going that keeps their reality in existence. I'm so over it. I'm sorry. I'll end. They ain't gonna do shit. Just keep watching and eating your popcorn, because that's people live, people die. Wars come, wars go. We're in a fucking reset. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but here we are. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Life will continue on. I'll end.
Hey, I agree with you, sister, man. There's all this shit going on. Science is missing.
Another weird one. That one too. Like, what? Well, yeah. Even with David Wood, let's talk about the scientists. I'm gonna talk about David Wilcock because that's just one I knew and been following for decades. Like watching him when he was young and first came out talking about his encounter and the interesting things he was talking about. He was really getting close to something. Is it not crazy that his biographer passed away in like manner right before him? It's kind of like how when J.D. Vance went and visited the Pope and then, oops, the Pope's dead. Come on now. And then, him going on camera saying, I would never unalive myself. And the very cause of his death was unaliving himself. And then he's got best friends coming out doing videos. Like, I grew up with David and, his mental health, and he was in a lot of financial turmoil. And, we're just here to confirm and put the conspiracy theories at ease. It really is true. He even wrote a letter. The guy read the letter, on his own that David wrote. This is what he wanted you, his people, his community to know. Like, now they really are pushing, like, they got his family and friends. And I'm saying they got his family. Maybe he did, maybe he did. Now the family and friends are saying he really did do it. And they just want this to silence and go away. And can we just continue to honor David's memory? When David himself came out and said he would never do that. And then the female scientist with the anti-gravity. She's like, she had a video. I'm scared. Let me see if I got this clip. Let me quit rambling and just play the clip. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. One moment, please. And I don't know if she's in here, but I want to thank LaKendra for these clips. Let me see if this is it. Okay. Here we go.
See entirely, all of them tied to nuclear defense or space technology. Some of them even warned the public before their alleged suicides that they were not suicidal. First, you have Amy Eskridge, a young, rising researcher, reported dead by suicide in 2022. But before her death, she reportedly said something chilling.
I'm scared. And over the past 12 months, it's been like escalating, like more aggressive, more invasive, digging through my underwear drawer and sexual threats over the past like 3 to 6 months. And now I'm like, I have to publish. It's only going to get worse until I publish. There's no way out of this situation.
Exactly what she was talking about. We're not sure. Certainly had concerns, she said, about being watched. Even reportedly told friends and family she would never kill herself, and then she turned up dead. That was in 2022. Then you have Michael David Hicks, whose work was connected to NASA's jet propulsion. Dies in 2023, and details surrounding his death remain limited publicly. But his name becomes part of a growing list tied to high-level research. In 2024, former U.S. Air Force intelligence officer Matthew J. Sullivan is found dead. Interestingly, right before he could testify in a federal whistleblower case about UFOs. There's been no release for a cause of death there. Also in 2024, Frank Mywald, a senior engineer at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, passed away. His work was on space instrumentation and detection of life on distant moons. His cause of death was never made public. No autopsy was ever performed. Another loss, another quiet headline. At this point, neither case is raising eyebrows national, right? But then we move to 2025, and that's where things get really bizarre. During the last year alone, we saw over a half dozen disappearances and or deaths tied to our nuclear industry. In May, when Anthony Chavez, a researcher at the Los Alamos nuclear facility, went missing. Reports say he just simply walked off without. Then you have Monica Reza, who disappeared in June of that same NASA's senior aerospace engineer, creating a special alloy for rockets. She went missing while out on a hike 4 days later. Melissa Kaisis would also be reported missing, also in New Mexico, also reportedly got up and walked off without any personal belongings. Do you see the trend here? And just now today, we're learning about another death, the death of Joshua LeBlanc. This death taking place in Alabama. LeBlanc was a 29-year-old NASA engineer working on nuclear propulsion systems. He was found dead in his Tesla after a crash. He was burned beyond recognition, but his personal belongings were all left at home. Reports say his car sat in an airport hours earlier, but no trip had been planned. How about Stephen Garcia, who vanished without a trace from New Mexico in August of that year? Garcia worked as a property custodian at a facility that manufactures more than 80% of the non-nuclear components for U.S. nuclear weapons. Nuno Loureiro, a top physicist at MIT, the director of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, he was involved in the kind of research tied to advanced energy and weapons. He was shot and killed outside of his home. By the way, no arrests have been made there. And again, that's all just 2025 alone. This year, though, has gotten even stranger, and we're not even halfway through. First, in February, astronomer and astrophysicist Carl Grillner was shot and killed randomly outside of his home. Now, in that case, an arrest has been made, but the case marks another highly specialized mind taken suddenly and mysteriously. Then, days later, William Neil McCaslin goes missing again in New Mexico. His work reportedly centered around UFOs and classified space programs. The retired Air Force general, like many on this list, also vanished, leaving a hike. But again, like so many others, he left all of his personal belongings behind. And to this day, he has not been found. And that brings us to today, where just days ago, another UFO researcher, maybe the most famous of all of them, David Wilcock, was found dead in Colorado with a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Every day that I have on Earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing, scientists are going missing, and I've had a really rough week. That's kind of like every week, but somehow we keep on making it through all.
Somehow we keep on making it through all this, he said. One day he says every day is a blessing, and he's glad there's an investigation because scientists are going missing, and the next day he's found dead. Authorities claiming from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's just another layer to a massive and growing mystery. A mystery that is going nowhere. And today, as we told you, Capitol Hill is now taking notice.
By all accounts, the United States has the superior nuclear program. All the usual suspects, China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, they're all on the suspect list. But there are a lot of Eastern European countries and other countries that could be involved as well.
Interesting there. That was Congressman James Comer speaking on the issue last night on Fox News. Right, he's outright accusing China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia of likely being involved, but he fails to mention a specific country with a long history of tactics like this. And by the way, who is that country? It's Israel. In March of this year, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated that Israeli strikes had successfully eliminated top Iranian nuclear scientists involved in developing bombs meant to destroy Israel. In 2025, Joshua Zarka, Israel's ambassador to France, confirmed that Israeli operations had killed at least 14 physicists and engineers, which he described as the brains behind Iran's nuclear program. And also in 2020, significant blow to Iran's ability to pursue weapons of mass destruction, using intelligence from Mossad to justify the timing of those attacks. See, this strategy is not new. When science becomes strategic, and it is in so many ways, the scientists themselves become targets. If you control the science, you control the future. And to call all of this just a coincidence means to ignore what is happening right in front of your eyes. In fact, tonight, at least 13 high.
There you have it. I'll put the link in the chat. Thank you.
So that means that what? Israel's running the whole chessboard?
Allegedly.
I honestly feel that this is just me. But I honor them and rest in peace, right? This is true. If these individuals are deceased and or missing. But it doesn't make sense to me to kill this type of brilliance off. To me, I'm like, are they gathering up these people, like taking them out of her view, and basically maybe capturing them, like abduction and shit? Like, are they taking them and doing something with them? You know, keeping them to where they will work for them. It's all going on in my head. Y'all feel me?
No, I feel you. Remember the plane that went missing with all the engineers?
Yes. It's crazy.
I was literally just about to say, I was going to bring up that TV show they had on Netflix, Paradise. Like, they were kidnapping these scientists and bringing them underground to work on these projects that they specialize in. But obviously, they're going to be gone, so they're going to just frame their death. So, I mean, that's what I think. I don't think they're going to take those kind of people out. Like, those people are valuable. If they're experts on that specialty, why would you take them out? I don't think they're doing it. I think they're, like, forcing them to do work, like, underground type shit.
They don't want their.
I agree.
They want their.
I agree. I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that someone like that you keep unless they're threatening to go public and you just can't get them to cooperate. If threatening their family isn't going to do it, if threatening their lives is going to do it, then yeah, they'll probably take them out. But other than that, that's valuable information. That's a valuable asset. That's a valuable commodity. And you just don't destroy something like that.
That have been taken out. The only thing I can think of. Hello? What?
We're here, man. We're here.
Okay, I heard something. So it's on the other mic. Now, what I was saying was the only thing that I really can think of is that they're the only ones that could call out bullshit. And somebody said something on here a couple of days ago that they might be right, and that is perhaps there's some type of about to take place, and if not a hoax or something fake, perhaps information was about to come out through one of these channels, and they had all agreed to speak about something that they shouldn't have spoken about, or they don't want them to speak about. So I can only see one or two ways of reasons why. Either they're all in conjunction with each other and they want to come forward to public about something, or either they're preparing to do some type of a hoax, and those would have been the people to point out the bullshit.
I mean,
I don't know how to play in there.
Nah, that's 100, bro. What is like, and a lot of other people who are in the spotlight been saying, social media is going to be one of the greatest threats to America. Why is that? Because people talk, people spread information. So if these scientists are spreading, top secret information that they don't want everybody knowing about, and we doing this shit on the fucking day, seriously, in this room, man, you best believe they gotta get them people out of here. That's what they do in the mob, right? They get them out. Yeah, I don't
play this clip after. Go ahead.
Nah, you straight since I'm listening.
All right. What Kareem just said, absolutely. It's like once you in the game, you don't get out. Even if you got in the game, not even knowing you was in the game. You know what I'm saying? Some of these scientists, aspiring young people, because of their smarts and their brilliance, like you think about the institutions that they go into, institutions of higher learning. You know, these kids, these students are being monitored for their projects, for their papers that they write, you know, for their peer-reviewed studies, all the shit that they go through. And they have a target on their back. And they get these miraculous, you know, sometimes they get involved in the fraternal order, where it ain't about what you know, it's who you know. And they start getting these offers and get hired into these high-ranking positions, and everybody thinks it's just so amazing and it's such a miracle, and oh my God. Well, you've been placed into a system that you really didn't even understand. And then you think you're doing a great job, and your boss is giving you all these pats on the backs, and you getting promotions and more money and all this other stuff. But then you start getting to a point where, ooh, something ain't right about this. That's why you have what's called whistleblowers. They didn't start off with it. They're a whistleblower because that ain't what they signed up for. They hit something that goes against their constitution. Then it's like, you know what, this shit ain't right. Now then there are spies, and there are people who actually know what they're doing when they get into it. They're in there for that very reason. So it is a lot going on. Let me play this clip. The focus again is on David Wilcock on why he didn't want to be silenced. Thank you, Sovereignty, for this clip.
Shocking things I ever heard. In the 1960s, there was a black man in Africa who came in with abilities complementary to those of
This is David Wilcock speaking.
Jesus. He was performing miracles. He was starting to get people to listen to what he had to say, and the cabal tried to kill him. And remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway.
Peace and love, family, peace and love. Yours truly, Divine Advisor. And it is with a heavy heart that we reveal today that David Wilcock has, according to the authorities, unalived himself. It has been reported that authorities were called to his home yesterday, April the 21st, in Boulder, Colorado. They were called there because it was reported he was having a mental health crisis. And when those authorities arrived on the scene, he was outside holding a weapon. And then they said within minutes, he then turned that weapon on himself and was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, what you'll be hearing today is an excerpt from Coast to Coast Radio where David Wilcock was asked by a caller about a story that he put in one of his books about a man by the name of Simeon Toko, who was also known as the Black Jesus, that the powers that be were aware of and tried to stop. David received this information by a member of the Rothschilds, and David had said by even putting this information in his book that he was putting himself at risk of being unalived. So the question is, did this really play out as the authorities have said, or was something else at work here? Regardless of what, this is what David had to say on Coast to Coast. Check it out.
In Long Island, New York. Welcome to Coast to Coast. I am David Wilcock. Jimmy, hey Dave, how you guys doing? Doing good, Chris. Well, I have a question for David. It's from reading his new book, The Seven Mysteries. Very enjoying very much. And one of the chapters was Nikola Tesla, Pete Peterson, and Nikola Tesla Black Ops. Yep. There's one of them is about Black Jesus, where the descendant being appearing in Africa. Yep. I just want to know if you know any more information you would share with us, because that was very captivating to me. And I just wanted more information. Yeah, the Black Jesus story called that in the book, who actually was working for the Rothschilds and still does, and also is a whistleblower who doesn't really do what they want, but continues to work for them because he feels like there's some very serious extraterrestrial threats to Earth, and that what they're doing is very necessary to protect us. So the story goes that in the 1960s, there was a black man in Africa who came in with abilities complementary to those of Jesus. And he was performing miracles. He was starting to get people to listen to what he had to say. And all tried to kill him. And they could shoot him in the head, and his skull would just regenerate. The flesh would grow back, and he was fine. And, so the crazy story that I heard, which, and remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway. The story was that this guy, they finally said, okay, we're going to bring you to the United Nations and share your message with the world. Let's get you on this flight. They bring him on this flight, and instead of bringing him to the United Nations, they shot him repeatedly, and then actually had some kind of meat grinder device, and basically like a bandsaw, I guess, and sawed up his body into a whole bunch of pieces, put him in these very like radioactive shielded containers, and then had all these fighter jets dock with the plane and fly parts to all corners of the world, where then these containers turned him into ash. And they thought that maybe this would defeat him, like that his body somehow, the tissue was necessary. So if they destroyed all the tissue in all these places across the world, maybe they could defeat him. Well, he then regenerated in their office and was fully fine, fully intact. But the sad part is that he said, you guys so badly do not want me to be here that I am not going to be able to do anymore. You're going to get what you want, but bear in mind that in the future, many others like me will be coming, and when they do, you will not stop us. Wow. That's just all I know. Unfortunately, there's nothing more to the story than that. It's incredible. But it is an incredible story. Incredible.
It is genuinely recounted by witnesses that Simeon Toko appeared before people in an apparitional body and in dream states while he was physically alive. At least one witness who was hired to kill him said he personally killed this man, quite professionally, as a hired killer, and saw him alive again a few days later. Others still living at this writing said they saw Toko physically slaughtered and watched him bring himself back to life before their astonished eyes. There is a very large body of testimony, of which only a little has yet been recorded or written down from eyewitnesses. This is the story of the man who single-handedly gave defeat to the Belgian army. The truth, stranger than fiction. The unbelievable spiritual power of one man that overcame an army. Is this a real-life African avatar? It all began because Leopold II wanted his country to join the League of European Empires, but the Belgian state refused to finance its part in Western Europe's expensive scramble for Africa. So they outsourced the task to Leopold, who used personal diplomacy to convince the European powers to grant him control of a large portion of the Congo Basin. He promised to bring civilization to the so-called Dark Continent. Christ in the Congo Free State in 1885, Leopold's playground was an astonishing 17 times the size of Belgium, comprised largely of unmapped jungle. It was initially a huge financial burden, but when worldwide demand for rubber boomed, Leopold cashed in. Congolese workers were sent out into the jungle to slash down vines and bodies with rubber latex. Later, they would scrape it off their skin, often taking flesh and hair with it. The work was labor-intensive and injurious to health. The only economical way to collect it was via the forced mobilization of Congolese society. The Congo Free State evolved from a vanity possession. According to history today, Leopold's hell operated by an insane logic. Villages were set quotas of rubber, and the gendarmerie were sent in to collect it, a process that was sped up by looting, arson, and rape. If a police that kind of breach their quotas.
I could stop it there. The video itself is about 17 minutes long, but that's just a glimpse into some of the things that David Wilcock was on and how he has allegedly been silenced. I thought it was interesting about the guy Simeon Togo. I don't know if you guys know about the ancient Egyptian myth about Osiris and how his body was dismembered and scattered all over the places and locations as well. The floor is open.
Yeah, that was my first thought when they said that they scattered his body across the world as Osiris. But I guess it makes sense for why, they got the scientists up out of there. You know what I'm saying? But I do think the key is that it seemed like it was the Rothschilds behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just coming out more and more. It's, flipping levers and making decisions like that. It just shows the level that he was at too, for them to go through all that effort to kill him. But I know.
How about looking? I think what I also thought. Osiris was the first thing I thought about. Then the second thing I thought about was the diaspora. Those of us who are part of one body, one mind, one soul, one spirit, that have allegedly been scattered all over the planet, dismembered, if you will. So much so that we don't get along with each other, we fight each other. We are focused on the differences of the programming for which we were planted, and even fight amongst ourselves in certain people groups. But I just thought that was very interesting about the dismantling and dismemberment of a people, and that we are called the diaspora. So I think the ultimate enemy's biggest fear is the awakening, and us realizing who we are and whose we are, and unifying as one mind, one body, one spirit.
Sis, you just struck a nerve in my head, okay? I mean, not a nerve, but euphoric moment, because I just had the flash of an ant colony. Now, I think the Akhenates or whoever they were said that we are something similar to ants, to that effect. And it's like you have the queen and a ant colony, but yet and still the colony works as a unit. They all have a functioning role. And if you dissect that colony, it still functions, but as the same way as I'm kind of thinking at the same time I'm speaking, but what the point is that we have been divided. It's not so much an individual or not so much spiritual, but it's the unity of the people that has been dismembered or taken apart. And that's such a great analogy that you just mentioned. And like I said, it sparked a flame in my mind, and I'm going to have to compose all of this together, because I think you're onto something. I really honestly do. Is that it's the dismemberment of the race as a whole, if I can't use any better words for it, but a people as a whole that has been dismembered, and not necessarily the individual person within the community that has been dismembered. I think you're...
Gratitude.
Christine, I've heard at least 2 or 3 accounts where the white people have seen aliens. These are white accounts. And they all keep saying that they're black. At least one of them was in the government. One of them was a white guy that was supposedly taken. And then we just heard something. But they always say that the people, when they come, they're black. And it makes me really think spiritually or mentally like us. You know, as we look at them, we see their behavior, and it's starting to become more and more apparent that they're really not like us in any way. I don't even know, is it a human? If you don't have a heart and you don't have the love, the natural love for this planet, if you don't have a heart for man, is it really human?
Just to follow up what I just said was, I recall watching, I'm going to see if I can find it, Martin Freeman narrating one of his God series program, but anyway, within the program, they were able to test people by, in other words, they were trying to prove evidence or show evidence that people was connected all over the world, and that certain not trauma, but certain events would trigger people to do certain things. In other words, it's like they had a way of measuring certain things that, like, events, say like 9/11, okay, how the response of people all over the world, how they're linked. And I made the connection. It's like, have you ever been thinking about a person and they call on the phone, these type of things? Well, Google has a way, like, when you go to Google and you search for something, they can actually predict the mindset of people now. And I have that video, and I'll share it once I find it. But they have a way of using an algorithm to actually predict or sense what people are feeling worldwide, because they can look inside just based upon what people search for. So if Google can do that, then how come we cannot do that prior to all of this technology? And I'm thinking that, this telepathic stuff and this telemetry stuff, that is real. And we were able to practice that at one time, but because of all of the noise and the conditioning and societal rules and things of this nature, we just lost contact with this ability. I do know that we have like a body clock, a biological clock, same to where that we don't need a time clock to wake up. We've been conditioned to that because of the industrial age. But then like a pigeon has a homing, a magnetic, you can find its way home from all over the planet and stuff like that. But we have that also, but we've been conditioned to use GPS and maps and things of this nature. But those same abilities that are in those animals, we have that as well. We just been educated not to use that. So you're on this spiritual connection. It's just that I'm afraid to call it spiritual because of blowback from people, thinking that it's related to Christianity and this type of thing. But, that interconnectivity, we never lost it. We just forgot how to use it.
So, Richard, I fully understand what you're saying, and the sensitivity of the ones that we use, because they mean so many different things to so many different people. That's really where the conflict happens. Because as soon as somebody says spiritual, they automatically thinking religious, or whatever. So literally it's just the consciousness, the collection, if that's scientific enough for everybody. But what Totem Pole was talking about is, that was such a beautiful point he made when he said, well, if they're not able to love and have, are they even human? And that's the thing. I've been calling them inorganic beings. I perceive that something has hijacked humanity, hijacked the planet, hijacked the world, if you will, somehow, and probably through humans' ability to have love and compassion, because the word says that God is love. So if we were made in the image of God, the creator, the most high, the mind, the all, right, source, if that's what we emanated from, and we are love, we are the emanation of love and compassion, then our empathy has been used against us. Because if you think about something, when somebody do you dirty and you return that energy, first thing they want to say is, see, they acknowledge you for your beliefs. They acknowledge you for your faithfulness and your honorable stance in life. But they up you over, and then they say, well, I thought you was a Christian. thought you was a Muslim. You know, like, supposed to return that energy because you a Christian type shit. And so that's the mindset that is taking place over the people, is to sit on a pew. I can't speak for other people. I just know where I came from. Sit on the pew, wait for the sweet and by and by, for Jesus to crack the sky. And your reward is in heaven. You ain't supposed to have no reward here on earth. You just supposed to suffer and make it through and all that bullshit. That is not what Yeshua taught, and I'm quite sure that the other ministers and prophets that other people follow, at the end of the day, it's the same message, disseminated to different people. Those messages will meet you where you are. And that's why I don't agree with us arguing and fighting and trying to proselytize somebody to believe in or ascribe to. Because your message is going to hit you based on your makeup, be it DNA, spiritual DNA, your level of consciousness, whatever the case may be. But it's love. There is a thread that runs through, I don't care what religion it is, it's there. But the oppression, control, and the manipulation, and the indoctrination, and the people, and the puppets, and the prophets, and teachers, and leaders that they use to put in front of you end up getting glorified and honored. And we give our power over to something and someone else. And we forget that we have an ultimate connection to source ourselves. So yes, Richard, it ain't that we used to be able to communicate telepathically and we used to be able. No, we still are. We still can. And we still do. For those who are open and able to receive that. Why do I say that? Because a lot of the teachings have demonized you possessing this type of power. So you get, if you defect and you depart from that box, your institution, your organization, your fraternity, your sorority, your religion, any type of in the fraternal order, when you come out from that and exercise your gifts individually, to impact your family and create a legacy of faith for your family or whatever, or wealth for your family, you're a problem. Because if other people see you doing it, then they're going to say, well, Sean, what must I do to be saved? And then you tell them. That's what David Wilcock, these scientists, during the pandemic, all those doctors that were truth tellers and helping humanity was a problem. You a glitch in the system. We got to get rid of you because you fucking up our program. You fucking up the church's money. So, Jamal, inorganic beings, they're not human. And the thing is, we have to be able to think. You know how they say you got to have a criminal mind? Not that you yourself are a criminal, but be able to see, have pattern recognition, right? Have pattern recognition and be able to see. So to them, what they are doing, that's their rules, that's their law, that's the way that they move. They're not doing nothing wrong. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be very distasteful, and I'm going to use the example of R. Kelly's song, talking about I don't see nothing wrong. He didn't see nothing wrong with his doing. He didn't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. With children.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Children.
That's a difference now.
Yeah, with children. All right, and age ain't nothing but a number. So he didn't think, in his mind and in his world, there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. Them popes, the Vaticans, and I promise I'm about to land. There's nothing wrong to them in their mind and in their world with what they are doing. They say, do as we say, but not as we do. Because when you start doing what resonates with you, it actually opposes them. You're doing what you want to do is emanating some element of righteousness. It is creating a balance that they don't want to see happen. Things are out of balance. The negative, adversarial, patriarchal energy is in control. And when I say patriarchal, guys, I'm not about men versus women. I'm talking about that father, that created evolutionary reality. That is not for any of us that are human. That's against everything that is human. The feminist movement is not it. It's for women who are against women and hate men. We don't get that. So, to Jamal's point, and yes, I will land, there's a distinct difference when Kendrick Lamar says they ain't like us. That goes deeper than black and white. It goes deeper than richer and poor. It has to do with are you human or are you inorganic? Is it live or is it Memorex?
Well, I want to just add a piece to. I was looking at something on YouTube yesterday about a tribe in the South Pacific. It's close to Australia. It's also close to Fiji. It's right in that group of islands. One of the famous things that this tribe has is they're black with blonde hair. They're melanated people. Aborigines.
Yeah, those are the what they call that's who Hitler called the Aryan race. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Some of them got tan eyes. Some of gray eyes.
Okay, brother. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. What I was saying was that group of people talking about, y'all know, and the Aborigines from Australia and all of them.
Those are Tasmanian people.
Oh, brother, can I please speak? Please.
I'm giving your fat some context so you can know next time you explain it to somebody. You know who the people are.
Yeah, just let it rock out.
I got it.
Appreciate that. But the point of what I'm saying, and the only thing found on me is my dick. But the point of what I'm saying is these people are aboriginals to that land. And they right now are standing there, well, wait a minute. We don't want to go along with you white motherfuckers being here in Australia. We don't like it. Right? The thing that they did with us as aboriginals to this land, they played a colder game because it was a mind fuck along with the land. They were able to pull off a real mind fuck with us because they were able to kill our men because we went to war with them even though they had a weapon we weren't used to fight against. We actually went to war with them and they killed us, right? Because of that weapon. But the point of what I'm saying is their mindset has been the whole time nothing but war. And that's the reason why the so-called alien doesn't really want to expose themselves because they don't want to destroy the earth. The earth is the most valuable thing. These people aren't really of this planet, so they don't care about the earth the same way as the original man from the earth does and the original people of the sea. Because the people of the sea just tolerate them, right? But the sea is still on the planet, right? The earthlings, the people of the land, the black man and black woman, we're tolerating them too. But they're not from this planet and they don't respect the planet. So what all the shit that they do, that they're really not from this planet. Right? And the only thing that we really can do, and I'm seeing it from Iran, the only thing that we can do is I land.
Hey, fat, listen. So look, you right, and let me, you know what I mean? Let me ride with you for a minute. So they have no connection to nothing down here. That's why it's so easy for them to kill animals, kill whole ecosystem, destroy nature, because they have no spiritual, natural connection to these things. What nigga you know would want to block out the sun? No nigga on the earth would ever want to block out the sun. See what I'm saying? That is the most crazy. That shit worse than smoking crack. Faith, let's go green, meditate, and nature type shit. That's not who white people really are. That's what they started to adapt later on when you see all these motherfuckers want to do yoga, want to run, they want to work out, they want to go green, want to be in nature and all this because they have seen all of the shit that they've done to nature and in nature. So now, in these latter part of the days, you got your average white person trying to save face because they know that their race has fucked up the planet. See what I'm saying? And it's because of that fact. That's why when I always say that when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to what we were doing first, what is natural nature, these are the things that we were connected to. We worship what sustained us, our women, nature, and the motherfucking sun. See what I'm saying? Those are the things that sustained our civilization. That's why we worship them the way that we did. See what I'm saying? Religion teaches away from what's natural and what. Because religion don't teach your ass to go out there and hug trees. Be good to the animals. Take care of nature. Nature gonna take care of you. Religion don't tell you that. But that's what man is supposed to be doing. We were put here to take care of these ecosystems. Learn everything that we're supposed to learn about them when it comes to the alchemy, the birds, the bees, the fish, all of the shit that's swimming, all of the shit that's walking, all of the shit that's flying, and all of the plants and shit in between. This is knowledge that we're supposed to learn on this planet, in this terrain, and pass this shit down to the generation that's coming behind us. That is what we are put here for.
Speak on this. They killed 18 million buffalo that were just roaming.
Minding their goddamn business.
They killed 18 million of them.
Trying to cut off a food supply to starve out another group of. Now tell me how sinister that is. You are already eliminating a whole species buffalo only to starve out another species, another group of people. Now you trying to kill two birds with one stone.
It fucks everything up.
Fuck everything up. And this is what I'm saying, that when, like you say, Fatback, when we look at this shit and we look at them, that almost assures us that these people have no connection to the things that we are naturally connected to. Because I always say, and this is the point that's at the top of the list, if the sun don't like you, your ass ain't supposed to be here. So if white people, right, are a threat of being down here like white people are dying because it's too hot. 2 white people die every day from skin cancer, meaning that the cancer that they get come from the what is harmful to them, the radiation from the sun that we absorb every day as us being naturally who we are. That same radiation kills them. So that lets you know that they're not fit for this terrain. Their own scientists say that there is no need, there is no use, there is no nothing for the white. There is no reason for the white gene because it don't do shit. It don't protect nothing. It ain't protecting itself. It's just here. The own white scientists said that. So it's like, again, when you put all this shit in the context, like we saying, these people are not of us, didn't come from us, and they are not naturally connected to what we are connected to. That's why it's so easy for them to destroy shit the way that they do. And if you understand that, then it makes it a lot easier for you to understand the way that these motherfuckers think.
That's interesting. I pause, bro. Straight up. I listen, and ain't nothing wrong with what you said. Though I disagree, bro. And the reason why I disagree, if you allow me just 30 seconds, because what is human? Human means you have the ability to learn, right, from your past behavior and improve. And I think that's what our brothers did, or a little lighter tonality. I'm serious. I'm not, trying to be any different to nobody, but I don't believe in that whole. I believe the same thing that Lady Jane Elliott says, that there's only one race, man, on Earth, and that's human, man. That's human. Seriously. Anyway, I'm done.
Well, it's not just the human race, because you have the human race and then you have mankind. Mankind is something like a human. A human, well, the original 100% human. If we want to talk about who is actually 100% human being over everything and everybody, is the black woman. The black woman is 100% human being. The black man is 99.9% human being because we come from her. That X is bigger than that Y, right? So when we pass that, right? So when you talk about who's actually humans, black people are. Everybody that falls under a certain percentage of human DNA, like white people who have, 5 to 7% Neanderthal DNA, they are not humans. They are not, they are if you want to call them, a different humanoid species, but they ain't what you would call a human. Because again, y'all niggas think because they got a head, an arm, a toes, and all this shit that they know your genetics makes you what you are. Not what you look like. Your genetics makes you what you are. That's how that works.
And can I add that everything in the periodic table is found in you. That's why they be doing blood work and shit, checking your levels. Everything that's on the outside is on the inside of you. Sodium, potassium.
Everything that explodes in bombs is in us. So when niggas think that they getting this explosive shit to make these bombs out of these mines and uranium and all that shit, no, nigga, your bones. When it's a lot of combustible shit within black folks that they know this shit.
Red, you heard of spontaneous combustion?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is something that I learned. Like I didn't even believe this shit at first. I'm like, damn, they really grind our bones up and turn that shit into shit that's explosive. Yeah, nigga, because our bone density ain't like everybody else's.
So to me,
it's the difference.
When I was looking at just being a true seeker coming out of shit, and I was looking at the way the tabernacle, the dimensions and how it's built and what could go in and what can go out and all this other stuff. And then the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant
is to go this
I'm sorry, Jamal. I don't know if you were in the Matrix. The Ark of the Covenant was a technology. To me, everything that we are, when it says the kingdom of God is within you, the imitators, the inorganic beings, those who are running this planet, these reptilian Draco beings, they have to imitate the work and will of the Creator. They are making things from things that were already made. Does that make sense? The Ark of the Covenant held the tablets of the law. The 10 Commandments held energy and power. It was sacred and all of that. And certain people were commissioned to approach it. And they had to have a breastplate that had all these different gemstones and all this other stuff. Like each of the gemstones had a certain vibration and frequency and resonance and had a certain purpose and all of that. And if you approached it if you wasn't designated to approach it, you would die. Like, what? Was you zapped? I think it was technology. And I feel like we are technology. We are the technology. That's why they fucking with us, harness us, manipulating us, trying to, like the transhumanist shit, connect you to the Internet of Things and all of this stuff. Genetic manipulation has happened since day one.
Let me say this, please, and then I'll go on mute, and pull in Eugene on this. And okay, and I'm reminded of a lot of stories that my mother told me, and other things like the Indians. They worship everything. Okay, they gave homage to everything. When they made a kill of an animal, they prayed and they gave thanks to God, for that animal, for sustaining their life. And then I did a study on Africa. The traditional religions. Okay, most of those religions in Africa was based upon animism. Okay, basically they worship everything and thought everything had a spirit. And I kind of agree with that. And then we get to panpsychism, okay, which is thinking that all of the universe has a spirit. Everything has a spirit in the universe. It's based on spirituality, the real spirituality, and from my perspective. But see, we get into these arguments and debates, and it all focus back on the Middle East, the Jewish concepts, and all of this other stuff, and we totally forget that we had our own religion, our own way of thinking that had nothing to do with the Middle East concept. But yet still, we revert back to that argument that they created and ignore our original technology. Why? Because we don't know about it. It was never written down, so it was never passed down. It was passed down through folklore and storytellings and songs and things like that. So when they denied us our rituals, stopped us from getting around the fireplace and telling stories, and stopped us from dancing, because we passed this stuff along in dance and rituals and like that. So all of this tradition was lost to the printing. Were the ones that created the printing press and was able to transmit their history from generation to generation, whereas ours was passed down to generation. Our parents had to tell it to us, and we passed it down through word of mouth and things like that. So it died away.
Okay. Fifth, do you think that? Because I was listening to what you were saying. Would it be your assessment that the reptilians are in charge, like they're running the show?
No, excuse me, they're not. They are. They're on the food chain. It's kind of like they have been given a role and a responsibility, and they do have some. They're just doing what they're supposed to do. Like they're getting their marching orders from the Draconians.
From the Archons.
Hold on, I'm sorry. There's so many different. No, you got it. But there's with these terms, okay, the waters get muddy because somebody hears spiritual, somebody hears religious, and it means different things to different people. Even angels and demons and jinn and Anunnaki and all these terms, depending on where they're interchangeable. So I start studying archetypes. When Richard mentioned the animism of the spirituality, there is a most high in every pantheon. So in African spirituality is Olodumare, right? The most high, the creator of all things, whatever. But then under him you got, Oshun, Yemaya. The thing is, these lesser gods is not that they themselves were worshipped. It was just attributes and roles and responsibilities that they were given from the creator to pass down, emulate, and influence the civilization. So he's saying archons, somebody else may say inorganic beings, but it's still, they're archetypes, and they're really the same thing. Good, Red, you got it.
So look, Fifth, I'm gonna give a little pushback, because you got this. This is the only way I'm gonna say this, because the Anunnaki and the reptilians and the Archons, well, the Anunnaki and the reptilians went to war. At first, the Anunnaki was with us because this is who I think we were born from, a certain lineage of the Anunnaki. But the Anunnaki went to war with the reptilians for thousands of years, right? The Archons are a parasitic race that infiltrates through, however they work their little moves. But the Archons, the Anunnaki, and the Reptilians, those are three different groups. Like I say, the Anunnaki was, like I said, at some point, working with humanity in cahoots. But also you had reptilians that were also working with, humanity, because this is why, like I say, we have all of these depictions of said reptilians, from sculptures to pictures to drawings to carvings to stonework. They all depict the same thing. So it's,
Quick question. Would you say that those are all physical beings, particularly the Archons? You're talking about them being in a 3D physical?
Well, I would say the Archons are not necessarily physical. The reptilians and the Anunnaki, they are. That's why I said that the Archons are kind of like, they're like a parasitic race. Like, let me give you a perfect example. Like It, the movie It, that parasite of what it is, that is an actual real being that they just put on the street. But that parasite of what it actually is, because it actually doesn't have a actually physical form. He feeds off of fear. He feeds off of, you see what I'm saying, lower vibrational energy.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So as long as you are in that vibration, he can feed off of you. He can get to you. He can get into you. See what I'm saying? And this is what, drugs and alcohol and all that, depression, war, famine, all this shit does to the vibration of the people around the world, which allows us to be susceptible to what they call demons and lower spirits and all of that shit. Those are parasitic beings. See what I'm saying? That actually feed off of that type of energy.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I always understood the Archons to be from the spiritual, so I just wanted to.
Right. But when we talk about the Anunnaki and the reptilians, these were actually physical beings that they lived, because you had these civilizations that depicted how these beings actually looked in stone. And stone is the oldest, the longest lasting, efficient evidence that we have of the stories of civilizations.
Right there. I wanted to clarify. I'm not saying they are one and the same. I'm saying that people, because we are not, it takes it's a lot to sift through and dig through, but you have people using these terms to describe these same things. So like, even when you look at Iggy and Leo, and you look at the archetypes of other gods or deities, you will see a sun god, you will see a sky god, you will see a storm god, and you will see those like alleged physical beings that actually walked the earth or were attributed some type of deification. And you will see the same archetypes, is what I'm saying. Whether they were physical and spiritual, and they start to get blended in and interchanged and absorbed and even reappropriated.
No, listen,
you understand what I'm saying?
Listen, you're right, because all of the stories that were created that are in religious texts come from the stories of the Anunnaki. Like when you get the story of Horus and Set, the brothers that's fighting, and Enlil and Anu had the same story. Those brothers went to war, and their children went to war. See what I'm saying? With each other. Their children were the different races of factions of human beings that went to war on the planet. That's why I be saying that Africans took sides against us, the niggas in America. Africans took side with Marduk. See what I'm saying? And the niggas in America on this side, we took another side. Just like I brought up when I talk about the brotherhood of the eagle. And we have all of these eagle predictions, all these eagle representations over here, in the Americas. Like they kept the logo. They didn't, we have the eagle constellation over here, in the Americas. All of this shit. The brotherhood of the serpent is the brotherhood that went to Africa after the fall and the sinking of Atlantis. That's why that's why when people think of civilization starting in Africa? No, that's civilization restarting in Africa. And people don't understand that story. People, and like I said, a lot of people don't believe in the story of Atlantis, or, you know, you don't even got to call it Atlantis. It's just another fallen civilization, and these people, something happening, and then these people just being refugees and just going to other places to start over. Like I said, the Brotherhood of the Eagle stayed in the Americas. The Brotherhood of the Serpent went to Africa. That's why you see a lot of the pictures of serpents, snakes, cobras, and shit over there. That's why you see a lot of
ran with Quetzalcoatl.
But it's the feathered serpent.
The feathered serpent, yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's a bird. We never left the same people. You see what I'm saying? That just went. They got the same knowledge, but they did different shit with it. But if you don't know the story, you don't understand what really happened, and you'll just believe what these crackers told us about what happened in history.
And there is a different energy signature. If you just for all intent purposes, and you just start, because like he said, we won't talk about Africa, but it was Mesopotamia. Even the stories that come through the religious teachings, they all connect to Abraham. Whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, quote unquote, Abraham is the father of them all. But when we meet Abraham, we meet him through the lens of Christianity or through the lens of Islam as by people. And the Judaizers have him over there with them. But he's the father. But if you trace Abraham, if you really study, it was the land of Ur and the Chaldees. Even the Israel, they had 4 baby mamas. All of them, it wasn't no 12 kids by the same woman. And those women, Rachel and Leah, their lineage also traced back to Ur, Mesopotamia, which allegedly is the horn of civilization. This is what I was going to say. If you take Enki and Enlil, there is a right and left, good and bad, up and down, in and out, right? That duality exists. God and the devil and all that. There is the energy signature that follows Enki and Enlil as far as lineages and bloodline.
Yeah.
Which one all under?
That is, but listen, you just said it. Because, oh damn, I did my song.
I think what the other gentleman said, I think it was James, or I believe, when you look at, because you were mentioning like the religions, like the Abrahamic religion, the Jewish religion, you know, so to realize that the whole concept of the Abrahamic religion, the concept of monotheism, of having just one God, that comes from ancient canon, because it comes from Pharaoh Akhenaten, who started the cult of Akhenaten, which was a monotheistic, and he actually introduced monotheism, and he was a sitting pharaoh over Egypt. I forgot which year it was, but yes, he did introduce that concept. And but after his reign, Egypt went back to polytheism once his reign was over. But while he was ruling, the whole temple, for it, they had priests up trained for it, and to believe that the story of the Exodus, right, the Hebrews and 12 tribes and all that comes from Egypt. I believe that the Hebrews who
left Egypt or who were expelled from Egypt, they may have been like holdovers from the cult of Akhenaten. And then they had this cult of this one god that they wanted to worship. Okay, but they were in this polytheistic society in Egypt. So that's why they left Egypt and went and settled in, first Sinai and then later settled in Palestine. That's actually the origin of, the Hebrew religion. And then later, all of the Abrahamic religion. It came, that concept came from him, and even the 12 tribes, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I'm myself just started that. But that would be the origin of it.
I agree with you, mister, because what the whole thing that kicked it off was let us go out into the wilderness and worship our God. Because some of the things that they were doing, like if you think about it, these polytheistic religions, they worshipped calves and these certain animals and things like that. And if I'm not mistaken, these were some of the things that were being sacrificed, and they didn't want to be in the Egyptian camp, if you will, under the close eye of Pharaoh and his folks, doing the things that they did to worship their God. But I agree with you. To me, I cannot personally escape it. Everything, I start back, our roads led me first to Mesopotamia and to ancient, so I'm still continuing to research. I don't pretend to know anything, but I can just say that as I was studying as a so-called Christian, born in the womb, died again, born again, all that, that was not aligning and making sense to me, and people to explain it away, teach it away, and but to me, their explaining sounded like fairy tales for grown folks. Now, I can believe in the supernatural with the rest of them, but the way they were explaining some of these things, even as a child, it made no sense to me. We are in a monotheistic religion, but the Bible said, let us make man in our image. And then you got a God who said that he repented creating man, and he was a jealous God, and all this bloodshed. We supposed to, the devil is the enemy and all this stuff. I didn't see nowhere in the Bible where the devil killed anybody. I didn't see anywhere where the devil killed anyone in the Old Testament. So I don't know. Again, still studying, still open-minded, and still learning, but just building on the foundation, of where I started. And I'm to eat the fish, throw the bones, and eat the fish, throw out the bones, and I will not throw the baby out with the bathwater. But a lot of it's very interesting. And there's so many similarities across the cultures in monotheism and polytheism, for sure. And then, did Jesus, which the letter J didn't exist until the 15th century, Yeshua, did he die on the cross or was it held on? It's just too much. So
I agree with that. The idea or the theory that the so-called Israelites, the Hebrews that was in the land of Canaan, Israel, whatever, that they did come out of Egypt. That's kind of they had this specific name they had for those people, but I just can't remember in the moment. But I do agree with that line of thinking. I've done a research on the history of that. So when you get there, but for me, when I got to Egypt, and I'm sure I'm sure y'all know this fifth and red, but once you go to Egypt, then you get to like Atlantis, Lemuria, and some of those other names and stuff like that. And then it's also a stone, I want to say the Palermo tablet or something like that, where it's Egyptian history, but they talk about how they kings before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt with Narmer, they king list, they had written in stone, but we had a king list of like 30,000 years. And as you go further back, you get into more like figures that you would call like gods or supernatural beings and stuff like that. I get the name of the tablet, but it's an actual tablet. But yeah, once you get to, kind of Egypt, you get to, the Lemuria and all that stuff, Atlantis, you know what I'm saying, and other names that go further back. It is a history. It is, to me personally, I believe that when I believe they were civilizations, actual civilizations. You know what I'm saying? Y'all put.
Well, when I started studying and realizing that the crop was the absolute, even before Jesus, if you will, it was the main cruel method of execution. That's what they did. And to make the cross a symbol, to me, it's just really kind of twisted and wicked to have people clinging to death and bloodshed and blood sacrifice in this way. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot. So anyway, when I started going further back to see what was there first, the Ankh is basically, the cross is a broken Ankh. And the Ankh represents life eternal and life itself. And it is a beautiful representation of the mother, the father, and the child. Whereas when you look at what they had with the patriarchy, Christianity, and a lot of these world religions, it's in the backdrop, very deep and not even so much hidden anymore, is a homosexual agenda. You know, that the cross is a phallic symbol, 100% phallic. There is no womb. There is no mother. There is no, and if it's as above, so below on earth as it is in heaven, there was a divine consort mentioned in the creation of all things. Yet, we've been pushed, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and there is no, the women are to be seen and not heard, and so many men, they ascribe to that. And it's not about being seen and not being heard. It's about the roles that we are supposed to play in creation, in co-creation, in rearing our children with integrity and love and intelligence and wisdom and knowledge and understanding what we are to put into them as a family. And to me, that cross it breaks up the truth of the family by, in the backdrop, the homosexual agenda, the crimes against the children, all of that has been done under the headline and in the name of Jesus. Burning crosses in people's yards, the KKK, all this stuff. And I don't understand how, if you research and study the origin, and I'm mostly speaking of westernized Christianity. I wasn't born in Ethiopia. I know there's an Ethiopian Bible that has all the books in it, not just the 66 that we know. And so many people say, well, Christianity existed long before that. Well, that ain't the Christianity that we got over here. The Christianity we got over here is something different. And it's tied to Christian nationalism and white supremacy. It is. That's the Christianity. That's the Jesus we got. That's the Christianity we got. And I'm sorry, you can do your own research. Take out your smartphone and Google Caesar Borgia and click images and see if you don't see the same image of pictures that's hanging up in your grandma's house. Search Jesus and click images and see if pictures of Caesar Borgia don't come up. Caesar Borgia was the Pope of Alexander VI, who declared himself as God's vicar, God's voice on earth. Therefore, making his son, Caesar Borgia, the Son of God. So, y'all can miss me with all the bullshit as it relates to us being rooted and grounded in this westernized version of Christianity. When I discovered, they were being so hard on Muslims. I didn't understand what's going on. I know some Muslims that we actually think alike. You know what I'm saying? But no, they talking about jihad and suicide bombers and all the bloodshed and forcing people to do this and that under their religion. Christianity don't act like it didn't do the same thing. Christianity is what colonized the fucking planet. You go to Africa, they are more Christian. You ain't gonna find the African spirituality that Jerry and Mr. and those guys were talking about, and Richard were talking about. Those folks are Christian now. Christian colonized the fucking planet.
Fifth Dimension, please let me say something. I spent 2 weeks in Ghana, first time in 2021, having a good time, visiting all the slave journeys. Fast forward, my heart sunk and was so broken. Why? Because as we are traveling from point A to point B with our police escort and all that shit, on the back of almost every jitney bus was the same exact face of that white Jesus that my mother and my grandmother had on the walls in our project apartment. On the walls, everywhere was that same face. I say, what the fuck has happened over here?
What the hell?
That shit broke my heart. I was so sad. I wanted to leave, man. Come to find out, over 60% of Ghanaians are Christians. I say, how the fuck? I get it. Colonization. I get it.
But Leroy, if you Google, you won't even have to put in the whole sentence. If you type in, who does the Pope pray to? Images of him kneeling down before a Black Madonna and child will come up, or a Black Madonna. In Russia, they have a whole book. You can't get that book now. I bought it. It was $1,500 because I just wanted to see. Okay, I sent it back, but anyway, I'm being nosy. But Russian icons. Everybody everywhere else but America knows the truth. The Russian icons, all the imagery in their cathedrals, their painted walls, and all of that, and then they want to lie and say, "Oh, well, no, that was caused to oxidation." I'm gonna oxidate your ass. Okay, but yeah.
I wonder how to oxidate the skin tone, but then oxidate the color of the clothes or the background.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
like
can't
we
get
oxygenated, y'all. We some oxygenated beings, okay?
And then they say, why y'all need to know all of this digging up and all this confusion? Just have faith. All you're supposed to do is have faith. That's the goal of this. So all this other confusion, that's man stuff. Don't worry about none of that. Just have faith. I say, well,
it's the great reset, man. We're going through a great reset, so I advise y'all to get all the knowledge y'all can, get it down, write it down, hold it down, POP, hold it down. But yeah, we're going through a reset, man. Like, this is during the times where, like, you ever heard of the condition called the Mandela effects? This is the time they switch a lot of things, man. They switch a lot of things. They take certain things in and out of the curriculum. Things that we knew that were there, they changed it up a little bit. So you just got to stay woke, man. I mean, even in the Bible, I know a lot of people ain't Bible thumpers, but even in the Bible, it tell you at the end of the book of Revelations that you got to know, things for your own. You got to know God for your own heart, because people are going to take in and out things and interpret them in different ways. So, just, get your tools, whatever your source of life is, find it and keep it safe, because they're going to change it up in a little bit.
Believe it or not, Martin Luther King said, I got to know God for myself. I heard that man say that. He said he couldn't find something in the Bible because he was disturbed by a phone call. He said, I got to know God for myself. I took that very informative, more so than directive. I really felt a connection to that. And so this kind of talk with Ivan Van Sertima, Ben Yuckanen, and so many historians back in the day, they were warning us and telling us about this information. This information has been put out there, especially
with the brothers and sisters in New York who was going on Gary Bird's show and on WBLI on Like It Is with with Gil Noble, Tony Brown's journal. He would interview all of these scholars and give us this information. There used to be lots of lectures. Man, we used to go to Harlem and go to lots of lectures, listen to these brothers, man, and these scholars just teach us this stuff. That's why in Brooklyn and New York, Harlem and Brooklyn has something called a renaissance, a kind of a black negritude going on, and black people were proactive with self-love, self-empowerment, from business to nutrition to ownership and to creating systems, right? The Nation of Islam played a role in that as well, but it wasn't the only thing. Everything was kind of intersecting, right? This mindset, and same thing for Brooklyn. On 2 avenues, man, that run almost a mile long, all these different black-owned businesses, and many of these brothers and sisters came out of corporate America, right? And they used the corporate America to establish the system, but when we interact with each other, we bought from each other, we ate from each other, we shared with each other. And these were people from the Caribbean, people born in New York, people of Southern descent. All these people had one thing in mind, is that they had an awakening. A fucking awakening. There's Mashoud. Mashoud's from Nigeria, called Abodiagon. Me and him used to roll together. Then there was Salif. Salif had the Senegalese restaurant. His children are my children. Then there was 4W Circle. 4 black women came out of the business community, and they created a store where black artists can bring their products. So Christmas, holidays, whatever days you want, we go there and shop with them. When you want to eat, you bring busloads of people, you take the Corinne. If you want them to get a wearable, whatever, we take them to Brenda Branson Bay, or we take them to Mashoud. And this was happening during the 80s. It was an unspoken renaissance that was thriving and happened all up and down. And then when you go further down to Bedford Stuyvesant, then you had brothers from the Urasasa school, right? These were actual educators, right? Establishing organic stores. Then you had Queen Afu of Heal Thyself, bringing you the Kemetic teachings and healing your whole body through Kemetic teachings. And then we had then we had the African Street Festival, which was the Boys and Girls High School, right? The first black high school in Brooklyn, right? Still there. And on the field of that high school, 7 days, was it once a year, brothers and sisters from all over the globe bring their wares and their products. And on the field and on the court, we set up for 7 days, no cops, no police. We police ourselves, and it was nothing but love, interaction, and connection. It was beautiful, right? And it was all culture, knowledge, self-empowerment, everything y'all talking about. I experienced, man. It was amazing, right? The only reason why this thing never stayed or lasted is because none of us own the property. The Jews own all the buildings. So then we as the artists, right, we create this whole atmosphere that made it sexy and cool, right? They had little boutiques and bookstores and places where you can come and do your internet service or whatever and meet each other without having to spend a lot of money. It was fucking amazing, right? So what they started doing, they realized, okay, gentrification time. So they started, and when we tried to buy the building, the taxes and the cost was so fucking high that we had to get the fuck up out of there. So now, my house, I had a brownstone on DeKalb Avenue, cross street in Fort Greene Park. On the outside of the park, Spike Lee's family had their house. I kid you not, soon after gentrification came in, people were calling the police on Spike Lee's father, who was a jazz pianist, practicing. They called the police on me. I'm in the hammock in the backyard in between paintings, and they call the police on me talking about they hear my music. My music was jazz and low vibration and low energy reggae music. Not vibration, low, just soft vibration, not low in terms of negative. And my shit, I can believe the police, after 13 years, the police started knocking on my fucking doors, man. So they colonized our ass out of there. To this very day, our history is gone. They even had Little Sun People, a little school for little children to go on weekends to learn all things Afrocentric along with Eurocentric practices. Then there was Push Campus, a high school, a black high school.
That's really crazy too, Leroy. So explain it, Lee.
Huh?
The high school, like Hug High.
I never heard of Hug High. So my sons went.
Like
my sons went to. No, Kush Campus was a Afrocentric high school from the 6th grade to the 12th grade. My children and my friends' children all went to that school. It was just, oh man, we when people talk about Kwanda, we was actually experiencing that stuff. We just needed to own the property. That was the only shortback and shortcoming of our existence, that we could not own. I own mine, but we could not. A lot of people couldn't afford to keep those buildings, man, because the landlord priced them out, and so we dispersed. And now these buildings are like $5 million, $10 million. The taxes are stupid, crazy high. Nobody could afford to stay there, and that's why it changed. The love was there, the culture was there, and these people were not. These people, some of them were rooted in Christianity, some in Islam, some of them are rooted in African principal teachings, but they all were rooted in pro-blackness and pro-spiritual blackness. They weren't trying to erect and enforce the white Jesus concept on anybody. When they want to get black, they know to come. When they come to this area of Brooklyn, you're going to be centered in your blackness, your negritude, whatever that is. Between Pratt University and Brooklyn Academy of Music, nothing but, man, I took my kids were involved in a meal rites of passage. Did he, was it Chuck, what's his name? He's a director of BAM, and he used to go to Africa and learn all things for different tribes. So he came back with a meal rites of passage, and they gave him a grant money. He came back. I used to be friends with this African dance companies, with a lot of them, and they would come to BAM and perform these dances before the audience. Well, he had us participate with our sons in a meal rites of passage. 5 days it took us to plan, right? We had to go there and stay all day, and then we knew that our children we had to learn dances and all the steps and everything. It was the most amazing. I have 2 sons then. I mean, 2 sons old enough to participate. My friend had 1 son, and we was on stage before an audience. People, we were not performing. We were actually participating in a male rites of passion. The day before, he had invited front, and he brought us outside the day before and said, you see these people? These are your community. You're responsible for these people. And he turned to the community and said, see these children? These are your children, and you're responsible for the children. Then we went back in for the continued ceremony. The kids had to bring, we had to bring them new underwears, right? So the part of the thing was take their underwears from them as a boy, give them new underwears and let them know they're a man. Then the following day, we don't see our kids, right? Then that night, the show opens, the drums start beating, and then we perform the ceremony, and then we dance to the drums, and before you know it, now our children and our boys are males. Our rights have come in to become men. It was so powerful to have a story like that, to live, to tell. Phew. I wish everybody could have experienced that. That was community, culture, power of the human spirit. Our minds were centered in the very things that we're talking about. Nobody was promoting and pushing Christianity as the goal. It was about knowing thyself through food, diet, community, and entrepreneurs. Man, shit. They broke that shit up by making so we can afford that neighborhood. And that's how it ended. Sorry about that. That was
No worries, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I want to welcome, we got some new folks on the stage. I'll just go ahead and do a quick reset. I want to welcome you to 40 Acres in a Mule Bus Box. This house was created by none other than Eugene 1X. He's out, there he is, top of the page, actually in the middle of the page now, if you do a PTR. Flashy blue black bow tie. You know Eugene, he is the creator of this house. The Fuss Box is the playground for intellectual prodigies, where intelligence meets street smarts. Will there be peace in the Middle East? That's kind of what we've been talking about earlier today. And those conversations, as you know, always take us down several different rabbit holes. Want to welcome all the beautiful people who are here with red tickets. You're our guest today. That ticket in, click 40 Acres and Mule Fuss box at the top of the page. That will allow you to join our house and join our family. Hand raising is on, and you are welcome to raise your hand and come on up to the stage and share your thoughts. We would love to hear from you. Know that the fuss box is called that for a reason. We be fussing up in here. We do not always agree on everything, but it's not an echo chamber. We got Democrats, Republicans, Christians, Muslims, atheists. We got all kind of stuff running up in and through the fuss box. And everyone is absolutely welcome, because our motto is, it is okay to change our mind based on new information. We are all here to learn the truth and to share the truth, whether it's subjective or whether it's absolute. But again, just to expand our horizon, our wisdom, our knowledge, and our understanding. And, just to make sure that we are being the best that we can be. So with that being said, I want to welcome Nike, BWI, Lyrical, Slim Jada P, D-Lock, Hakima, Masali, Leroy, Ken's Landing, and Mr. to the stage. They have joined us of late. Again, you guys, hand raising is on. Please feel free to come on up. If we send you an invite, don't be scared. You can even come up to the stage and chill with us. You don't even have to say a word if you don't want to. But understand, if you come up with a red ticket and you get rowdy, you will get evicted. Okay? Evicted and ejected and sent down to Ukraine, America, and Dubai. All right? The folks we got down in the Gooniversity do not tolerate your bullshit. With that being said, the floor is open. We would love to hear from you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, the goo is unbeatable. Yeah, listen, the goo is like the motherfuckers in the comments on the internet. Like, you can't beat the goo. You cannot defeat the internet. You cannot defeat the internet. You can defeat the goo. The goo is unbeatable. That's why I don't even read the comments. They probably going in on my ass. I ain't gonna read them. Shout out to everybody. I love y'all. What y'all niggas doing, man? What the word is? What we talking about? I got my kids today.
We want to just share with us an experience you had with a rite of passage, and how it wasn't anything being pushed other than becoming and being men. And he thought that was an absolutely beautiful experience. So.
I don't even know when. Shit, man, I ain't even gonna say. You know what? I'm gonna just be real. I think I became a man. When I turned 31. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm saying that in the sense of like when I just realized, like, how as a man when you wake up and you just realize, like, like all the shit you did before, this shit really don't matter. It's just like I guess it's when I started taking like responsibility seriously, I'ma say. Cause it's just like before then, man, it was like, shit, man, fuck this, I ain't really give a fuck about shit, but then it's just like, when I had to really wake up, realize and revise and change a lot of shit and sacrifice a lot of shit and give up a lot of shit, it became of me that, like, I'm becoming a different person. I guess this is what becoming a man is what this is. So that's why I always man, nigga don't really get grown until they 30. From what I say. Because most niggas that wake up to life until that time. But before then, most of us, we in the street, we playing, you know what I mean? And I think at that point, we just realized, like, hey, boy, something gotta give. And I can just say, honestly, just being real, like, I'm gonna say it for me, like, that's when I say I became a man. When I realized that just because you a nigga with a dick, that don't make you a man.
Hey,
broke on the street don't make you street. You's a broke nigga, bro. So how you even? I'm sorry you feel that way. Like, don't say you from the street. I seen you become on the street, bro. Tell me why you was on the street. Right before that's what they already told me about. Why? Because you was a little stupider before I met you. But you got your mind a little bit closer to right. When I was fat man. No, you was a little stupider. Fat man, so you was a little stupider. Since I've been around you, since I've been fucking with you, I got a little smart on. I hear that, my nigga. I ain't mad at you. You been getting shit. You shut the motherfucker. I can't front. I can't front. You know all types of trivia shit that I think to myself, how the fuck did this nigga know that? I say that to myself. Hey, look. Females in
the cool of the day. In the cool of the day, Jamal ponders.
For real. I told somebody last night. Like,
the craziest shit.
I don't know a lot of shit. I just know a little bit about shit.
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
He be YouTubing like a motherfucker. You in a lot of YouTube, and you live on YouTube. But you're getting better.
I'm getting a little less stupid or fat back. That nigga said you were stupider 6 months ago.
Remember that boy that showed us a picture of what he looked like? Oh my goodness. But that had so much hair on that stuff, boy had a
Black Jesus, what did you do, my nigga?
What came up out that shirt? Oh my Lord.
Listen, man. Ain't nobody else gonna say nothing about my nigga.
Jamal had came up out that shirt. Well, Jamal, you a good sport for that, but we had to laugh.
That was it. He gonna forever be my partner for that. I don't give a fuck with him.
Hey, we got a good laugh, but we got a good laugh. Yeah, that was a good night, though.
That was a good night, though. I ain't gonna lie. He had fun that night.
Pedro, you remember?
I'm glad at the end of the day.
It was all of us. It was Melissa, it was Erica, Michelle, Phil, you, Fatback, Ian was in. Everybody was in.
That was hilarious.
Man, we was in about 3 hours straight, bro.
That was a good one.
I'm talking about, we was laughing the whole time. Even Fatback couldn't help but laugh. He was just. He couldn't help but laugh.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rolling back, y'all was rolling.
I ain't gonna lie.
I laughed their life, man.
I'm on the ground crying, laughing like y'all just crazy.
Do you remember that?
Now the world, they supposed to be going to World War III. I'm still laughing. I don't give a fuck.
Pedro, do you remember that time we were doing it? And you was talking about strapping the slave up on the tree?
Oh, yeah. I tell that nigga, I beat that nigga right now to the pole. It's some good niggas in this room right now to the pole. I couldn't wait to own to the pole.
That nigga, that's who that was. That nigga talking about some. I put some of you niggas on the plantation right now.
Some of you niggas kids don't work with some lashes.
That's what he kept saying. Look, I couldn't figure out who the fuck that was for the death of me.
Hey, I'm gonna have some of these niggas kids picking cotton. Boy, hey, listen. Hey, what?
I thought that was Don that was saying that. I was like, who kept saying that? Like, who kept saying that? Own niggas.
I will beat the shit out of some of these niggas.
What to y'all niggas?
Wow. Hey, Nike.
Nice.
That was one of the niggas.
He one of the niggas.
Let me just keep it people.
Y'all should be locked the fuck
Oh,
up.
somebody trying to say something. Hold on, Nike.
That's what I'm saying. Shut up, nigga. You gay as fuck.
Somebody trying to say something like that.
Slim Jada P would like to speak.
She's trying to say something.
New quiet voice.
So, if I really was Nike, why do I sell the Simpsons to Nike after just killing the president?
Oh my goodness. See, them two niggas right there, Nike.
What?
I will beat the shit out of them niggas. And hey, listen, we can't let them niggas procreate. Them two niggas, we can't have no crazy nigga baby. I would beat them and they'll be relegated to the. You just say it. Listen, hey, listen, man, them two niggas. Now we can't sell them because they ain't gonna be worth nothing. We gotta be worth something. We gonna work them until they die. They gonna be worth half the value. They gonna be worth something. They ain't worth the bucket of cotton they picking in. They get something for them. No, man, we gonna get nothing for them. We gonna mess up our reputation. I'm gonna get 2 for 1. No, man. I'm gonna say they had for some equipment. Listen, no, trade they had for some equipment. Listen, I'm gonna wait till I go to town. I'm gonna use them as a stool. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till we go in town. Let's just use them. They'll tell Nike to stoop down, nigga.
Erica, the moderator's present. Erica, I see you on the car. Flawless. Are you there?
Stoop down.
Yeah, Gene. Oh, you're there. All right. Because guess what? I'm not. I'm about to be. I gotta set my little Apple Watch came, so I need to make sure y'all on deck because I'm out. Okay. Hey, the vice principal is on deck.
Hey, Michelle, we gonna tell them to stoop down and get down. I get. Listen, now y'all can't have Michelle or Eric or Flawless, but y'all can have Nike and what's the girl named Slim Jada? She ugly, but she sure do work good. Y'all can't have the 3 up top.
What you talking about? What you saying my name for, though?
Yeah, you can't have the 3 up top.
Ain't down. What you talking about?
Red, he got me there.
You from Crenshaw? You talking this?
I'm gonna put them lashes to your back, boy. I'm gonna put them lashes to your back, nigga.
You gonna put what on my back?
The lashes, nigga. He gonna get 3 lashes. Yeah, nigga. For talking back. For talking back. Hey, and he over there telling the read. He talking about how to fix this nigga.
Where the read lashes at? When he told you he gonna get his head. We got that on replay.
Bro, like, why? Why you say why must they do that all the time? Red, I told you, listen, Red, I told you, got him I told you, listen, Red, I told you, he already got
replay, bro. I got the
Red,
replay right here.
he already got butt broke over there on Master Wookie playing.
Oh, now you want to talk about butt?
The boy already got butt broke. Yeah, the boy already done got broke, bro. He's back with, broke back now. Yeah, he got big one.
Stand for?
He can't handle it. He want to talk about it. Shit. He talking about some other shit. He was over there playing Candyland plantation. They was over there doing funny shit. He talking about enslaving you ignorant niggas. He talking about dick on the brain. This shit crazy. No, I'm on what? Listen, I'm on what Sean on now. I see what he be talking about. Making money out of these miserable niggas. You gotta join. I'm gonna make me some money out of these miserable niggas. I love y'all boys, but y'all always talking about that time and the gang members trying to reach. I'm past that shit. Fuck no, you're not. You a gang member. I'm gonna explain these niggas.
I figured that you sound like the fit.
These niggas to work.
That's what I'm talking about.
Listen, I live my whole life to work. That's why I live my whole life, y'all.
I appreciate you saying that, bro.
Y'all standing there, they full of people with fraternities, sororities, the extra star. My family, there's some badges over there too. I figured that. Yeah. Slave. I ain't got no family. I was going against my family, trying to see the better good. Now I see why they said fuck them niggas.
Yeah, but you trying to put us back on the plantation, you gonna have the white man.
Right. No, not us. Just niggas like you.
No, Red.
Not us. Just niggas like you.
No, you can't. Shut up, yeah.
Niggas like you.
Just niggas like you.
We'll try it. Put us back in the you put us back on. You can't pick no kind of one. No, come on. I'm gonna have you over there. Come back off, pull up. You can't pick no.
If we put him in the field, the crops gonna start growing.
Yeah, you can't get right. You gonna fuck my cotton.
You gonna fuck the crops.
Man, I'm gonna stay over there and stick to the horses. Don't. I'm gonna see how strong this y'all is. I'm gonna put you over there to pin to them horses. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put you over there to pin.
I'll make that nigga put feet on the horses all day.
I'm gonna have him change the hooves all day.
Yeah, his ass change the hooves all day.
Shoot it real good.
So listen. So look. So if the horse want to kick anybody, they gonna get kicked first.
But he kind of strong, Jamal. He kind of strong. I want to catch him. Okay, I seen it in him. Long time ago. You see how he bumped back a little bit? He got a strong back.
Yeah.
They got a strong back, but he got a strong back.
That nigga gonna horses. He gonna put that nigga on horse dude. He gonna lift the horses.
You know the one uncle and mama, they ticklish. You know the one uncle stimulus, right? He ain't gonna pick out.
That's why he
You can't pick no cotton off my land.
He got his sperm down on Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy.
He is Uncle. You can't take no cotton up here. Stab that nigga. You gonna tend to the horses, goddammit. You gonna be able to after
You gonna milk them horses and change them feet, boy.
change them hooves. You like it's your bisexual. Hey, one of the times they go strong
Hey Pedro, give me some Worcestershire sauce before I whoop your ass. Give me some of that Worcestershire sauce before I whoop your ass.
Hold on, Maggie. Hold on. I want you to take a big dish. And I want you to go down there to Miss Sarah Lee. And I want you to get some of the pie crust. Don't get no filling. Get the pie crust. That's it. Then I want you to take the rest of the 50 cents and go on over there to Ashley Hookin where you came from and get some sweet and low.
Hey, look, we gonna treat it. We gonna treat it.
I'm gonna get your girlfriend.
We gonna treat his ass like Ray on life out there with in the fertilizer. We gonna put his ass out there in the garden.
There's no, you gotta put me on the mother.
Hey, yard boy. Yard boy. These here little Julie need a little fertilizer. Need a little Suzuris. Need a little Suzuris. My yard boy. Hey, boy, every time you come in here, big boy, that's your name, boy.
Yard boy.
Yard boy. God damn, somebody, hey, man. These plants over here need a little fertilizer.
This is a training. That's why other people told you
they need a little Suzuris.
Hold on, Red. Now listen, I gotta talk to you. I gotta have a heart with the nigga. See, that's why other people told you. They told you for cheap. Listen. That's why the other people told you for cheap. Now listen here. I need this 50 cent. And go on over there and get pie crust. Don't fit it. Go get the pie crust. Now when you get that pie crust, you gotta walk across the street, take 50 paces. That's where your mama and them come from. I want you to get some bread ends. No bread filling, bread ends. I want you to get the ends of the bread.
The county known as Rancho Cucamonga now.
And when you come over there, you can go over yonder, the totem pole. Now, totem pole, I own totem pole. Listen, hold on now. I own totem pole your auntie now. Now, when you get over there, you come up to the totem pole land. You ask that.
He said, I own totem pole your auntie.
Yeah, I own totem pole your auntie. So when you go over there by there,
they say you owe me a auntie, nigga.
I own totem pole the boy auntie. The boy auntie finding the bit. Boy auntie can pass. He passed for white too. Sharp one too. Boy, listen here. When you go over that totem pole,
of clean water.
Can't be Crenshaw.
And you gonna bring that back to your grandma's sister. And you gonna make a bread pudding pie. That's what you gonna make. That's your task for the day. Hear me?
Man, that's crazy work, bro.
You gotta do all that with no shoes on.
No shoes on.
He called.
And if you drop that burlap sack, I'm gonna put it.
Y'all make it
dirty last.
If you drop that sack, I'm gonna put the lashes
on his back. Drop that sack, you get 30 lashes to your back.
You want to put the sack on back. That's man.
Now your auntie got some of them photo there. You not have that blood, boy.
That nigga know now. He said sex, money, murder.
If you don't come back,
yeah, we gonna tell it. Hey, told the pole not to stay there again, because I know you like to go over there to see action. Hey, told the pole.
Hey, look, listen though. Hey, Black, he's real shit. I ain't in the business of selling niggas, but now that I think of it, niggas like him,
yeah, he gotta go.
We are buying trade them nigga ass fat.
I got a big told the pole not to steal the boy auntie. That's all the family got. That's all the family got.
How y'all at 40? Still gangbanging?
No, you about to nice chin. You got a nice chin.
No, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure I'm up.
Right. Is it strong? Can you read?
I hope you don't.
Can you read?
Throw the photo like this. Oh, man. Throw the photo like this.
Can you lift up to 50 pounds?
That was Brother Eugene. That Brother Eugene.
Can you lift up to 50 pounds? Can you read?
Can you team lift?
Can you
trying to cover the conscience.
Can you project bills? Do you work good with others?
Let me see your resume.
Can you work good with others?
It's joking. It's joking. It's your last plantation. You got 5 of them. Cause you a picture whoop on the job.
Picture whoop on the job, boy.
Yeah, say right here the last
time. Ain't nobody doing nothing. Jangline. Well, tell you about picture whoop on the job, boy.
Sad. Gang members.
Listen, I know your daddy ain't trying to show you how to look. Y'all hear this? Gang members. Listen. Now, hold on. I'm about to tell you. Listen, boy. What's wrong with you?
Over different colors.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? No.
Don't stop it, man.
Listen, who is not Michelle
colors?
You and Michelle is not that.
No. Let's talk about it, man. You a man. You're Crenshaw mom. You bring some blood.
I'm a man.
You kill people. Listen,
I'm a man.
Walk around, check people for colors, right?
I'm a man.
Die for colors, right?
I seen that movie.
Die for real.
I'm just saying. That's why I say
I like that movie.
That's sold by the white man. Like,
That's
what you were just talking about. The man.
I like that movie.
Own the building. So you own the corners, and you walk around, check folks, and kill them, and kill your own people for colors.
Right.
And
we on privacy.
Look, you trying to tell my name, so
I would scream your ass off.
What's putting in work?
We on privacy.
Right? Hey, listen, boy, I got a new piece of rope. I just bought a radio. I just got it. Hey, look.
Hey, Pedro, listen. We ain't even gonna hang him. We just want to get him we just want to get him rope burn. We don't even want to hang him. We just want to get him rope burn. We don't even want to hang him. We just want to get him rope burn.
That boy wants to be hung him on.
We ain't even trying to kill him. We just want to get him rope burn. That's it.
You got to get off my rope. Okay, that nigga on my rope. You three.
I don't even want to kill him. I just want to get him rope burn and let him go.
Bring him up.
Drag his ass up and get him rope burn and let him die.
Now, he's not like Star color. See, if he was Star color, you have to beat him on the feet. Don't fuck up that boy skin.
Man, you so
no, yeah, you saying
you're bootleg, man. Like I said, you
bootleg. No, you're a little darker.
He one of them black ass. He one of them black ass Hershey.
He
one of them Hershey herpes kisses black on.
Since you want to be, like I said, we centering everything around you, but you don't want to ask questions.
What's up, man?
College.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you graduate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what fraternity you join?
All of them. The nigga.
No, I'm just saying, right? So you're a bootleg?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. No, I'm cool about it. So how you feel about this blood nigga right here next to that didn't go to college?
I'm a bootleg nigga too.
Well, he got a
blood niggas are bootleg niggas.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, blood niggas are Masons.
he got a plantation here.
Definitely. 123 acres. Ready to put niggas to work.
Listen, you got a white garden on your name.
Red didn't go to college.
And
You know who Nike is? Hold on. Watch this. Nigga, you know who Nike is, nigga? Who? You know what Nike is? You know who you named yourself after? Who? Nike.
I'm the new Nike. Why?
No, that's a Greek goddess, nigga.
It's a Greek gay goddess.
Dumbass.
See, I knew the nigga didn't read
Nike, man.
It's a Greek gay goddess.
I knew the nigga didn't read well.
You hold on.
It's a Greek gay goddess.
27. You worried about what people call them still?
Hermes is a Greek gay goddess.
I'm asking you a question on Pedro.
Because that's who Nike is. Nike is Hermes.
You worried about what people call them still?
Hermes is a Greek gay goddess.
And you worried about this
Bartholomew.
Read.
We obviously see you can't read.
No, I know exactly what I did, man. What's the whole name, too? What's the whole name?
Now, we need a nigga that can't read. That means he ain't gonna be able to run away.
That's what I think.
He ain't gonna be able to run away. He can't read on side. So we need him.
Listen, I had a piece of rope on him with one chain in the neck. He couldn't figure out how to run away.
Hey, listen. I'ma tie a bear trap to this nigga feet.
Hey, no, listen.
No, that's what I'm saying. Your family, the people you represent. How about that? What you gonna do about it?
Yeah, it don't matter to me.
Okay. Which one is it?
Because this is you. That's why I want to. Yeah, I want to.
You ever got beat? I want to got beat with a horse. You ever got beat with a horse?
We'll talk about this. No. This is.
You need that nigga at one of them Mexican belts.
I'm gonna beat that nigga one of them Mexican horses.
You saying this?
Yeah, nigga one of them Mexican horse belts.
Let's
hit that nigga so
No, Pedro. Let's unpack this.
That nigga had one of them cattle ranch belts.
Hey, I like to kill the nigga.
I'm asking you a question.
I had to wear it up off him. I need to take the road up the side.
But you don't want to ask questions. Answer questions.
I ain't asking no questions.
We don't talk to peasants.
You know what I'm talking about. We centering you.
We don't talk
about the fruitcake we got here.
We don't talk to merchandise. We don't talk to merchandise.
Right? So I'm asking you a
question. You ain't never known a pound of weed and talk back to me. We don't talk to merchandise.
And you in a fraternity. Correct? You all of that.
Pedro merchandise.
Yeah.
That's like fine with a pump.
That's what
I'm saying. He's centering.
That's like fine with a pump. We don't talk to merchandise.
You just want to get them out, Pedro. Football.
Hey, Ken said, do we see something wrong, Kev? I'll put you on the first goddamn train away from your mom and father. You question me, nigga.
We'll change your life overnight, nigga. We'll change your life overnight, nigga. Your ass will be on the first thing smoking.
Come on. Tell a nigga joke.
I see Kev ass in Chattanooga tonight.
I need some niggas to put the work when I go to the farm.
I see Kevin in Chattanooga. I see his mama in the mix.
Come on, another joke.
Sit in the Chattanooga. I see that nigga in Chattanooga tonight.
Keep his ass on the first thing smoking.
That nigga keep trying to undermine me, man. That nigga keep trying to undermine me.
Let's go.
Tell Pedro, tell my nigga, keep talking back. I'ma sell your ass.
Nigga. I'ma see your first born in Memphis too. Keep playing.
Yeah, okay.
I'ma sit him on yonder. I'ma sit him on yonder.
Until you gonna see walking papers.
Fuck you. I already fucked your grandma, nigga. That's my first lady.
What you gonna do about it?
Over my first.
You ain't worried about food.
That was my first lead.
That was a good one, Black G.
That was a good one. As a boy, my
that was a good one. That nigga said your grandma was just fucked your grandma. That was my first lady.
My daddy gave me your grandma at 16.
Oh shit, that was a good one. That nigga said, why you a joke? That got me fucked your grandma, nigga. That was my first slave.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's get back a memory, didn't it?
I'm saying.
It looked up. Hey, hold on. It looked up.
He said, what?
Hold on. Wait, what time y'all? Hey, look,
Red card
right quick. I think he kind of favored my brothers, man. I think my brother probably your dad. Look
forehead. Why is your forehead butt? Answer me, nigga.
Let me call my brother down here.
Answer me, nigga.
My brother boy.
Why is your forehead butt, nigga? You answer me.
Hold on, Naki. I'm gonna offer you something, Naki. Hold on. Let's pull it back now, Naki. I know this. Back to what? You look like my brother. Hold on. I got something for you. So I noticed he kind of look like my brother. So it look like you have a part of me now. Look here, nigga. You got two choices. Hold on. I don't see how you. Now seeing my brother. Why you took your mother? Hold on. Listen. How's it going down? I can't believe you paying out.
But this nigga Nike got no friends.
No. He kind of look like my brother. Well,
no, I'm talking about his profile. This nigga got no friends.
Yeah, he a newcomer to the PlayStation. Hold on, he kind of look like my brother. Hold on. Look to the left.
So if you're gone and y'all just gonna cut up because she got.
Hey, that's like my brother's boy right there.
Yeah, but
okay, Eric, we started. We started. Okay, we gonna start. See what I'm saying, Eric? See what I'm saying, Eric? We start here.
Yeah, I'm trying to start here. You look like your brother. Look at him. Let me see that jawline. Okay.
I'm sorry, Eric. I ain't saying that.
Hey, get him talking about
yeah, let's talk about something.
Shaw Mafia supports.
Somebody play a clip or something.
That's all right. Please don't, Eric. Please. No. Please. I feel it deep down inside right here. Shaw Mafia support. Call him. The other gang members call him. Now listen here. I had like to hear Eric try to say that's all. Shaw Mafia supports that. Now Eric, go back in the house. I had Eric come outside and try to sell your black ass. Eric, take your red ass inside and let this nigga get beat.
Cause I ain't saying that to Eric go look in the house.
Now when Eric goes back in the house, I get it, man. You calm, man.
He's saying that to Eric go look in the house.
I mean, bro, you so the folks, soon as Eric get back in that house, you hit up with that buckle.
Right, son of Eric lead. That's what I'm gonna start talking to you.
You put his ass with that buckle. Fuck your street. Fuck your hood.
That's fine, bro. Sorry you feel that way.
No, because you wanna you scared. You soon as Eric walk back in the house, wearing the head with that ball police, and you support putting your brothers back on the planet. As soon as Eric you walk back in the house, I'm gonna bust your head out the area. Well, like a slum in his room. You feel me? Now we on the line.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This nigga is down. Let me do it, Eric.
Now we're gonna play it.
You know nothing about it. Let me do it, Eric. Let me out.
Search for frozen ancient dirt. Now a team of scientists have sequenced the oldest DNA ever recovered. So one of the best places to look for any ancient DNA is ground that's been continuously frozen.
Deep beneath miles of crushing white silence, Greenland is hiding secrets it was never meant to give back. For eons, the ice acted like a massive vault, locking away ancient biological blueprints and jagged geological scars. But that vault is finally cracking open. What scientists are pulling from the slush today isn't just data, because it's a ghost of a world we don't recognize, and a warning about a future we aren't ready to handle. Some things were captured in Greenland, and you won't believe it. The ground beneath. At the far northern edge of the world, in a place called the Copenhagen Formation, scientists have uncovered a biological time capsule that technically should not exist. By drilling deep into the frozen earth, researchers managed to pull 2-million-year-old DNA out of the sediment. This is not just old. It is officially the oldest DNA ever sequenced on the planet. It beats the previous record holder by a full 1,000,000 years, completely shattering our scientific understanding of how long the building blocks of life can actually survive. This find reveals that Greenland was not always a barren wasteland of ice and rock. Instead, it was once a lush green forest, teeming with life that looks like it belongs in a different dimension. The genetic fragments tell a story of a lost ecosystem where massive cedar trees grew alongside poplars. Even more shocking,
was the animal life found in the samples. The DNA proves that mastodons, the giant hairy ancestors of modern elephants, once roamed the northern tip of Greenland. They lived alongside reindeer, geese, and even horseshoe crabs in coastal waters that were significantly warmer than they are today.
Okay. So, yeah, you want me to continue?
Yeah, I'm listening.
This was a vibrant, open-bore forest environment existing in a place that is now a frozen desert. Finding mastodons this far north rewrites the entire map of ancient animal migration and proves that life can adapt to extreme shifts in ways we never previously imagined. But this discovery is more than just a history lesson. It is a mechanical blueprint for a warmer world. Scientists are now studying these ancient genes to understand how these plants and animals survived a climate that mirrors exactly what we are heading toward today. They are looking for the specific survival code that allowed a forest to thrive at the doorstep of the North Pole. As the ice retreats today, it is exposing this ancient graveyard, turning a barren island back into the muddy landscape billions of years ago. We are literally watching the deep archive of Earth's past unlock itself in real time as the permafrost fails to keep its grip. While the return of ancient forests sounds like a fascinating transformation, it highlights a much darker reality. The speed at which this old world is resurfacing suggests that the ice sheet is not just melting, it is structurally collapsing. We are digging up the past only because the present is disintegrating. The mastodons and the forests are a reminder that the permanent ice is actually a temporary lid. This data tells us that Greenland is incredibly sensitive to temperature changes, and once the process starts, it is nearly impossible to stop. Now that the lid is coming off, we are starting to see that the island is not just a solid block of ice, but a hollowed-out shell with its own hidden plumbing and secrets. This ancient genetic data provide a window into a world that lived without ice. It forces us to realize that the current state of Greenland is the exception, not the rule. The terrifying part isn't just the fact that things are changing, but how fast the Earth can pivot from a frozen fortress to a muddy, steaming forest. As the frost thaws, the very ground beneath the scientists' feet is giving up secrets that have been silent for 2 million years. Is it possible that the biggest threat isn't what is trapped in the dirt, but the massive, invisible forces moving beneath the ice itself?
See which colleges offer $25,000 in automatic merit scholarships to students with a 3.0 GPA. No special talent.
The giant's veins. For decades, we looked at Greenland from above and saw nothing but a flat, featureless shield of white. We assumed the land beneath the ice was just a jagged, frozen floor. But when scientists used deep penetrating radar to see through the 2-mile-thick ice sheet, they realized they were wrong. They discovered something massive hiding in the dark. It is a mega canyon, a scar in the earth that stretches for over 460 miles. To put that into perspective, this hidden valley is longer than the Grand Canyon in Arizona. It snakes from the center of the island all the way to the northern coast, buried under a massive weight of frozen water that has kept it invisible for millions of years. This isn't just a dry trench. It is a giant's vein. Scientists believe this canyon is a subterranean highway for meltwater. As the surface of the ice warms, water doesn't just sit there. It finds cracks and holes, plunging thousands of feet down until it hits this ancient canyon floor. Once there, it flows like a dark river, a hidden torrent of liquid water moving at high pressure beneath the ice. This river lubricates the base of the ice sheet, acting like grease on a slide. Instead of the ice being anchored to the rock, it is essentially floating on a film of water, making it much easier for massive glaciers to slip off the land and crash into the ocean. The existence of this canyon changes every model we have for sea level rise.
discovery, we didn't fully understand why Greenland's ice was moving so fast. We now know that the island has a built-in drainage system that is working against us. This dark river is effectively hollowing out the ice sheet from the inside out. The canyon funnels heat and water directly into the heart of the island, reaching areas that should be frozen solid. It is a plumbing system designed by nature that is now being overloaded by a warming atmosphere. The more it melts, the more the river grows and the faster the ice disappears. What makes this find so unsettling is the sheer scale of the unknown. We are talking about a geographical feature larger than most European countries that was completely hidden from human eyes until very recently. It serves as a humbling reminder of how little we actually know about our own planet. We are standing on top of a world that is shifting and flowing beneath our feet, and we only just noticed the pipes. The canyon is a silent witness to Greenland's past, carved by ancient rivers before the ice even existed. And now it is the very thing facilitating the ice's destruction. The giant's veins are pulsing with more water every year, and the pressure is building. As this hidden net on the coast, it weakens the structural integrity, just losing ice from the top because of the sun. Bottom, because of this invisible drainage.
Hey, I'm gonna pause it. It's a 30-minute long video. I think we're about 10 minutes into it. Does anyone want the floor? Or I continue?
It's very similar to the South Pole and Antarctica, because they were saying the same thing there, that, you know, there was palm trees and stuff under that too. So I find it interesting that both of these poles were warm. So it shows that the land was all together at one time, like we thought it, as one, what do they call, what's the word for it? Pandora. Pangea. Yeah, it makes more sense now that Greenland and the South Pole were part of the Pangea. It makes sense to me. I'll land right there with that.
Video, Erica. It's this guy I'm following on Instagram and Facebook, and he's been tracking these pole shifts. I mean, right now, there are melting the ice. See it at the north. Suppose you know the where the North Pole is at. That part is already melted down. Those ice caps. With this new pole shift and this crustal shift. India, that's his prediction. He can't be wrong. India is going to be under ice very soon. So that's what he's predicting what's supposed to happen with this whole shit. And he's also like been going on into these sun videos, like something that's going on with the sun. We're supposed to let out a huge coronal mass ejection. Like they're literally right now, real time, watching that thing grow. So, good video. I like my play.
Oceans there are really warm. Like, I wonder why he thinks that.
What you just said? I wonder why they think
the Indian Ocean is warm as I don't know what. So what a
pole shift. So when a magnetic pole shifts, it changes up the climate. Then you have a crustal shift, meaning the land masses are moving again. So, you know, I guess we just got to think about, just imagine Pangea happening over again. Because even when you go look at these maps, like a map in this book, this lady, I think it was a man, he had this book. It was called the Universal Geographical Grammar. It is actually a whole atlas of the world
in one big ass book. And in the beginning of it, it shows the maps, right? When you look at the United States, California wasn't even, it was literally an island. That's how they looked at California, as a fucking island. So, yeah, I mean, I think this planet changes over time. It's not always going to be the same.
Yeah, and you know what? And it makes you question again that when people keep on trying to say where life began, this is another example of why you should always question information. I'm gonna go back to, because clearly they haven't been able to research and do their scientific research over here on this planet to see all the life that lived here. I guess they just automatically assumed because it was frozen, this couldn't be the sea. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it back if nobody else wants to.
Is a dual threat system that makes the total collapse of the ice sheet look less like a slow melt and more like a sudden structural failure. If the canyon is the highway, the water is the vehicle, and it is heading straight for the sea. But as massive as these physical structures are, they are still just rock and water. What happens when the things hiding in the ice are actually alive? The microbial vault. While the massive physical structures of Greenland are enough to rewrite our understanding of the planet, the smallest inhabitants of the ice might be the ones with the sharpest teeth. For decades, the scientific community viewed the Greenland ice sheet as a sterile, frozen desert, a place too hostile for anything to survive. But recent breakthroughs have shattered this myth, revealing that the ice is actually a living, breathing microbial vault. Scientists have discovered giant viruses thriving on the surface of the ice sheet for the first time. These are not your typical viral particles. They are biological anomalies that grow to 2.5 micrometers, larger than most bacteria, and carry a massive, complex genome that allows them to repair and replicate their own DNA in ways that standard viruses simply cannot. These giant viruses have been found living in the dark ice and red snow across Greenland. They aren't just dormant leftovers from the past. Researchers used mRNA analysis to prove they are active and functional today. Researchers believe these viruses play a critical role in the island's ecosystem by infecting the blooms of snow algae that turn the ice dark. While this might sound like a minor biological detail, it has global implications. Darkness absorbs more sunlight, which accelerates melting. If these giant viruses act as a natural top-down control on the algae, they could be the only thing slowing down the disintegration of the ice sheet. We are only just beginning to understand how these organisms function in such an extreme environment. But the real concern lies deeper than the surface. As the permafrost, the permanently frozen ground surrounding the ice, continues to thaw, it is releasing ancient organisms that have been trapped for tens of thousands of years. Scientists have already successfully revived viruses from Siberian permafrost that were nearly 50,000 years old, proving that these pathogens can remain infectious after eons in the deep freeze.
No gas, no oil, no problem. Here's one system that handles it all. If you're looking to upgrade your heating system, this
ease. Greenland's permafrost is a similar time-stamped archive. These Methuselah microbes are relics of a world that existed before modern humans, and our immune systems have had zero exposure to them. The threat isn't necessarily a Hollywood-style outbreak, but rather the reintroduction of ancient biological agents into a modern world that is completely unprepared for their unique evolutionary traits. The scale of this reawakening is hard to overstate. Every foot of ice that melts acts as a door opening to the past. The organisms emerging from the vault are not just curiosities. They are active biological agents capable of breaking down ancient organic matter and releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases like methane and carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere. This creates a dangerous feedback loop. The warmer it gets, the more microbes wake up to decompose organic material. and the more gas they release, the warmer the planet becomes. We are essentially watching a biological engine jumpstart itself after being stalled for 1 million years. The most unsettling part of this find is that we don't know the limits of what is waiting in the cold. We are finding giant viruses that shouldn't be active, and ancient pathogens that shouldn't be alive. These organisms are masters of survival, capable of enduring extreme pressure and sub-zero temperatures for millennia. They are a reminder that the ice was never just water. It was a security seal. Now that the seal is broken, we are forced to share the planet with life forms that were supposed to be extinct forever. The microbial vault is open, and we have no way to close it. As these microscopic threats emerge from their frozen slumber, we are forced to... What other massive, man-made secrets have we buried in the ice, thinking they would stay hidden forever? The Hiawatha Impact. While we often think of Greenland as a static shield of ice, its foundation is the scars of a violent cosmic history that we are only just beginning to map. In 2015, a team of scientists from the University of Copenhagen noticed a massive circular depression in the bedrock beneath the Hiawatha Glacier. While reviewing NASA radar data, they soon realized they were looking at a 19-mile wide meteorite crater, an impact site larger than the city of Washington, D.C., buried under nearly a kilometer of solid ice. This was the first time an impact crater of this magnitude had ever been discovered beneath a continental ice sheet, and its presence suggests that Greenland's frozen surface is masking a much more chaotic past than we ever dared to imagine. For a long time, the age of this crater was a subject of intense debate. Because the structure looked so fresh and well preserved in radar scans, some researchers initially suspected it might be a very recent addition to Earth's geography, perhaps even striking as recently as 12,000 years ago. If that were true, it would have meant our human ancestors witnessed an iron asteroid over a kilometer wide slamming into the Arctic, potentially triggering a mini ice age. However, advanced dating techniques using argon gas and uranium-lead analysis of shocked zircon grains finally provided a definitive answer in 2022. The impact actually happened roughly 58 million years ago. This means the asteroid hit during the Paleocene epoch, a time when Greenland was not a frozen wasteland, but a temperate, forested paradise. The sheer energy released during this event is almost impossible to visualize. When the iron asteroid punched into the Earth's crust, it would have released the energy of several hundred nuclear bombs. It didn't just leave a hole, it vaporized the bedrock, creating shocked quartz, crystals physically deformed by extreme pressure and temperature. The impact would have incinerated forests for hundreds of miles, sent massive shock waves through the tectonic plates, and injected enough dust into the stratosphere to briefly alter the global climate. Finding this scar today is like finding a crime scene that has been hidden under a white sheet for millions of years. But the most pressing reason this discovery matters today is how it affects the stability of the modern ice sheet. The crater isn't just a dead hole in the ground, it's a bowl that collects and funnels heat and meltwater. The Hiawatha Glacier, which flows directly over the crater, is one of the most active and rapidly changing glaciers in the region. The disturbed topography of the crater floor makes the ice above it more prone to fracturing and sliding. This creates a situation where an ancient cosmic accident is now accelerating the modern-day melting process. The freshness of the crater's rim and its central peaks continues to interact with the flowing ice, creating a turbulent environment that defies standard climate models. Furthermore, the discovery of the Hiawatha crater led scientists to find a possible second, even larger impact site.
I'm putting together a small team of partners right now to help me flip dirt, and I want to show you exactly how to do it. No cost, no catch, just
just 114 miles away. If confirmed, it suggests that Greenland may have been a target for multiple massive impacts during its long history. These craters represent deep structural weaknesses in the Earth's crust that are only being revealed as the ice thins. We are learning that the ice sheet isn't just sitting on a solid floor. It's sitting on a graveyard of celestial collisions. As the ice disappears, these ancient scars are being reactivated, influencing how water moves and how the land responds to the loss of weight. This shows us that the scary part of Greenland isn't just the future melt. It's the violent, unpredictable history that the ice has been hiding. We are finally seeing the island for what it really is, a rugged, ancient landmass that has been hit by the universe and is now being stripped bare by a warming world. The Hiawatha crater is a monument to a world that was green before it was white, and it reminds us that permanent features can be erased in a single fiery instant. If a massive iron asteroid couldn't destroy this island's foundation, what happens when the threat comes from something we built ourselves? Project Iceworm's Ghost. Evolutionary biology isn't the only thing we have hidden in the frost. Some of our most dangerous secrets are man-made. In 1959, at the height of the Cold War, the U.S. military launched a top-secret mission called Project Iceworm. The goal was to build a massive network of mobile nuclear missile silos hidden deep inside the Greenland ice sheet, capable of striking targets within the Soviet Union. To test the feasibility of this under-ice empire, they constructed Camp Century, a subterranean city that housed up to 200 soldiers and was powered by the world's first portable nuclear reactor. At the time, engineers believed the ice was a permanent, impenetrable shield that would entomb their facility forever. They were wrong. By 1967, the military realized that the ice sheet was not a static block of ice, but a moving, shifting glacier. The tunnels began to warp and collapse under the immense pressure of the moving snow, forcing the Pentagon to abandon the base. While the nuclear reactor itself was eventually removed, the military left behind a toxic legacy. Buried under layers of ice are approximately 200,000 liters of diesel fuel, vast quantities of polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and thousands of liters of untreated radioactive coolant and sewage. For decades, this was a non-issue because the waste was buried 36 meters deep, safely out of reach of the atmosphere. However, as Greenland's surface continues to melt at an unprecedented rate, forever is running out of time. Recent climate models suggest that by the end of this century, the net balance of the ice sheet at Camp Century could shift from accumulating snow to losing ice. If the current rate of warming continued, radioactive and chemical waste could begin to resurface as early as 2090. This isn't just a local environmental problem. It is a ticking diplomatic time. The waste is located in a semi-sovereign territory of Denmark, but the responsibility for the cleanup remains a point of contention between the U.S., Denmark, and the government of Greenland. The horrifying reality of Project Iceworm is that it represents a human-made feedback loop. We buried these materials thinking the climate was constant, but our own industrial activities have changed the very element we used as a landfill. If these toxins reach the coast, they could accumulate in the marine ecosystem, poisoning the fish and mammals that the local Inuit populations rely on for survival. We are essentially watching a Cold War ghost return to haunt the 21st century. The ice no longer a vault. It has become a slow-motion delivery system for hazardous waste. This is as a grim reminder that our past decisions have a long tail. We treated the Arctic like a blank spot on the map where things could be forgotten, but the Earth doesn't forget. As the ice thins, the line between buried and exposed is disappearing. We are finding that the most dangerous things in the ice aren't just ancient viruses or meteorites, but the toxic debris of our own short-sightedness. Project Iceworm proves that even our most secure hiding places are vulnerable to a changing planet, and the bill for our secret history is finally coming due. But while man-made waste is a visible threat, there are other, more natural ways the ice sheet is literally hollowing itself out from the inside. The ticking abyss. While scientists Scientists have mapped the massive canyons and detected ancient DNA. Some of the most urgent changes in Greenland are happening through a process that looks like the island is literally devouring itself. Across the surface of the 2-mile thick ice sheet.
What would you tell someone who knows exactly what to do but can't make themselves do it?
That gap has a name.
Thousands of brilliant sapphire blue lakes form every summer as the sun beats down on the white expanse. These supraglacial lakes look peaceful from a satellite view, but they are active fuses for a massive geological explosion. When the water pressure of these lakes reaches a critical point, it doesn't just overflow, it fractures the ice all the way to the bottom. In a matter of hours, a lake containing billions of gallons of water can vanish, draining through a vertical shaft called a moulin. A moulin is essentially a giant internal drain pipe that connects the surface of the glacier directly to the bedrock below. These shafts can be several dozen meters wide and drop over a half-mile straight down through the solid ice. When a lake drains, it sends a high-pressure pulse of water hitting the rock with enough force to actually lift the entire ice sheet off the ground. Recent observations from 2025 and early 2026 show that these drainage events are becoming more frequent and are occurring in triangular fracture patterns that were never seen. Scientists are now seeing the ice crack open in real time, creating a connected system of pipes and channels that are hollowing out the interior of the island. Once that surface water reaches the base, it acts like grease on a bowling alley. Instead of the ice being stuck to the jagged rock, it begins to slide toward the ocean at an accelerated rate. This isn't a slow, predictable melt. It is a mechanical failure. Every new moulin that opens up is another point of weakness, allowing warmer surface air and water to penetrate the deep, cold heart of the glacier. As the summer seasons lengthen, now extending well into September, the volume of water being funneled into these abysses is reaching record highs. Furthermore, this internal hollowing is revealing that the ice sheet behaves more like a living, elastic organism than a static block of ice. Radar data has recently shown blisters forming beneath the glacial lakes that push the surface upward as water collects at the base. This vertical movement creates even more stress, triggering new fractures miles away from the original drainage site. We are witnessing the birth of a feedback loop where the ice breaks, the water drains, the glacier slides, and the resulting stress breaks more ice. It is a runaway process that traditional climate models have struggled to capture because it happens so fast. Often in a single afternoon. This hollowing process effectively means that Greenland is losing mass from the top, the bottom, and the inside. The ice sheet is now at its warmest in 1,000 years, shedding roughly 264 gigatons of ice every year. To visualize that, imagine a block of ice the size of a city block, but 3 kilometers high, disappearing every few minutes. The ticking abyss of the moulins is the mechanism that makes this massive loss possible, turning a solid fortress of ice into a fragile, honeycombed shell that is ready to collapse into the sea. As these blue holes continue to fracture the bedrock and accelerate the slide, the question is no longer if the ice will reach the ocean, but what happens to the rest of the world when it does. The global ripple. The frightening discoveries in Greenland are not contained by its icy borders. They are the first dominoes in a global collapse. As the dark river accelerates and the microbial vault opens, the resulting mass of fresh water is hitting the North Atlantic like a tidal wave. This isn't just about sea levels rising. It is about the destabilization of the very systems that keep our modern world functioning. The Greenland ice sheet holds enough water to raise global sea levels by 7.4 meters, over 24 feet. While a total melt would take centuries, we are already seeing the incremental melt create systemic risks that business leaders and urban planners are now forced to treat as material threats. The most immediate danger is the potential collapse of the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, the conveyor belt of the ocean that moves heat from the tropics to the North Atlantic. New research in 2026 suggests the AMOC is significantly more likely to reach a tipping point than previously thought, with some models predicting a major slowdown or even a 65% deceleration by 2100. If this system shuts down, the consequences are catastrophic. Western Europe could plunge into extreme winters and summer droughts, while tropical rainfall belts, on which millions rely for food, would shift entirely. An AMOC collapse could even flip the Southern Ocean from a carbon sink into a carbon source, adding an extra 0.2 degrees Celsius to global warming. On the coastlines, the economic bill is already coming due. Nearly 600 million people live in coastal zones worldwide.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I never imagined
areas that generate.
I'm positive it's almost done. I guess I can go ahead and let it roll. Probably got about 3 more minutes.
Roughly $1 trillion in global wealth. In East Asia alone, over 12 million people across 23 cities are at risk of severe flooding, with assets worth $864 billion exposed to 1 in 100-year flood events. By 2100, countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam could lose 6.7% of their annual GDP to climate-related damages, more than twice the global average loss. For low-lying nations like the Maldives, where the average height is just 1.5 meters, a 1-meter rise in sea level isn't just an economic hit, it is an existential end. We are also seeing the albedo effect fail in real time. As white ice melts into dark water or gray rock, Greenland stops reflecting solar radiation and starts absorbing it, a process driving Arctic amplification. This thermal shift doesn't stay in the Arctic. It disrupts the jet stream, fueling the erratic heat waves and forever storms we are seeing across North America and Europe. The scary part of this find is that the island is no longer a cooling shield. It has become a planetary radiator. From the ports of Rotterdam to the industrial hubs of Shenzhen, the stability of the global economy is now tethered to the stability of the Greenland ice sheet. We are realizing that our planetary boundaries are not just scientific theories. They are the walls of the room we live in, and those walls are thinning. As we stand on the edge of these tipping points, the question shifts from what did we find to what do we do now? What the Sentinels say. Greenland was most reliable sentinel, a silent, frozen witness to this history. But the discoveries of 2025 and 2026 have shown us that the sentinel is no longer silent. From the 2-million-year-old DNA of a lost world to the radioactive ghosts of the Cold War and the giant viruses waking up in the slush, every find points to a single truth. The ice was a temporary lid on a very volatile pot. We used to think of these changes in terms of thousands of years, but the ticking abyss of the Moulins and the accelerating AMOC slowdown show that nature moves much faster than our bureaucracies. We are digging up the past because the present is disintegrating beneath us. Greenland is not just a big piece of ice, it is the cooling system, the historical archive, and the structural foundation of our global climate. The horrifying thing captured in Greenland isn't just a single monster or a virus. It is the realization that the island's stability was the only thing keeping our world predictable. As the ice retreats, it reveals a rugged, ancient landmass that has survived meteorites and tectonic shifts. But it also reveals the fragility of the civilization that grew up during its long winter. The vault is open. The secrets are out. And now, the world must learn to live with what the ice has finally given back. Subscribe for more.
All right. That is the end of it. I don't even know what to say. Floor is open. since y'all are quiet, I guess I'm gonna talk. Well, the ice is melting. What part of the world is gonna be under ice? That's the only thing I can really bring to the table, because we've been talking about this ice melting for a while now. It ain't really seen. And now we're actually seeing it, or they're seeing it. What's next?
I don't know. It kind of makes you wonder why the hell Trump was over there at Greenland again. Now it makes me want to refocus on why he was over there in Greenland. What they gonna put over there in Greenland? They gave a project. I can't even now. I'm gonna have to go back so I can look more into that project name that they gave us. But we're just over there in Greenland, and I wonder why now.
I did see a video about it was a spaceship under the ice over there, so that could be a thing too. Somebody else might. I don't know who that is.
That was Jamal. I miss you. Milton, you say it's not the ice melting, it's what lies beneath the ice, but they said that about Antarctica when they was over there messing with the stuff that was under the ice in Antarctica. I really do believe they taking this shit and experimenting on the people.
Do you know where the climate change is coming from? Do you not remember when the permafrost was beginning to melt in parts of Russia, and they found that very, very, very old polio virus underneath that permafrost?
Yeah, I knew it was somewhere, so it was Russia and not Antarctica.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think it was Russia.
Okay, me too. Yeah, I remember that.
Not only that, you got to remember there was a military base in Greenland that was covered by the ice from the 50s.
Yeah.
It had radioactive things there. Those things are covered under that ice as well.
Yeah, it was in Siberia. That's where that virus was that they found, which you're talking about, which is in Russia.
And here's one of the big kickers, and I think it said it in the video that Erica played. Some of the oldest DNA in the world has been found in Greenland.
Yeah, so it almost seems like they just keep debunking this Africa theory that they keep pushing. I don't know. It just makes you wonder how these different, what they call race of people got on this planet. I'm lost. No one thinks that out of Africa theory is getting weaker and weaker these days.
By the day.
I mean, it just makes no sense that they keep finding DNA older than in other parts of the planet. Just doesn't make it seem. It almost seems like we've been bamboozled. Like we really took that shit and ran with it for years, believing it with no question. That is weird. But they said when people start waking up, they're gonna they're gonna cause other people around them to wake up and start questioning this shit like it's not real. And actually, it seems like we're on schedule because we're supposed to keep evolving as a species. So maybe we'll get to the point where we'll start.
I don't think the very first parts of life, the earliest forms, I don't think it necessarily came out of Africa. I think that mankind came out of Africa. But I don't believe that life itself started in Africa. I
I mean, you got to think, in order for there to be life, there has to be water. So where's the oldest flowing water system located at? In Northern America, in Canada. So in order for you to have life, you have to have water. So if the oldest water system in existence is in Canada, then that negates the out of Africa theory.
I'm talking about it is losing its way every freaking day. Just understanding, like, it was a video I sent y'all earlier when it was talking about this prince exiled out of Egypt. I think it's 1325 BC or something. They said she was exiled and took Zoroastrianism all the way to fucking Ireland. So, but when it got there, it was already people there. So that whole thought, I mean, I don't think it's out of Africa. Like they've always said, other world, we're from this world. Because we were here before the land masses decided to separate. We were here before these land masses were named. So they're the ones who haven't been here this long. And we're only going with the narrative because that's what they're telling us. But it's almost like people forgot. The elders forgot what they did with other viruses in the past. It's like as time goes, nobody's really writing it down. Or if they are writing it down, it's being disposed of or ruled out because it's not peer reviewed. And at this point in time, there's so much shit that's not peer reviewed, and it's coming out, and we're connecting the dots. So, yeah, it's a false indoctrination, socially engineered for you to go in line and be in line, go along to get along.
Talk about Zoroastrianism. That's what I was saying. I'm not going off, but 10 seconds. I thought y'all was worshipers of Armin Raw. Now we talking about Zoroastrianism. I thought y'all subscribed to a Newman Elish about Tiamat and the Anunnaki. Like I said, I think it's the spirit of. I can't get the name of it. Like I think y'all everything, or it's like a gift from this spirit or something like that. So now we back to Egypt, Zoroastrianism. It's wild, just wild stuff.
What are you talking about tonight? And who subscribed to the Internet English? Who subscribed?
When we was talking about Iran being Persia, that was 2 weeks ago, and I brought up the Zoroastrianism, and then they fought me. Y'all fought me about it, and now we without giving me credit, but now we talking about Zoroastrianism and early and all of that. I said it came before all of that. So but now we talking about y'all. So
wow, that was powerful.
What about Tim? No, we can push forward because I already know I'm a trendsetter.
Give him a hand clap.
That was powerful, bro.
Give him a hand clap. Give him a pat.
Let's give him a hand clap. Send me your cash app.
Give him a pat on the shoulder.
What's up?
That boy needs more than that.
Subscribe to the Newman Elish, right? And saying about Tiamat, about the moon crashing, and it absolutely confirms that some of us are not from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that's what
I know I'm not from Africa.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
My dad from South America.
I mean, in the water system.
I can go back 4 generations.
I mean, in the water systems of Canada, which is some of the oldest flowing water, even though most of it was salt water, that's where they found the first single cell organisms in Canada. So that's.
Hey, may I ask you something, man, before you get too deep in that, and I want to interrupt on purpose. I just want to ask the room.
I'm not going to let you interrupt on purpose.
Okay, go ahead. Then finish your thoughts. My bad, brother.
Just fucking with you, brother.
Well, I want to ask, do y'all believe, like, the real Egypt is right here in Americas? When you go to Memphis, why do we have them pyramids and certain things going on? And when you look deep down in the Grand Canyon, why they don't let you explore that? Have y'all ever really thought about some things we've been confused on? It's the turn of the cheek, but every time I turn the cheek, I come back to the same bullshit. Because I'm from the South, and we didn't learn about Malcolm X. But when I did my own research, I realized Malcolm X was kind of a stand-up dude once he realized they lied to him. But the nigga who had the wet dream was a little hoe.
I don't think we've been confused. I think we were just misled, right?
I agree.
And here's where this whole woke culture comes in at. They don't want you to wake up. That's why they put negative connotations on woke. See, woke is the opposite of sleep. Think about what I just said. Woke is the exact opposite of sleep.
And what did koala bear say? Stay woke, get woker or some shit.
So when you wake up, you begin to think for yourself. You begin to use critical thinking. You begin to ask questions. You begin to examine things. You begin to investigate things and do your own research. When you do your own research, you come up with different premises. You come up with different understandings, and that's what they don't want.
Wouldn't that be the black sheep of the family?
They're so used to just feeding you information and you just going along with the masses that when you go against what they teach, you're woke now. And you're a problem. But being woke is the way you get a true understanding of your essence and where you come from and what's really going on. And not only does it show you what happened in history, being woke shows you what the fuck is going on in the world today. That's why they don't want you woke. That's why they put negative connotations on.
How did you feel about the corona shot?
I took it, right?
And may I ask your personal opinion? Why did you take it?
Let me finish. I was about to tell you before you interrupted. But it wasn't that I really wanted to take it, right? It was for other family members. But in hindsight, I see the problem with it, right? Now, do I think it's a mental thing? Yes. I do believe they implanted some shit in us. But that doesn't stop you from overriding that.
How did you feel about the family members that didn't take it? Because I was persecuted.
So
I was persecuted. Like I couldn't go to family events and shit.
Look, I'm not gonna get too far off the conversation that Miss Erica played the tape on. Right, that gets into a different conversation. So I'm not. I will say this. I did it to protect my mom. Right, because at the time my mom was dealing with cancer. Her immune system was very low. I did it to protect my mom. But in hindsight, had I known what I know now, there's no fucking way I could take it. But here's where critical thinking comes in at, right? Once you know what you put in your body and you know how it affects your body, you then learn how to retaliate against that. And that's where I am now. So I'm going to go back to the conversation that Miss Erica was on as far as the green and shit.
Please, may y'all enlighten me. I just came in the room. Can you enlighten me on the conversation? I'm a young country boy from Mississippi. Sorry to interrupt y'all room.
What part of Mississippi you from?
I live next to the city where Steve McNair, the homeless. Steve?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have a college in my backyard. And I'm proud of it too. But please, I would love to know what the conversation was about before I came in with my introduction of other topics.
It was a video about what's going on in Greenland. They're talking about some old stuff. It was found in Greenland. That's the whole. But I'm pretty sure it's like a correlation with the 11 scientists that's missing, because now the scientist situation has gone mainstream. Yeah, my mama was even talking about it. So, so for my mama to know about 11, that scientists are missing. But we all know it's 13 or 18 of them that's been missing since 2023. But Greenland, apparently they had some things go on in Greenland recently. That's why they're trying to buy it or invade it But obviously, so I think this is like another small piece to the puzzle of things that's going on in Greenland that they find. So this is like
and I totally agree with you. And it sounds like some little issues. A lot of people ignored it. With Panama Canal, when we was taking back over that after their contract was up. And I can understand because when you have port of entry where I live at, there's a place that missed the capital by one vote. It's called Rodney, Mississippi. Man, it's the poorest spot. Man, it's one of the, but what makes it great, it sits right on the bank of the Mississippi River. It's like the greatest port. But for our knowledge, you can call it ignorance or whatever have you. Like one of our first governors or senators, black senators for the United States was Hiram Revels. He's the first president of this great university I'm at, that I'm located next to. That's just a little history on that. But it's not black or white. This is about the ports and the value of land that they devalued. And once they devalue it, boy, they finna take over that. They got $1 billion project, $1 billion, not $1 trillion, $1 billion port of entry coming in right there in Little Rodney, Mississippi. Now, I don't know if they're gonna follow through with it, but it is something major. They got everybody eardrums up, and it's been going on the last 10 years. And it's just little parts of things that you think Mississippi's some piece of shit, but man, it's got some places that people love. Like, I can tell you this. I know a lot of people that died over the last 5-10 years, and them little, I don't even want to call them white folks. I call them briefcase guys. They come with that briefcase, and they buying up this land out here like it ain't nothing. And as soon as they buy it, the trees are getting cut down. Now, why the person before them didn't cut them trees down and make that money?
I'll say this. I don't think it's possible to, getting back to what Erica said, I don't think it's possible to locate the true origin of life. The land recycles itself. You have subduction zones, which will forever be lost. The information that's embedded in them. The mid-Atlantic ridge, which splits the continents and stuff apart, I don't think you'll ever be able to find it. I think we see what's left, but I don't think we see the original source. So the oldest right now might be in Canada, might be North America, but it probably, because of the way the earth is moving and structured, it probably started somewhere else. But then again, North America was down during Pangea, it was down near the equator. So, but I think it's just impossible, just because the land moves and it recycles.
Well, I mean, you can't forget about the tunnels. You know that pair.
Yes, I was just finna say that. The tunnels.
They got tunnels from the one from the Grand Canyon to Africa, but they also had tunnels like from the edge of South America to Antarctica. Like it was multiple land bridges at one time.
How did we get all these immigrants in all of a sudden? They didn't just walk through Mexico. I mean,
what you said tunnels?
Yes, a lot of.
You said tunnels. You said a tunnel from where to Africa?
Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, everything goes underground. There are no satellites. All the cable lines go through the ocean. Everything goes through the ocean. Everything is landline. That's why you got all the submarines and all this. This shit ain't no satellite space. This is Google. You can send a droid up in far enough and take a damn picture. We're not floating around in space. The only place you can float is underwater. And if you remember, the water's above and below. I mean, we can fall for anything we want, but in the end, we ain't going up there floating around. I mean, call it what you want. Flat Earth, round Earth, I don't know and don't really care if it's flat or round. I just know through my reality We don't go up in the air and start floating around. You can go in the water and you can float. I land.
You remember King Solomon had the ritual. They say King Solomon was flying around. Like he would go see the Queen of Sheba. Like it'd take him a day, but the others it took weeks.
But it's only how you conceive the storytelling. You got to remember your perception can be that, which I won't disagree with. But in all reality, you go up in that air, you're not going to start floating. That's just not.
You're right. You don't know.
They have powers, but King Solomon had powers. See, wasn't he an alchemist, magician?
No. King Solomon.
Yes, he was.
What made King Solomon so special was wisdom, and they couldn't explain wisdom.
Yeah, but because that's the problem. When they got their hands a hold of the books and they burned the original books, they rewrote it how they want you to.
It's so many books.
Listen to the movie, and that's the problem. When somebody put their remix on it, you don't really know. So when you got the original book coming out of Ethiopia, the original collection of books, not the watered down bullshit that you get here in America and their interpretation of it, because that shit was fucking switched around. And that one, what Nike is talking about, that King Solomon, he was an alchemist, magician, he was a scholar, he controlled the jinns and all of that shit, and he did have a flying apparatus, like Nike said. But then it changed to a magic carpet, and then once the Romans and the Greeks get their hands on it, it's completely gone.
Look at every
chariot. That's why you can't bring that into the discussion, because we're talking about Greenland, right? We're talking about how Greenland is melting. The entire island of Greenland has always been ice, right? But somehow, some way, it's starting to melt. Just like Antarctica is melting, the caps at the top of this globe, it has been melting as well. Actually melted all the way, and it's receding down towards green. So what I'm saying is, if this thing persists, what is going to happen next? Like what part? Because the poles, the way they're positioned is always cold, right? But if they're melting, what's the next place that's going to be cold?
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
What you mean? Why wouldn't it be true?
Because you're not in Greenland personally to know this, just like global warming.
But the video we just watched, though, said that. Like, they're the one that has observed it, and they said that. What are you talking about?
Yes, ma'am. I'm 48.
I think you watched the video.
Okay, I'm 48 years old. When I grew up at 10, first we had acid rain. Then at 20, when they said that the computers was gonna glitch when it turns 2000 in 1999. Then they said it was another pandemic. I can't remember that. It was acid rain, global warming. In 10 years, Florida would melt away. What I've learned in science class, this is the only thing I took away from it. If you fill a glass up with ice, if that ice, and fill it up with water too, to the limit, when that ice melts, nothing overflows. The water precedes itself. Water's gonna balance out. The world ain't doing nothing more than what the world does. When it's a hot summer, yes, ice will melt, you'll have some food. But soon as the sun's shining for 20 months in a row, it evaporates up. When I was in Vegas in 2022, the summer of 2022, they call it a monsoon and shit. It was nothing but rain. I was like, damn.
So the movie, I don't think you're really understanding. Like, through time, there has been a regional flood. Like the Younger Dryas, when that happened, that flooded most of North America, all of Europe, on down into a little bit of North Africa.
Did you hear what the Wadi?
Okay, but we're talking about is the change of the planet, and it does change. It's how you got earthquakes, you got volcanoes, and all that stuff.
You can do about that. They're underwater volcanoes. They're underwater volcanoes. What I'm saying is, okay, there's nothing you don't. But you know what I think America does, and I think the world, the humans do. They'll take a nuclear bomb, blow it underwater, and it create an earthquake. It's just like in Dubai. They created clouds and they flooded. You're trying to do God's work.
So you're saying that all of it's fake? They're melting
all of it. Hey, look, some things is God. You cannot do nothing. Like that storm that hit Mississippi in January, that ice storm and winter storm, there's nothing we could have done about it. But I can tell you this, every time they fly into space, whether it's from Houston or Florida, everything in the SEC or the South, the weather's always fucked up. That's all I'm saying. They are cloud seeding things. They're trying to recreate God. They're trying to clone things. They're trying to be God. Hey, look, those icebergs that are melting in the North Atlantic or where the North Pole, that's just what they normally would do. The world is doing what it normally does.
Listen, man. Listen, let's just put this to rest real quick. The ice has been there for quite some time. Man has had a hand in melting the ice due to global warming and things of that nature. There are islands that are no longer here that were here when you and I were little, and people had to move. The oceans are rising. Venice, the city itself, is proof that the oceans are rising. And if these polar caps melt, if the Greenland ice melts, you'd ask what planet, or I think she asked which part of the planet is going to be frozen. It was in Erica's thing that she put on here. That's going to stop the conveyor belt of warm weather in the Atlantic Ocean. The whole planet is going to freeze. Without that conveyor belt, if it gets cut off, because it brings hot air, warm air.
But the Atlantic and Pacific
Let me finish, man. You haven't let any of us finish. Let me finish. With that being said, that is what's going to happen if this continues. So you can't say that the water is going to balance out itself when you already have people being displaced because of the water and the oceans and stuff rising right now. And that's what we're trying to stay on topic with and things of that nature. Not going from here to there, point A and B and stuff like that. Shout out to Stephen there. He's my favorite player.
So check this out, right? Let's think about this. If Antarctica is in the north, where is Antarctica? Is it north or south? Anybody got that? Is it north or south? Either way it goes, is at one of the poles, right?
I'm sorry, I was cutting this meat up. Okay, it's in the south.
Okay, so think about it this way, right? And water. So you already have the water that's down there in the south, and then you have the ice that's on top of the land and the water. That creates a certain balance for the world. If that ice melts completely, then we have to consider a different balance for the world. Just think about that. Even if you believe in the rotation of the earth, even if you believe in the gravitational pull of the earth, even if whatever effects you believe about the earth, the ice melting on one part of the earth will have a significant balance effect on the earth, because the way it's moving now is based on where the heaviest mass is, which is the ice, whether it's the north or the south. So if it melts, it distributes over the entire planet, then it changes the balance of the earth. If the balance of the earth changes, everything changes. The temperature changes, the seasons change, everything changes because the balance has been changed.
In South Carolina, it's been cold here all last week. We had to bust the jackets back out in the middle of April.
So that ice has a significant effect. Its placement has a significant effect on the entire planet. If it melts 100% tomorrow, it will have a different effect on the entire planet.
start posting in a second. Once I'm finished cutting up this meat, I'm gonna put it down there in the chat for y'all because it's scientists I've been following. He has been showing like what the sun is doing. Like I said, the pole change, the hole that's over our atmosphere, in our atmosphere or whatever. He breaks all of that down. And he's the one who said that he has been, like I said earlier, that India is going to be the possible area that's going to be frozen over. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I thought it was interesting. So what's on the other side of India?
Water, Asia, the Pacific and the other ocean don't meet. Man, ain't nobody finna melt and get flooded out, man. Y'all crazy. Hey, I guess y'all think we went to space too, huh? And they landed back in the ocean, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. I figured that.
That's two different beliefs, bro.
No. If the world, hey, look, if the world finna flood, you should better see it from space. You voted for Biden, I can tell.
I waited till you landed before I started talking to Ambassador. Ambassador's little That's two different things, bro. You talking about going into outer space. That ain't what we fucking talking about. We talk about ice that's actually on the planet.
Did I just tell you if ice melts in this place itself?
You know what?
Let him finish.
No, he got it.
He got it. Because to say that it's not going to happen, it's already happened before.
It ain't.
Yes, it is. It's been cataclysms on this earth. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you something.
They can archaeological proof that you cannot.
Where you located? I'm in Mississippi. Where you located?
I do not give a fuck.
I can understand that because, if you think the world finna get flooded or something because of global warming.
I didn't tell you it was going to get flooded. I didn't say the world was going to get flooded.
Who was his name? Al Gore is with climate change. Are you with Al Gore on this?
I don't even know who that is. You know who that is?
You wouldn't know who Al Gore. He's the one who started this climate change.
I ain't old like you.
I know you don't like the truth, but Al Gore is the one who started.
I didn't say I ain't like the truth. I said I'm not old like you, so I don't know what you're
It's not about being old, but this global warming, I'm giving you a chance to understand where it came from, just like Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood.
So you're saying
global warming is a hoax. They already started. Just like the people at the SPL. The people that's supposed to protect us from racism was funding them racist motherfuckers. Y'all are just so...
Who said it was global warming? Where did we get that from? Did I miss that?
He made it up.
Y'all been bamboozled, just like the watermelon and all that time.
Nobody on the stage said anything.
Man, y'all think the world finna be under global warming. Ain't fuck global warming.
What's wrong with you? You got your phone up to your
Greenland and all that. Ain't nothing. We trying to...
So check this out. Look, Louisiana, over the last 20 years, has went underwater by 7 inches. Where is that coming from? Why is Louisiana all of a sudden 7 inches lower than it has been in the last 20 years? So this ain't about global warming. This is global warming. This is about common fucking sense. Ice fucking melts. And if it's compartmentalized in one area, once it melts and begins to flow, it has to flow into other areas that aren't used to having water, which means the fucking water rises in those areas. It's common sense. It's physics. And if you can't get that, Ambassador Junior, something wrong with
it. Ambassador Junior is talking about global warming. He gone. Him gone.
mean, I think one of our biggest concerns need to be what lies beneath that ice. Not actually the concerns of the flooding, but what was covered up by the ice. That could be more dangerous than the fucking flooding.
Well, the good news is none of us will probably be around. They said 2090. Even if it's 2080, we still won't be around. Okay.
I don't know about you, Erica, but I'm related to Methuselah, so I'll be here till goddamn 21, 20, 30.
Yeah, spitting out dust, huh?
Breathing out dust, goddamn.
Talk about giant viruses.
Somebody tell say you immortal. Goddamn it, I'm immortal too. Fuck it. I'm gonna be here.
That's right. Don't hate on me being immortal. That I reincarnate. Quite often, you got to see some of the women in my family.
For all this information, if you do reincarnate, I bet y'all gonna forget all of this shit. How do you go into the next lifetime remembering all this shit?
Because it's not your body that remembers, it's your spirit, it's your energy. It's not your body that remembers anything. It's your energy and your spirit that remembers.
So when all of this shit melts and releases these giant viruses, it talks about all of this bacteria that's been dormant for millions of years. That's the scary part to me, because we don't have any clue what we're dealing with.
And Jerry, you said a key word when you said giant viruses. It's crazy because I Googled it a couple of weeks ago, and that's the exact word that it used. Giant zombie viruses.
I think we're ready for what the world used to be before man. I don't think we are anywhere in the neighborhood. I think the planet is alive. I think the motherfuckers started to scratch because we're itching it. And I think it's only a matter of time before it sends some shit our way that's going to drastically reduce the population.
Well, they said he was supposed to get rid of the virus, so I guess that's exactly what it's doing. It's waking up. They keep doing crazy shit to the earth. I mean, to the planet, or the earth planet, whatever. I mean, yeah. But two, it's an organism. You literally, they say it expands and contracts. So it's definitely living. I agree with that.
Did anybody ever watch the movie by Mark Wahlberg called The Happening?
Yeah.
About how the trees communicated with each other because they felt like they were so they communicated to attack large groups of people to stop them from destroying the planet. I believe that shit to what Erica just said. The earth is its own organism. I do believe that. And I do believe that in some form or fashion, the earth has a defense mechanism that it sends out. I don't know what the defense mechanism may be, whether it's fucking aliens or fish coming out the sea to attack people. I don't know. But I do believe the earth itself has its own defense mechanism when it feels like it's being depleted.
And I think it's used it. Volcanoes, tidal waves, tsunamis, earthquakes, everything before. I think it's used a lot. Like I said, I think this is like the 6th or 7th civilization. And I think systematically they've been wiped out one by one because they start to do shit they don't need to. And the earth finds a way to balance itself.
She be fighting back. Or are we in a matrix? We could. I mean, if you're in the South, somebody tell me, do you ever remember just riding and just seeing these big trees uproot from the roof? Like it looks like the trees are just falling.
No, right. You didn't see that in the past.
But it's something weird is going on.
And I'll give you one. I'm sorry, Miss Erica, when you're done, I apologize.
No, okay.
I'll give you one even better. You don't used to see when you were a kid. I'm in my 50s. I don't see just random pecan trees or random peach trees or random cherry trees or random apple trees anymore. Is it just me?
They removed all the female plants.
All we getting is pollen. That's why we have pollen all over the city.
Right. Allergies. Yeah, there's allergies with that. I ain't used to have these allergies. Not when I was little. Right. Not up until probably the past 10 years.
But we need to start planting trees that have seeds, that make seeds. Everybody on the app needs to plant a tree, a female tree, that produces seeds of some plant of some sort.
Hey, would that have anything to do with the bees? Those female trees being gone? So many of them?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And
They say that if the bee goes extinct, everybody can say goodbye.
You want to hear something crazy? I just
so right about that.
I just caught on something crazy that somebody just said that has a bigger reference. I don't know who it was. I want to say it was Flea G, or what was his name? I don't
That's
know.
my name, Flea G.
I don't want to chop your name up, brother. You said plant female trees. Female trees are the only ones that produce fruit. Ain't that a motherfucking thing? Women are the only ones that produce fruit. Think about this shit.
Well, dog, you what they call a male feminine, bro. It just like revolves around vagina with you, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just they call you male feminine.
You want to know what's crazy? Out of the whole intellectual conversation that we had, it would take a fuckboy to only hear what you heard. No one that's on the stage heard what you heard, which tells me that we're having an intelligent conversation and you're beneath that intelligence for you to come up with the statement that you just came up with. Stay in your lane, little brother, okay? I'm not going to even react to the... hold on, brother. I'm not going to even react to the disrespect you just gave me.
Okay,
I'm not going to react to the disrespect you just gave me. I'm not. I don't know what you want me to. But it's obvious that your intellect doesn't rise to the occasion. Can somebody mute this fuck boy? It's obvious that your intellect does not rise to the occasion. That's why you result to insults, because you had nothing to add to the conversation. So stay in your lane, brother. No one else felt what you felt but you. So stay in your lane, little dude.
Yeah. Fuck boy, that's cool, but I love Milk Dog, man. But I just know Milk Dog is a male feminist.
Y'all love each other, but hate women. That shit is gay.
No, that's different.
Well, my thing is, why are you up here being negative when we're talking about the change of the world and the atmosphere, but you can't even keep yourself? I don't understand what the hate is for.
Can he ever though? He come in hot each and every fucking day.
So where's okay, they in the room together.
You heard it every day. I'm here.
Both of them.
That's all. I'm here though. I support.
That's not support. Like what the fuck?
I'm here every day.
I ain't got anger up on my PTR for no reason, bro. I ain't got anger up on my PTR for a reason. I make them put me down with your ass.
I ain't looking for you, ugly boy.
It was the internet, man.
I was talking about this.
Exactly, nigga. I do that dumb shit.
Let's do this. That's not factor. It's okay. Hey, so we was talking about what that place is, Greenland, and it turned into the mud swamp or whatever, and the earth being alive. Remember? Y'all remember where we were? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about it. They don't want to fight.
From the video.
I got another one too, though. They said they found something under Irene. Well, trying not to keep y'all repeating y'all. Can y'all talk and not fight?
Iran is so interesting, man. And I don't even want to go to Africa. But I would love to go to Iran. excavate everything they got in Iran, you know.
Well, why does it have to be a comparison? Why do you have to throw it? I don't even want to go to Africa, but
Yeah, I'm not putting it out there like
Iran.
that crazy. No, I'm being honest. Like that's not interested I am.
But no one who asked you if you wanted to go to Africa. Why you gotta just throw like it's like a psychological thing. Africa.
Tell me how to speak.
That shit is kind of crazy.
Listen, you ain't don't hold on.
Y'all and other blacks. That's why this shit is the way the fuck it is. Like the fuck you refuse to go to Africa, but you go to Iran where they fucking persecute men, children. That you can marry a fucking child. They out here raping little boys. The terrain of Iran. The terrain of Iran. What? Fucking mountains? Fucking mountains, sir? What? What terrain? Y'all some backwards ass niggas. No.
You I was talking about the terrain of Iran. That's why I said
No.
I'd rather go to Iran.
Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking. Like, why were we talking about Africa? It's like this psychologically ingrained thing to just shit on Africa.
Okay, did I bring it up or Erica brought up Iran? Because she said
yeah, she brought up Iran.
Okay, that's why I'm talking about Iran.
I won't go to Africa, but Iran. What?
Your Haiti stuff is showing. It's America now.
We'll go to a place that hates black people. But do y'all mind if we go? Do y'all mind? Hey y'all, do y'all mind if we get back on subject?
Yeah, the video about Iran.
Please. Rudely interrupted by this slut puppy dude.
Yeah, I don't know if Erica's by the phone and she got the video.
You ready? Okay, hold on, I got you. Oops, I made it to mine.
On oil supremacy and energy shocks and the control of the Strait of Hormuz, but all the focus on the war in Iran has been focused on oil supremacy and energy shocks and the control of the Strait of Hormuz, but what is actually going on with Iran? In fact, turns out that this whole plan for Iran and taking over this area has gone back decades, in fact, into early 2000s. According to our next guest, who's written extensively about this, Dr. Michael Salla, the plan for Iran started as early as 2001, the early 2000s. Was this even on your radar back then? He has uncovered evidence that the powers that be have been using ground-penetrating radar, have identified all sorts of ancient sites, including stargates, and perhaps giants that have been buried in some of these deep underground caverns inside of Iran. Is that really the story for why there's such this focus on regime change, destroying the government, bombing this country with deep bunker-busting bombs, and then sending in special forces to try to capture the radioactive dust, as President Trump has called it? Or is it all tied to these ancient artifacts buried beneath the country of Iran? We wanted to bring in Dr. Michael Salla, who's written this great piece over at exopolitics.org about the battle for these ancient technologies, these stargates and giants, which dates back to 2001. Doctor, great to see you.
Thanks, Clay, for having me back.
My pleasure. So, I think a lot of people think, well, maybe this is just a few years old, and, going after the country of Iran, regime change, it's just something that's kind of popped up in the past few months. February is when we launched this attack with the help of Israel. But you make the point that this goes back decades.
That's right, yes. I think it's very important that we look at this evidence that the plans for attacking Iran predate the current Netanyahu administration that came into power in 2022 and has a very extremist perspective on relations with its neighboring countries. And of course, you get the whole Greater Israel project, and people say that, Donald Trump is really aiding and abetting that because he's captured by the Zionist lobby. But the truth is that plans for attacking Iran go way beyond or way before a Netanyahu regime, that they actually began during the regime of Ehud Barak back in early 2001 and Ariel Sharon, which was when the two-state solution was being planned. And this is very well established by General Wesley Clark, the former Supreme Allied Commander of the European Forces, a four-star general, who says that after the 9/11 attacks, he went to the Pentagon to see one of his former subordinates, who was now a general in charge of a major command, and that this general told him that there were plans to attack 7 Middle East nations that would culminate in an attack on Iran. So this was in 2001.
It's a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
So, we're talking 25 years ago, well before the Greater Israel Project was being championed by Netanyahu and his cronies. So I believe that that's evidence that something else was happening at that time that made the powers that be place Iran along with other countries such as Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and so forth on the radar as countries where it was a priority for the US to get involved in a way where they would be able to get boots on the ground or have access to that country's resources. And this coincides with the development of new generation of ground-penetrating radar established on satellites, where now, for the first time, the US military intelligence community was getting accurate data on what lay beneath the ground in all of these countries. And I believe that what they saw was what it was that led to this plan to attack Iran, along with other plans for a future Gog and Magog end times war.
So what do you believe that they saw with this ground-penetrating radar?
Well, what they saw were anomalies. The ground-penetrating radar, the ground-penetrating radar has been around for many decades. In 1972, for example, the Apollo 17 mission used ground-penetrating radar on one of its satellites, on the moon-orbiting Apollo mission, to be able to peer up to 1.3 kilometers below the surface.
And to be clear, it's not finding... Because I know people in the comments have said, well, Clayton, you have to remember ground-penetrating radar is not finding objects. It's finding maybe gaps or anomalies, right? Is that so? Just so we're specific, it's not going to show a body, but it could show the outline of something that's very odd.
That's exactly right. Yes, it will show changes in the different mediums as you penetrate the ground. And as far as stargates, giants, stasis chambers are concerned, ancient technologies are concerned, all these are associated with space-time anomalies. And those space-time anomalies was what it was that the ground-penetrating radar was able to pick up. They would still have to send in teams to find out what exactly was in those what was in those anomalies that they detected underground. And so, for example, they detected anomalies under the ground in Iraq, and then shortly after, the same anomaly showed up under the ground in Romania. And what we do know is that there was a military satellite used to identify these anomalies under both Iraq and Romania, and that was in the early 2000s. And under Romania and Iraq, they found these space-time anomalies. They found haul of records that dated back many millennia, and they found portals in both of those locations. And in particular, we know a lot about the Romanian discovery because there was a whistleblower that came forward by the name of Radu Cinema. That's a pseudonym he uses, but he described in a series of book called Transylvanian Sunrise what it was that they discovered in this anomaly under Romania, and the same thing was found in Iraq, and that there were portals leading in, but essentially they had to send in full troops because the ground penetrating radar just identifies an anomaly. So then you have to send in specialized forces who were trained to be able to access these anomalies because they can be very dangerous. Anything that impact space-time. They found that only certain people could access these kinds of anomalies. And so they found that when they sent in the initial teams, the soldiers would be, in some cases, negatively impacted. And so they would have to choose people who had particular free consciousness who could access these anomalies. So that's what happened in Romania.
Can I pause there for a second? Because I'm a little slow and I'm trying to see if somebody... Space-time anomaly. What is that? Is that like somebody messing with a time machine or...
I would think something like the Hadron Collider. The Hadron Collider at CERN, that's a space-time anomaly. I would think so.
Like putting a rip or a tear in it.
Open a portal.
It's a portal. Those are all portals that they discovered that only certain people can access, as he said. Yeah, this is about to get real interesting. So if everybody still want to continue to look up. I tell y'all, look down. Look down, people, look down.
Yeah, y'all know, I put it in the chat, they have extensive caverns in that country that I forgot the name of. They just said, but yeah, who knows what's going on in the caves?
All right, I'm going back. I'll go ahead.
No, this is ringing a bell. I gotta find this video because it was talking about CERN, and y'all know they're shutting down CERN in July. They're gonna move it so they can make the one in Switzerland bigger. They're gonna make that one bigger. And they in this video, they were saying that whatever beings or whatever messages has been coming through it since they've been turning it on, told them that in year 2035 that they were going to figure out time, like a time machine, how to go back and forth through time. So I think they sped it up.
Wouldn't Trump be very involved in some shit like that though? What doesn't it make sense for him to be the president to go over there fucking with somebody by the portal? Don't that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
But Elon Musk is supposedly, with his aircraft, is based, able to break the space-time continuum, or he's going faster than the speed of light. So what that says, he's breaking the space-time continuum. Like, what the fuck?
I just keep thinking about the marvelous adventures of Barron Trump. Is that right? Didn't he have a time? Right. Yeah. It's all adding up. I'm so bad.
And the same thing was happening in Iraq at the same time, which led to, and actually I did write about this back in 2003 when I first got involved in this field of exopolitics, that there was this space-time anomaly or a stargate or a portal, more accurately, in Iraq, and that was why they went into Iraq in 2003, and like substantiated by the behavior of U.S. special forces who established a presence around this area called what they discovered the Tomb of Gilgamesh, and they established a marine base right over it. And this is where they began to kind of dig, and they encountered essentially a stasis chamber with Gilgamesh, and there was also a stargate or a portal that they were seeking information on. So yes, all this goes back to the early 2000s.
So just to unpack all of that, that's a heavy dose to handle. So there's a military. So we know in Iraq there's a U.S. Marine base built on top of a stasis chamber and portal or a stargate space where they started to dig.
Well, that's right. They found that there was a team of German archaeologists that found the tomb of Gilgamesh. And after the US invasion of Iraq, the Marine Corps established the base right over that area. And of course, that was a cover for US Special Forces to be able to go in and kind of look around what was down there. And that's where I believe that they came across some of these ancient artifacts associated with Gilgamesh, who in the Sumerian records was this demigod. And I believe what they found was a stasis chamber that is kind of like a technology that distorts space-time, so people or giants that get into it can be perfectly preserved for thousands of years.
And so these stasis chambers, we have evidence that the U.S. military has access to these stasis chambers through whistleblowers and others who have seen this and have been sort of adversely affected by it. Do I have that right? Maybe you can talk more about what these stasis chambers actually do.
Well, these stasis chambers, I mean, they essentially warp space-time so that whoever gets into that chamber just goes to sleep. And for them, they might be sleeping for a few hours, but when they wake up, thousands of years have passed by. And it's important to point out that records for these stasis chambers go all the way back to the 13th century. You have Marco Polo describing in one of his books that he came across three stasis chambers in Iran where you had the perfectly preserved bodies of the Magi. These were the three, wise men that visited Jesus at the time of his birth. And Marco Polo says that he saw the bodies in these tombs that were perfectly preserved. And he saw their hair, their beards, and they were perfectly preserved. And so these Magi were asleep. And this is the kind of technology that was made available to the elites. And by elites, we're talking about people and giants that go back many, many millennia. And the giants, of course, you have the Old Testament talking about giants. You have many cultures talking about giants existing in ancient times. And many of these giants appeared to go into these stasis chambers, this kind of technology that would perfectly preserve their body all the way back to the fall of Atlantis. And their bodies have been perfectly preserved for thousands of years, well over 12,000 years. And many of them have been discovered using these ground-penetrating radar technologies.
Are they pretty much the same? Like when they find one of these stasis chambers, is it well recognized within maybe the powerful within the United States and the sort of secret space program that these things look the same pretty much across the board?
Well, they totally understand the technology. I mean, they're associated with a stone sarcophagus, and that's one of the things about stone. There's particular types of stone that's actually a form of technology, and you find those in many sarcophagi all over the world, in Malta, in Egypt, and these were used to preserve bodies for extended periods, and so they do recognize the technology. And these giants, they were being discovered by special forces. And you've interviewed JP, former US Army, and he, in one of his missions, encountered one of these giants that he was part of a 10-man mission, and he did this 14-foot sarcophagus, and inside it was this huge giant who was asleep, perfectly preserved, rare, very long beard that kind of stretched out, and this giant woke up during that mission. That he woke up and he moved on.
And they're perfectly preserved. We've also interviewed Timothy Alberino on this subject, who's studied extensively the giants and what the U.S. government knows about these giants. He's written books on it. I mean, he certainly traveled around the world to uncover this. And when people had photographs of these giants, so when they were awakened, or if special forces are awakening these giants, when you say they're moving on, are they going through this portal and traversing? What is happening to them?
Well, the the giants, as they're waking up, I mean, they have certain abilities and knowledge that allows them to activate the technologies near the sarcophagus or the stasis chamber. And so they're able to move through portals. I mean, they're able to create space-time portals. And this is something that was well established during the Montauk Project. You go back to 1971 to 1984, when the Montauk Project was created. I mean, there was something called the Montauk Chair, and people who got into that chair, which was essentially something that had been retrieved from a spacecraft, and they got into that chair, their mind was enhanced so that they could manifest things. And one of the things that could be done through that chair was to be able to create a portal, and through that portal you could move from one place to another. So it's the same thing for these giants. I mean, they would also technologies that they could access, and they could move very, very rapidly. Again, this is something that's described in the Radu Cinema book series, Transylvania Sunrise, where there's a book 2 in the series describes the inner Earth, and it says that the inner Earth is filled with all of these portals where you travel from one place to another, or from one underground city to another through a portal that instantaneously takes you there, and that this is known to the global elite, but has been kept from the rest of the population. So we don't know about these portals, but those who have access to the knowledge, they're able to identify where the portals are and to be able to use them for instantaneous travel anywhere around the planet.
So that's why they would want to go to war in Iran, because these portals are just incredibly powerful. Maybe you could just talk a little bit more about this technology, the space-time portals, and what specifically the U.S. would want with those inside of Iran. And how many do you think there are? 3? Like, according to Marco Polo, you mentioned that there were 3 different locations of these sarcophagi with giants, right? 3, if I'm not mistaken. Is that similar to the portal in the same room?
Well, the technology that Marco Polo saw was these sarcophagi with the 3 magi in them. So these were magicians, or these were people with incredible knowledge at the time. So they themselves weren't giants, but the technology is similar to these sarcophagi, these giant sarcophagi found all over the world. And in Egypt today, you can go to places where they have these giant sarcophagi, and they don't know what they were for. They thought that they were for kind of like bulls, for preserving bulls, which is ridiculous, that these were actually for giants. So this is technology that is distributed all over the world, and that the special forces people understand how these technologies can be used. And so when they began identifying those space-time anomalies in all these trees, including Iran, they had to get names. And so the members of the Freemasons, this is where you get the secret societies come in, because the secret societies, they have access to this knowledge and to this ancient technology. They know all about it. It's handed down from generation to generation in Freemasons and other secret societies. So what was done was that these secret societies, they would monitor developments in terms of where these anomalies were being found, and then they would pressure the United States government to come up with a rationale for taking over that country, forcing that country to do something like join NATO, which is what happened in the case of Romania. But in the case of Saddam Hussein, there was no chance that he would kind of like hand over this technology, so they came up with the war. So this is where we get the real culprit for these wars. It's not so much elected politicians such as Netanyahu. It's really these secret societies such as the Freemasons who understand the significance of these space-time anomalies, portals, giants, and they want to get control over those, and so they come with justifications or pressure political representatives to come up with a rationale for why they need to invade that country. So with Romania, for instance, is the United States still in charge of the portal that was discovered in Romania? Do we have like a military presence there that the government just allows the United States or NATO to just sit upon? Totally, yeah. The United States has established a huge military presence in Romania. The Romanian government is under the tight control of NATO and the secret societies, the Freemasons in particular, and all of the portals associated with the Bucegi Mountains in Romania, all of that has been heavily suppressed. In fact, I went to Romania in 2004, and we got to meet with some people that know Radu Cinema, the author of the Transylvanian book series. But he wanted to meet with us, but he was warned against it, and because he was told that the information is being suppressed. So they're putting a lockdown on all of this information coming out. They don't want the world to know that there are these ancient halls of records in Romania, in Egypt, in Tibet, and other places around the world that have ancient records that stretch back to the Atlantean and pre-Atlantean era, and that you have these portals that connect these different sites. So there's a portal connecting Romania with Iraq, with Tibet, with Egypt, and Iran figures into all of that. Well, don't you hate when people say, "I told you so"? Yeah, that's me, actually, because I did tell you. Sorry, but I told you that gold and silver were going to reap the benefits of excessive money printing, the Fed just printing money like crazy, overvalued markets, global unrest. It's here. It's happened. Gold and silver have both soared to all-time highs. So I hope you called our friends at Lear Capital and you bought some. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead. And they get it. They know what's coming. Isn't it time, folks? Get yourself some gold and silver today. Call the best in the business. I personally use them. So does Natalie. We both do. And our kids do as well in our IRAs. Lear Capital, it's a free phone call. There's no obligation to purchase, just education, information on protecting and growing your wealth with gold and silver. I'm sure there are many of you that have called and haven't purchased yet for whatever reason. Don't make the same mistake twice. Now is the time to get some gold shipped directly to you or shift some dollars in your retirement accounts over to physical gold and silver. It's easy to do. Natalie and I have done it for both, and I've been extremely satisfied with Lear's knowledge, their service, their prices. I urge you to call today and learn more. Call them, 1-800-613-3557, or go to LearRedacted.com, and you can receive up to $20,000 in free bonus medals with a qualified purchase. So you could literally walk into one of these portals and be transported from Iraq right to Romania. Correct. Yes, you essentially are able to access that portal. There needs to be a particular frequency and consciousness to open up that portal work. And once they've done that, then it becomes much easier for people to just travel through these portals. And are they adversely affected? So when U.S. Special Forces, as you mentioned, had sort of stumbled across these sarcophagi, these portals, these space-time portals, there's like adverse effects on their health? Yes, that can happen for people who don't have the right frequency or consciousness, which is why they recruit contactees, which is why they recruit people like JP, because these are people who have the frequency and consciousness so that they can interact with these ancient technologies, portals and so forth safely. I mean, to give you an example, with the Montauk project, there were estimates of anywhere between 100,000 to 300,000 children that were experimented on in the Montauk project, and only a handful of those survived. One of them is Stuart Swerdlow, who I've interviewed several times, and he's a Montauk survivor, and he talked about these kinds of experiments and what he was involved in terms of time travel and so forth. So they were doing all of this in Montauk, Long Island, but they found that adults, for example, had a difficult time being able to move through these space-time anomalies. So they worked with children, and they had to perfect the technology And so they experimented with a lot of orphans, a lot of homeless children. And once they perfected the technology, it became much easier or safer for special forces people to be able to go through these technologies. So now they've pretty much mastered the technology for being able to travel through portals. They know what's required. They know what people they need to have with them. And they now know where many of these portals are showing up and the ancient technology. And Iran is now on their radar as a place that they absolutely have to get into because they believe that this technology is being discovered by the Iranians in their underground construction projects.
So I was about to ask you, are the Iranians fully aware of this technology and that they would absolutely want to keep that away from the United States and Israel and other enemies, so to speak? Or are they still in the dark about a lot of this technology?
Well, I mean, they're discovering this technology as they dig their underground missile production facilities and uranium enrichment plants. They're going deeper and deeper because they understand that that's the only way to protect themselves from these smart weapons that the US and Israel has. So they've been going deeper and deeper. And as they go down, they encounter these ancient sites, and it's on the record there are underground cities in Iran. That's part of the public record now. They've discovered some of these underground cities, but they go deeper than that. And as they go deeper, they encounter an ancient underground tunnel system. And this tunnel system goes back many thousands of years, and it's quite extensive. So they're finding all of this, and they're finding the artifacts, and they're starting to find the anomalies. And the Iranians don't know about these themselves because it's a fairly new regime. So they've called in the Chinese. So the Chinese have been helping the Iranians with their construction projects. But that's where the Chinese and Iranians are finding these portals, artifacts, stasis chambers, and the Chinese are getting access to this. And so this is why now the US is being pressured, the Trump administration was pressured to go forward with this invasion. And I don't believe it has, the surface justification is, of course, Iran is on the verge of developing nuclear weapons, and that Iran's missile production is a threat to the region, and of course oil. They want to have access to the oil, but the real reason is because I think the Trump administration is being pressured behind the scenes to get their kind of boots on the ground or special forces in to take control of these underground locations.
Recently, and you and I were talking offline about this, a former employee at OpenAI, ChatGPT, basically is now blowing the whistle on Sam Altman, claiming that he's been building portals and summoning aliens using artificial intelligence. It's kind of a shocking admission, but I think, and I don't know if it's demonic or what it is, but he says the portals are reportedly located in the United States and China, with a new one that they've added in the Middle East, and that they're basically building these portals, and that's what OpenAI and Sam Altman are doing, basically summoning aliens. Any truth to this at all?
Well, I think that this touches on a very important point, that the creation of a portal where people can move through space-time, or aliens could come into our world through space-time, is something that's been discovered many years ago, and that either through things such as torsion fields, establishing torsion fields. So, for example, if you have a linear accelerator and you spin plasma around at a very high rate, you start generating space-time anomalies. High voltage electrostatic charges can also be used for generating these kinds of portal effects. There's also sacred geometry, arranging things in a particular geometric pattern can also create these portals. So people and secret societies have known about this, especially when it comes to sacred geometry. If you look at the Freemasons, I mean, they've known about portals for a long, long time. I mean, using pentagrams, for example, pentagrams and circles with crystals and chanting and so forth, that opens up a portal for aliens, or people call them demons, but these are really aliens, in particular reptilians who can come through. And so I think what Sam Altman may have discovered is through his kind of like experiments or research, he's discovered one of these ways of being able to create a portal and to have beings show up, and the beings that show up are very willing to show up if they're from, say, another world, or they're, say, reptilian beings from the inner earth, and they see a human who's pretty naive, doesn't know the consequences of what they're doing. You know, they'll show up and they can take advantage of that human in the situation, which is again why there is this kind of like urgency to prevent the Iranians doing this in a way that could lead to some aliens or aggressive aliens coming through these portals, creating all kinds of problems.
You know, David Icke, of course, one of his big messages is about the reptilians, who in many ways control us, to his point, really nefarious things, and sort of created this simulation. But one of his big, of course, messages is about AI, the biological fusion of AI, and this control. It's the control mechanism to control all of us. And so when I hear this story about reptilians that you're just telling me, and Sam Altman and ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, like all of that starts to come together and coalesce. Am I wrong? Am I seeing it incorrectly?
There definitely is a connection between all those things. I mean, the reptilians, I mean, they are an ancient race. I mean, they're both indigenous to planet Earth, and of course, they have civilizations in other worlds. And they know about these technologies. They understand how portals work. They also have advanced technologies like starships and so forth. But the ones that humanity interacts with a lot of the time, you know, they're here through portals. They understand how to use these portal systems, and of course, you know, that means that they can, for example, very easily intimidate any world ruler. You can imagine being a king, whether an ancient king or a modern king, and some 8-foot-tall reptilian comes through a portal into your sleeping chambers and says to you, well, you're going to work for me now. And that king or that president or that leader, you know, they don't really have any choice, because these reptilians, they understand how to use these portals to be able to travel all over the place. And there's a kind of like battle, if you like, between white hats, people who want to kind of like ensure that these technologies are not misused, or that you don't have these off-world species or indigenous reptilians kind of like generating undue control over the rest of humanity. And so, yeah, you get the white hats kind of like stepping in, trying to control all of that. So, yeah, so that's why I think you have Iran.
So one of the things that I have been fascinated about as it relates to these portals is time travel. And there seems to be a wealth of knowledge within the United States government about time travel, and the fact in these portal rooms that are set up for time travel. You know, speaking to secret space program insiders who've witnessed these rooms specifically in the United States, where they walk into a room and there's multiple doors within this chamber with different dates on each door. For instance, the year 2050, 2090, 1940. And what these witnesses have said is they witness human beings kind of walking in and out wearing clothing from that time period, as if they're going on a mission. They're coming out of those doors. Almost think of it like Grand Central Station in a way.
where you're going to this subway, you're going to that subway train, you're going to track 1, track 3, track 4, but it's in these large sort of time travel rooms. What do you know about these rooms, and do you have any idea where they might be located? I know there's at least one maybe in the United States, and I've been trying to get information as to where this is located. Of course, it's highly classified, but maybe you have some insight into these portal time travel rooms that the U.S. government knows about.
Well, we know that in the Montauk Project on Long Island, Camp Hero in particular, back in the 1970s, that they developed these kinds of time travel technologies, and that they were being used to send people back to conduct espionage in the past, to observe what was going on in those eras. And you mentioned a whistleblower who saw a military facility where there were 4 rooms, and each one would go into a particular period of time, 1550, for example, and then 1940 and 2050 and 2090, as you mentioned. And so that was another facility in the United States. I've had other whistleblowers who have identified places in New Mexico, Arizona, Pasadena, in California, where these time travel technologies and portal technologies can be located. So there's a close relationship between portals and time travel, because again, you're warping space and time. So you can either travel back in time or travel through space to another location. So there's multiple locations in the US where these portals connect. And also in the inner Earth, as I mentioned, there's an extensive portal system that is used by inner Earth beings. I mean, they're able to travel throughout the world just by understanding the portal system. There's a kind of system of portals, and there's ley lines that are used for being able to travel the portal system. And so you have these ancient civilizations that live under the earth that can use this portal system. You have, on the surface of the earth, you have members of these secret societies that know how to use the portal system. You have inner earth reptilian beings that know how to use the portal system. And so you also have now kind of like special projects where these portals are studied and understood, and they are very much kind of like connected to the earth as a kind of like energy grid. That, you know, this gets us into the idea that the earth has like 12 major stargates, which is very interesting, that the earth is like a physical body where you have like 12 chakras. People describe, you know, anywhere from 7 to 12 chakras, and these are all energy conduits. So the planet Earth is similar, that you have these chakras, and they connect, each of these stargates connect to a different dimension or a different world. So this is where you actually have off-world travel, and that the chakras are all over the planet Earth, and that the portals are a kind of like a derivative of that you can connect the portals with this chakra system. So it's quite complex, but people, also the projects that use the portal system, they understand how this works.
So to wrap it up, when you look at Iran and you look at this war and you hear about the threats, of course, of like boots on the ground and we're going to bomb you into oblivion and all of these things, the rhetoric over the past few weeks, and who knows, like when people see this interview, this may have already happened, but the threat of U.S. boots on the ground, do you think that that's an inevitability? That there would be some sort of U.S. force in order to obtain access to these portals?
I think that's really where we're heading, that there's going to be boots on the ground. Now, of course, that can be done in 2 ways. You know, one would be some kind of invasion, and you have military forces in different areas of Iran, and that's a cover for the special forces teams to go underground and to be able to
kind of like access what's there in Iran. The other way, which I think is what President Trump
we were talking about CERN. This is
in there with the Iranians into these places where the Iranians have been finding these ancient artifacts, and they want to be able to bring those to the United States, and in return, the Iranians will get some kind of material benefit. So essentially, I think what Trump is trying to do is kind of like pull a Venezuela here and get the Iranians to do what the Venezuelans did, which was to shift from being allied with China to now being allied with the US and getting access to these underground locations. And this is where you get the kind of like, within Iran, you have deep divisions between the theocratic governing system and those that are connected with kind of like earlier, that are more connected with the ancient Persian culture that aren't necessarily Muslims, or maybe they're nominal Muslims, but they're more connected to Persian culture and Zoroastrianism, and so they're the ones that are more likely to want to work with the Trump administration because they understand that there'll be proper respect for what's found.
That's fascinating. It's like you always have to go below the headlines, below the stories, because there's, it's what they're not telling us for sure. Dr. Michael Salla, great to see you. People can read more about your work over at exopolitics.org and your analysis of this and look at all of the evidence themselves. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, it's okay.
And about the Chinese moving them from Europe over into China and building that new CERN type machine. That ties directly into this portal thing, because they're trying to figure out dimensional time travel. Like we talked about it a little bit about 4 or 5 days ago. I guess maybe 3 days. But that's that same type energy. But going back a step back in Arizona, where they were in the Grand Canyon, this is where they found the Egyptian artifacts inside of the canyon, right? And it was probably a portal there because it was a space that was big enough to hold 50,000 people, right? So basically a stadium, size of a stadium inside of the canyon with gold mummies and also the writing, the hieroglyphics on the walls, right? So these underground places are in Southwest America too. You feel me? New Mexico, Arizona, in these areas, and probably Utah, where these portals that they're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in these Southwest areas. I'll let.
Big Jamal in the house. Computer love. We got short computer love. We right here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We feeding the Miss Multitude. Man, invite the public come on out. Black Panther party. Ain't no party like a Black Panther party.
So about the video.
Feed the Miss Multitude right here. Oh yeah. We're right here live throughout the city of Minneapolis today.
But Ambassador, about the video. We're talking about a video, Ambassador.
we're talking about.
How you doing, boo? I just got on. I pray I'm good.
Yeah, you
know. I ain't gonna be able to stand. I ain't even gonna be able to stand. I ain't gonna lie.
But Jamal, to what you said about that's only temporarily that they're moving it to China, because the one in Switzerland, they're making it bigger because they want to see how much they can clash, how big they can get a portal, because obviously the portals they're opening up right now ain't even big enough. So that's why they're moving it. They're only shutting it down temporarily, and they're going to open it back up in 2030. And I just sent Erica this video where they were talking about that by 2035 they would have mastered time travel. Mm-hmm. So it ain't going to be in China for so long. It's going back to a bigger and better hydrogen collider.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do nothing but her age. It pretty much is helping them perfect it at a way faster speed than they have without it. So I believe it. As a matter of fact, I really believe it already exists. They're already using it, and I think it is perfect. So that's still in line with what's happening. Hey, and then have any one of y'all ever seen the pictures of Pharrell?
Mm-hmm.
Man, that nigga
like Pharrell is tiny.
Ellen DeGeneres. And then you got Matthew McConaughey, Keanu Reeves. Like I done seen the video where they had a whole bunch of motherfuckers reincarnated over and over again.
That nigga Pharrell looked like he did when he worked at McDonald's when he was 18.
What the fuck the mission is failing, so they keep starting that shit over again.
All right, has anyone seen that show Outlander? With the couple that be time traveling, the one she go back and she meet this guy and she end up marrying him, but she jumping through time at these and Stonehenge was a portal. So that was a portal for her, and that's how she was jumping through time. Anyone seen that series? Damn, boy, y'all don't be getting none of the good ones.
Nah, I ain't seen it, but I know exactly what she's talking about. I've seen like a breakdown on YouTube.
Such a good show. It's such a good show.
Man, I think they took them. I don't think none of those scientists is dead. I think they somewhere, girl, preparing for what they about to do. Because everybody that's gone, they had like some type of important role when it comes to the precious metals, technology, the alien information. Everybody had a little bit of something. I don't think them people did at all.
The thing about Artemis yesterday, when they swung around the dark side of the moon, but I didn't finish watching it because I fell asleep. But they made it back, didn't they?
Yeah, they made it back. You know, it's a whole conspiracy theory on that shit too. Because somebody that tracked down,
What are they saying?
Well, somebody, you know how like they be tracking the airplanes and shit in the on the radars? Well, they don't show the thing coming in. They just show this plane circling back and forth in the area. So people are just, people are skeptical of how they tell.
They would have been offline for 45 minutes. I think 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Because when they was on the back side of the moon, there's no connection on that side.
But what about coming back into the earth though, like when they landed?
It was entering back. I don't understand what the question was.
Yeah, like when the conspiracy is airplane that ejected them out into the Pacific.
Like, as far as I've never been a skeptic of it. I believe that that stuff is actually doable. I don't. That's not doable. I believe that's doable. You know, they only doing a figure eight. If you picture it as an eight, and the moon is at the top of the eight, and the Earth is at the bottom of the eight, they was just doing basically a figure eight where they shot them up, and the moon's gravity, if they ran out of fuel or something, the moon gravity would slingshot them back. So they did like a figure eight, just the same way you would, draw the number eight. The moon's gravity would shoot them back to Earth that way. You feel me? So I don't think that's believable to me. I'm not a skeptic of that. I believe that, they were able to do that 80, 60 years ago. Well, 60, 70 years ago, they were able to do that. I mean, it's just a trajectory. It's just a trajectory. But the only way that you don't believe that type of shit is if you're like on some flat earth type shit. But if you understand the way, the science of it, I think it makes good sense. If you shoot them off and you shoot them at the angle in the right trajectory, all they're doing is a loop around and back. I think that's doable.
I'm not saying it's not doable. I just don't trust it at this point. The lies, the cover-ups, the heresy. Now all of a sudden it's real, and we have portals and all the shit. I don't trust these motherfuckers to say that, to tell the motherfucking truth. I think they got some other shit going on. And look, those same people that was in that damn rocket is in these damn TV shows that just recently came out. That shit is crazy.
I know a lot of the stuff is, especially in this room, you guys don't believe a lot of shit. But I grew up in a. I'm a little older than y'all, so when I was growing up, they were doing rocket launches. I mean, that's not like some, and especially now with the technology as far along as it is, I don't see that as being.
Well, they're doing rocket launches, but where are they sending them? Just because you think they're sending them up there, up and outside of the planet, don't mean that's where they going. They could be going somewhere totally different, and they telling you so. So
remember,
it's really bad, Jamal. You gotta start over. You in the Matrix.
Do you remember how conversation we were having about the Earth spinning, and this axis, and we were talking about some other shit. But if you know the spinning, right? So it's spinning. If you chop off and the Earth is spinning, right? And you shoot it off, it's gonna shoot it out. Right? And then if you can direct it.
Nigga, what?
Think about the clock. The clock is going clockwise. Let's say the clock is spinning clockwise. and you shoot a rocket out as the hand of the clock gets to 6, and it's pushing it fast as the Earth is spinning at 6, and then you shoot it out. By the time it spins to a 10, you done shot hard. I mean, it's done propelled it out. I just don't see that as being a unbelievable thing. The only it was just a figure 8. That's all they did.
Yeah, but you're not.
The moon is close to us. It's not like they went, anywhere far.
But when the camera looked it far away, though.
Well, it's in the sky.
But once they got up there into space in the sky, it didn't look big no more. It looked small.
The optics of I don't know, but what I'm saying, I just don't think that it's unbelievable shit. That's not unbelievable.
You're not listening to me when I say what I don't think they did. Okay, I'm not saying that none of what you're saying is unbelievable. What I'm saying is the fact is so many holes in this goddamn cheese. Okay, is from everything I just said to the point where the shit wasn't even on the radar coming in. Let me tell y'all, remember a couple of weeks they was having all those asteroids coming in? Like, if they could detect this shit, they detected 3 Atlas before it even got into our system. So how the fuck they weren't even able to tell us that these fucking asteroids is coming into the atmosphere about to hit Ohio? This was on the way. It lost radar while it was on the side. Only when you're talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the asteroids. I'm talking about the inconsistency of the surge of shit NASA is releasing. That's what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying. We know what happened with Artemis 2. It did a figure 8 and it fucking came back. Hypothetically. Allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly. Because that shit ain't.
So I've got a question. So explain to me how the fuck did that thing supposedly have landed in the ocean, came through all of that heat, right? The heat burning the goddamn capsule or whatever, the Artemis 2. But the goddamn NASA paint sign on the side was not fucking damaged. Explain it.
That's like asking if you shoot up the car and the car gets into an accident, how was the Cadillac sign still intact?
No, it's not. It's not an accident. It's a burn. If something is a burn.
That was the dumbest thing you could ever say. So I'm going to ask it again. If it burned through all that fucking heat and it burned that metal the way that it did, why is the blue NASA sign still fucking blue and not black?
Didn't it fall into the water?
That don't matter. The paint from the blue NASA sign should have fucking burned off.
Put it on your PTR so I can see what you're talking about.
But you watched it, nigga. Didn't you watch it? Or you didn't finish it?
I told you I fell asleep on it. I didn't see it coming.
Okay.
I fell asleep.
Yeah. When you get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
But it wasn't burnt, though. I'm telling you, it wasn't burnt. Maybe the sign was made out of the metal. That precious metal they talk about that these chips is made of. Maybe it was made of that metal.
PTR, so I can see it.
And it still has some type of discoloration on that sign.
I just want to see it.
It's true.
I want to see what it is.
Remember Hawaii where all the nothing blue bird?
Yeah. Oh. The roofs did not burn. You heard that, little dogs? The blue
Which one of these niggas need a lash? Which one of these niggas need a whip?
You about to catch on because we about to catch on because hey, we talk about son and shit like that. And Jamal talking about, I told him that he started talking about Artemis too, and I said, well, I don't think they went out there because the shit it wasn't showing up on the radars for the airplanes. You know what I mean? Like anything in the sky should be showing up on that radar.
It didn't even show up. It didn't even show up on binoculars and telescopes. There was a lot of people that put their telescope out and try to see them. You know, they still call travel around the moon. So traveling around the moon, that means we should be able to see on Earth travel around the moon. Yeah, the boys had binoculars, telescopes, and some more shit, man. Hey, man.
What type of binoculars you got, bro?
Man, them boys had the 50X. Motherfuckers, man. They said they tried to use a Hubble telescope. They said it was broke. They said the Hubble telescope ain't working. I said, damn, that's convenient. Y'all remember the Hubble telescope we spent all that money on? The Hubble telescope should have been able to zoom in. They said the Hubble telescope didn't have the capability while they was up there during that time. I said, boy, you got to answer everything.
The Hubble telescope is out in space.
Yeah, so that should have been costly. How the fuck? Imagine somebody saying, hey, Pedro, turn your radio bell.
How was they supposed to turn it around and make it focus on Earth?
No. Check it out. This is even worse. They said they went and took a full circle around the moon. So that should have been able to be in the Hubble in their camera lens. At some point, they went around the moon. They didn't just go to the moon. They went around the moon.
Hubble is out facing the Milky Way.
No. See what they did was they went toward that way, and then they took a whole circle around the moon. Yeah, y'all look it up. I ain't lying.
It's closer to the sun than it is to the Earth.
Yeah, but you should, man, that Hubble telescope, they said they can get pictures of us on Earth. And look through my sound.
Oh, shit.
Michelle,
So like I said, Pedro, they couldn't find it it didn't show up on the airplane radars or no type of radar system. When they got up there, the shit looked far as fuck. Like, why is it so far away?
Why the moon so far away in outer space? That's crazy.
I don't know.
Backside of the moon, bro. That's what it's like going around Big Susie on her backside.
Nigga, you're not comprehending what we're saying. As soon as they got outside the atmosphere, the moon shrunk. What is you saying?
Yeah, if I could go in Big Susie's house, she should be. I could get a good picture of Big Susie.
Basic.
Well, you went to sleep on it. No, you went to sleep on your little TV show. So I don't think you watched that TV show they had on Netflix form. That Disney produced.
Yeah, Disney filmed it. Hey, this is what I want to know. Who was holding the camera? What other spaceship was out there? Who had the camera and had it on the spaceship?
She said Jamal. Jamal was on the camera.
So Jamal, I'm gonna ask you real quick. Did they say 2 spaceships out there? Because who had the camera recording the first spaceship?
The satellites up there. The satellites.
The camera set up on the outside of the ship.
You can't get no whole 360 view look back with the camera on the ship.
The camera's outside, bro.
Oh, they don't work like that, Jamal.
Fixed.
So if I got an aerial view of my house, you get that camera fixed onto the house?
It works like a
Onto the ship.
Oh, the selfie stick. Oh, use your hand like a selfie stick. Use your hand like a selfie stick. Slide. Act like you got on some skates. Oh, they got rap music going. Okay, I get you.
Okay. A selfie stick on the ship, bro.
Oh, they got a selfie stick.
Wow.
So why didn't they show us the video going around the moon? What happened to that footage?
Hey, bro.
But see, the thing is, if
Jamal just said when they got around on the other side of the moon, they lost signal. But one of the astronauts had an iPhone on him. He had an iPhone in his pocket. So how come we don't have pictures on his iPhone or a video?
Remember, it was live. Remember, it went live. But Sam, one part. Hey, man, did the whole documentary. The boy did the whole Instagram live. But it went, man, hey, this sounds suspicious.
No, they did take pictures on the backside. They took it, and look, the backside of it, of the moon don't look, it's not as smooth. It's more pockets, and they see caverns. They took a whole, there was a whole access of what they had a valley, a deep ass valley, gash, where the moon had been hit with some meteorites. They see quite a bit of shit in there. It's there. YouTube it, and let's play the YouTube. But I wanted to see the ship, to see what y'all talk about as far as this NASA. I wanted to see how that looked. PCR that.
So I got a question. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck come every time they take a picture of the Earth from the supposed spaceship, there's never any fucking satellites in the pictures.
Damn.
We think the satellites is just affixed in a certain area.
It's thousands of satellites are out there, Jamal. It's thousands of them.
Not only the satellites, what happened to all the asteroids that's flying all over, all the debris, all the space junk, as they always say, that's constantly
Elon just shot up over 500 satellites just the other day.
I wish some of y'all would get some local astronomy classes just to do something. Just astronomy. I should do.
That's the only way we can even have this conversation because we know astronomy. What are you talking about? You talking about astrology? No, sir, it's astronomy.
I sound like y'all got a lobotomy.
Are we just gonna glaze over? Are we just gonna glaze over that though?
He is. Yeah, he is, but I'm not.
Because Spiritual made a great point. And I don't know who else it was that came over who made a great point. When they're taking pictures of, can I finish, brother? When they're taking pictures of the Earth from space, how come we don't see space debris? How come we don't see other things circling the Earth? How come we don't see fucking satellites? How come we don't see none of that? How come we don't even see other fucking stars in the background? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, I'm asking for a friend why they don't point out that's Saturn over there. And way over there, that's Jupiter.
These 2026 niggas, you can't tell these 2026 intelligent niggas nothing, I tell you.
No, you can't tell them 1952 ass niggas nothing. That's the problem. They already indoctrinated. They can't see nothing different. They can't think with their own head. They can't think. They can't do any critical thinking. They don't like asking questions because they stuck in their damn ways.
Indoctrinated, vaccinated.
Yeah, they don't do critical thinking. They can't analyze.
I sure wish 2026 nigga into an astronomy class somewhere near you.
If you don't take an astronomy class to analyze a fucking picture.
I took astronomy in college, okay?
I sure wish we could get somebody back into an astronomy as soon as possible.
I mean, so instead of insulting people, maybe you could come up with logical answers. Because you ain't came up with not one thing that sounded remotely to the truth at all. You just regurgitating. He's just regurgitating what they're telling him and what they showed you on TV.
So I guess I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson now, right?
No, you're not.
You just the grass. Real talk. Common sense will tell. Real talk though. Common sense will tell me that if I take a picture of something, there's something in the background, right? That's I can see everything in the fucking background. So you taking a fucking picture from space, that you say you're in of the planet Earth, and there's nothing in the background?
All right, I want to. Who's working the Google? I'm gonna ask. Google is free. Let's ask a couple of questions. So
you ask that motherfucking question. Don't ask us to do it. You the one who want to know. We asking questions, and you is motherfucking damn telling us we don't know, and you don't even know.
Michelle, I'll be his Google machine just so I can prove his ass wrong.
Okay,
Jamal, your Google search gonna meet you where you at, bro.
Hey, look, I'm gonna just tell you where I'm at, and then we can go from there.
Let's go.
Who's got the? All right, so now who's got ChatGPT and who's got Google? We gonna ask some questions and do a little learning today. See if we can get some learning done in here, because there's a lot of questions. First thing we need to ask Chat is, why can't I see the stars when I'm in space? And it's an answer. I can give you the answer. You want me to give it to you before Chat, or you want me to wait?
Let's go. Chat, you can't see the stars in space.
I'm sorry?
The question, I thought Lil Dog was asking, how come when they show a photo of Earth, you don't see anything in the background?
We about to ask ChatGPT. All right, so now I can tell you that far away and not from it. That's why. First, let me give you the nigga answer, and then you can ask ChatGPT. Most of those photos are edited. All right, so I'm gonna give you the nigga.
They're all CGI. That's why. See, that's the answer. They're all CGI. None of the fucking pictures are real. They're all CGI.
Because when you're in Earth's atmosphere, the star system you're able to see the star system from your vantage point because you're actually far enough back when you're in the atmosphere. Hold on, I'm explaining to you, and then we're gonna have Chat prove me wrong. When you get into space, now you at a different position, and because you're out of space, you're out of the Earth's atmosphere, and so you're not able to see the star system the same way because you're at a different advantage point. All right, now let's ask Chat and see what ChatGPT says.
That's the dumbest shit you could have ever said, because if you're out of the Earth's atmosphere, that means you should be closer to the fucking stars that you were looking to while you was on Earth, which means you should still be able to see them. Yeah. And if space is if space is as dark as they say it is, you should be able to see damn near any fucking star you want to see. All right, so that shit is goofy that you just said.
Well, they said that when you're in, I didn't research shit yet, but also I feel like this question has popped up. Like when you're in space, right? Like because you're on Earth looking out, you're looking at the dark vastness of space. But when you're in space, you have when you're out, like when you're actually suspended in space, you still have the brightness of the sun and things like that are illuminating. It's like being in a dark room and then you light a fucking flashlight. All you're gonna see is the flashlight, and that's kind of what happens when you're in space, according to the theory that I think I know. Right? It's like you when you're in Earth, there's so much light and all of that stuff trapped in our atmosphere. You got buildings, all of that stuff. You're looking at space from this, I guess you want to take it their vantage point. But when you're outside in space, ain't no buildings, ain't no atmosphere. It's dark. It's darkness, right? So it's like being in a dark room. You shut the lights off. You shut everything off, and then you turn on a flashlight. That's the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but all the planets and stuff out there, you say, is reflecting the light, right? Or is it absorbing the light?
Let's see what GPT said. Let's see what they are
absorbing the light like we are. But light,
light don't reflect anything.
So there's no light out there because everything else is absorbing the light. Right, so that's probably why.
It's dark as shit out there.
But light isn't shining out in space.
So if I'm in a dark room,
there's nothing to bounce off of and to reflect back.
So if I'm in a dark room and I got some candles lit, representing the stars,
let's
and then I shine a flashlight, and then I shine a flashlight, you mean tell me I can't see the stars flickering the candles flickering anymore?
This is what I'm telling you.
No,
I'm arguing that you didn't see it. To say wrong.
I think you still see the stars, but I don't think they're as bright as you think they are from outside the Earth. Like you're like stars are really fucking far. You know what I mean? Like just because you left the Earth's atmosphere doesn't mean you're really getting that much closer to where they are relative to us. You're just outside the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, but you're not like stars are far. You know what I mean? So there's still gonna be a twinkle even if you move outside the Earth's atmosphere.
Well, Melissa, but that brings back to my question. Because if you go outside and look at the moon, the moon looked big, but on their camera, once they got outside of our atmosphere, the moon looked smaller. How did that happen? Wait, what?
Somebody would go ahead and use some AI.
Yeah. So, Mom, shut up. I'm talking to Melissa. You want to use AI, don't use your AI.
I don't got time,
Melissa. Okay, well, then let us have our conversation. All right, listen. So basically, when Artemis 2 got... Okay, Jamal, please, can you please mute up? Thank you. Melissa, when Artemis 2 got outside of our atmosphere and they were showing the footage of them going to the moon looked smaller versus how it looks when you're outside. You get what I'm saying?
Wait, what? Wait, you got a video for this? Hold on. What should I Google? Artemis 2 moon footage?
Yeah. See if you can find something online. Because I just remember when I was watching it when it was all happening, I was like, the moon looks so much smaller than it do when I go outside and look.
I gotta see the video because the video is popping up. I mean, it looks way huge.
Yeah, but that's when they got close on it. I'm talking about once they got outside the atmosphere, it didn't look that big. Yeah, let me go see if I can find one real quick. I'll text it to you.
Okay. They are showing on YouTube, they're showing the vantage point of being right next to it. So clearly it's going to be...
You got to get up on it. Like I'll be telling them. Get up on it, you'll see how big it is.
And like she probably tells you back, let me go get my microscope.
Nah, I said get face to face with it. And you see how big it is.
You know what? I just motherfucking appreciate your nasty ass not talking like that. Like while we're trying to have a fucking conversation. Like I really do. I really wish you would stop that shit. I'm not playing either. That shit is fucking disgusting.
I gagged a little bit.
Why you need to stop playing it? Because you don't know who the man you with there.
He told me I see why you like Asian women. Anyway.
I'm talking about trying to get y'all right. Let's use some AI and get some of these questions answered.
So okay, Warren Buffett said the stock market is playing with fire territory. Ooh, Lord Jesus. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is it a bad time to ask you a question or whenever you...
Yeah, whoever that is, I guess if somebody got a question, go ahead.
So what do you think about happening? I put in the chat earlier. What you think about what's happening in South Africa?
I don't care because I don't care.
Well, the question from Melissa, I get what you said, but they doing like what ICE is doing.
Right. What the fuck? Y'all need to stop doing that shit.
Y'all gonna hear about it later. It's all right.
Well, we're not here
Worry about America.
Keeping the top
shit.
I didn't know that.
Man, we was talking about Artemis too and all that shit. Shit, they got, what did you say, Artemis 3 or is it Artemis 4? They gonna come out with.
Yeah, they got more Artemis that's gonna go up and they're gonna land on the moon and then they're gonna do other stuff.
Questions of what, Melissa? Where you at? The first question should have, why can't I see the stars when I'm out of space? If I go up the Earth's atmosphere, why can't I see the stars better?
Because you ain't a star, nigga. Because you ain't a star. Can I borrow the mic? Can I borrow the mic without interruption? It's because you ain't a star. It ain't resonating. You can't pick up on the frequency, my nigga. The light came into the darkness and the darkness comprehended it not. Okay? We can tell you all day and it ain't gonna resonate. You can't see the stars because you ain't a star.
Hold on.
We put a brother on Artemis too, so y'all it's round. I mean the brother, we put a black man on the Artemis too, man. So that's a brother. So you're going up against I don't know why y'all go against your brothers like that.
Black people lie too, especially when they're under their influence.
Still believe it's flat, and they put a whole brother in the spaceship, and now you think the brother ain't gonna lie to us, brother. He went to HBCU and everything, so y'all still flat earth.
What that mean?
Yeah, that's wild. I'm just showing
I bet you he a Freemason, though. I bet you he a Freemason. How much you want to be?
Obama came to HBCU. Obama went to Harvard.
And Freemason too. Y'all learn some Freemasons, don't y'all? They the main ones that got y'all asses in bondage. You gotta love y'all Freemasons. Nothing turned out.
I'm just trying to figure out why I can't get nobody to get on ChatGPT or Gemini.
We're not age and we don't do shit for people just because they say so. You do that shit yourself.
Do something.
But I answered your question, Jamal.
What was it?
You said when I go into space, why can't I see the stars? Cause you ain't a star, my nigga. I mean, what else? You can't see, right? It's invisible. You ain't on the right vibration and frequency. So, you know what I mean? Who turned up the dial on fit? What's going on?
This is her first question. What was that? There was another question that they had besides.
Wait, before you go do your question, then I want to read something, right? And so I find this interesting because the name Artemis is associated with the what is it, Greek goddess?
Death, plague, upon children. There's two sides to it because Artemis is Apollo's twin sister.
Okay, so I don't know the dark side. I know the decent side. Well, yeah, her connection to the moon. I know she's probably on some freaky shit with her brother or whatever. You know how she's doing.
No, it's about plague and disease and stuff.
Oh God. So
go look it up because all of them have a negative and a positive attribute because everything has balance, you know?
So they said the Apollo's mission, because that was the first mission. So Artemis represents the twin effort to establish a permanent presence there and land the first woman on the moon. So my thing is that if we were able to land the first man on the moon, why has it been so many years and we have not gotten a woman there yet?
I just was telling y'all about we think everything about vagina, and y'all shut me down. Make every topic about vagina.
Something's wrong with you, bro. Like, I think
but the orbit is the move, but no woman has ever stepped foot on it.
Yeah, because you got a problem with women. I think you want to be a woman yourself.
No, it ain't that, bro. Because I called you out on it, and I'm calling her out on it.
Hold on, bro. You called me out for empowering women. You called me out for empowering women, nigga. So that says a lot about you.
No.
Let's get back to the conversation for this fraud ass nigga. Let's get back to the conversation.
Than me, because
let's get back to the conversation. I'm gonna keep over talking this maggot ass nigga.
Thank you. That's cool, man. But I'm saying it's all about.
All right, bro.
Dolly, you got a problem with women, sir? You need to go motherfucker go sit in the corner. Yeah, you do that. Shut up, then. Then shut up, then.
They black. They feminine.
It don't matter. You can do what you want to do. No, you're feminine.
No, not feminine.
You know, you're the woman. No, yes, you are feminine. Now, if you're not bringing in nothing useful, well, if you're not bringing nothing useful to the conversation, why do you even come off your mic to speak?
For you, though, Michelle. I don't
care, man. What you doing?
Hold on. Wait a minute. You was where before her?
I was here. I was in this room way before her.
Okay, so let me stop you right there.
I just keep saying.
Absolutely not. Because see, you know what? Your PTR is a beautiful depiction of what the fuck you look like and acting like up in here. This ain't 2020. And this ain't grab a game. So don't nobody give a fuck about what happened 6 years ago. It's a new sheriff in town. Okay? This ain't that room no more. And you keep coming in here trying to force your energy, force your presence, it gets shut down every single time. Go out, come back with some new energy. Don't nobody care. You wasn't here before Michelle. Because when Eugene first opened up this space, he created something new. So you have no rank or no title, and it ain't got nothing to do with a green bean. We're sick of it. Simmer down.
I was a mod in this room.
No, but you're not. You're not now.
Yeah,
and no one cares.
Here when this room open too.
It ain't about being a mod. It ain't about being a mod. There has been a restructuring and a reorganization. Okay?
Yeah.
And your behavior has kept you on the other side of that.
I don't even
understand.
What is? They got sides?
Man, fuck.
Like I said, you don't even worry about it.
No,
you pound cake down. Pound the sugar, pound the butter, pound the flour, pound the dance.
No, what side?
Got down.
Okay, never mind. I can't ask
you. No.
We got sides. What sides?
The side I'm talking about is you talking about what you used to be. What I'm telling you is you're not that anymore. You're not that right now. Okay? Your behavior and how when you come in here, you ain't came in here with nothing positive. I've been clocking you. Every time you come in here to blow up the spot. You're not coming in here to build or to contribute. You come in here with that stank ass attitude, mad because you ain't modded and mad because you was here first. Don't nobody give a shit. It ain't got nothing to do with none of what you talking about. So just stop it.
When did I say I was mad about getting modded? Modded ain't never.
Bro, chill the fuck out, bro. Damn. Nobody want to hear that shit, bro. I think this nigga used to be a woman and became a man because they won't change his sex back.
Who is that?
Goof ass nigga. Let's get back to the conversation.
Man, what did you?
Nigga, Fifth was talking. You ain't talking about shit. Fifth was talking.
Oh, that's Milk Dog.
Yeah, I'ma always give your ass the big. I'ma always give your ass the big.
Look, Fifth, what is
high estrogen ass nigga.
Yeah, I understand. But Milk, you on the same side as me.
Man, somebody mute this nigga.
Look, hey, but
can we get back to the conversation?
Tell me.
Can we get
Ain't no side. You on the wrong side of history. That's what I'm talking about. Okay?
History. So
Bro, I'm gonna talk every time you talk, bro. I'm gonna talk every time you talk, bro.
Intellectual prodigy. That's the wrong side of y'all. Wrong side of intellect.
The floor is open. Erica played this amazing video. We was building on that from an intellectual standpoint and laughing and joking a little bit in between. I hope y'all can continue the momentum. I apologize for the interruption. Thank you.
So, you said, let's get back on to what we was talking about. Now, what we was trying to figure out is when you're outer space, why you can't see the stars better than when you're standing on the Earth. Now, I've explained Earth atmosphere and proximity to the star system is better when you're standing on the Earth looking into the to the atmosphere, right? Whereas if you're in a dark space, it's pitch black, right? And so it's like I could give some analogies, but I'm not going. But I'll just say, let's see what ChatGPT has to say, or Gemini, and we want to see what Gemini has to say about it. I know all y'all got that on your phone, so somebody hit up Gemini.
I really would appreciate you telling us that when we all said we wasn't looking it up. If you want to fucking know, you look it up. We always just giving our own synopsis of it. That's it. We can move on from that though. That's crazy. You're still trying to force us to do something.
I do have one question about it. So, like, how do they stop? Like, they going toward the moon. Like, how do they actually stop that craft? Like, it just when they land and stop, or what? Because I don't even know how they landed.
They didn't land on the moon this time. They just circumnavigated. So it's all about how they're, the angles and stuff like that they take in precision when they're flying. So, but when they got back to Earth, they landed in the water.
That's what I be saying. I say that all the time. You got to be able to hit angles and position. And in order to do that, in order to make it around the moon, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? In the moon, angle and position. And you'll have it come on back home. You follow me?
No. Don't tell me. I think there's a lot more on this planet than we even know. That's just that.
I mean, I don't understand why niggas get in their feelings when we start questioning the norm, right? This is how you get unindoctrinated, by questioning what you've been spoon-fed. And people get offended when you question it, and they try to go back to the white man's description or understanding of it to debunk what you're asking. That's just weird to me. If I'm asking a question, I'm asking a question out of genuine asking. But the only answer you can give me is what the fucking white man put in ChatGPT when I'm observing for my fucking self with my own eyes.
The internet put into ChatGPT, and the internet came from information that we all created. You follow me? So let's just be friendly with the internet, brother.
Well, it's indoctrinated information. Well, it's still indoctrinated information. That's his point. You're missing the point.
Thank you.
Knowledge from sister. You need it.
You can get knowledge from observation.
Right. Don't tell me what the fuck I need, nigga. What you need is to motherfucker stop telling people what to do and stop trying to tell us to stay indoctrinated like you.
I mean, here's a synopsis, right? So it's daytime right now. Here is daytime right now, right? And you can go outside and the sun is shining and you cannot see the stars. But on the dark, when it gets dark tonight, we can see the stars. So on the dark side of the earth at night, if we're looking out away from the dark side, can we not get pictures of the stars? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that absolutely don't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen them, right? And this is just me walking in the middle of the road, totem pole. I've never seen them, and I wonder why I've never seen them. Just like I wonder why I've never seen pictures of the debris belt around the planet. when they're out in space? How come we don't see pictures of the miles and miles and miles of debris that they say is in space when they take pictures of the Earth? These are
because all the pictures are CGI. I mean, I've been looked this up because I wanted to know too, because all the pictures that you see that they have are CGI.
No, that's not true. That's definitely not true. I can tell you that's not true.
How can you tell us it's not true? Have you been out there?
I can tell you that that's not what.
How can you tell us it's not true? That's not what been out there and seen it with your own eyes.
One thing about the reason why I don't.
You're going by what others have told you.
But I don't want Claude into a whole bunch of this type of conversation because I use Claude for business. So my Claude is business minded, and so I don't want to put this in his mind. My Claude is a business nigga, a foreigner, but I don't want to put nothing in his mind, right? So I got a Gemini, but my Gemini is an accountant.
You just revealed a lot about your totem pole. You can create it.
Yeah. I kept quiet on it, bro, but he did.
There you go. Hey, this is a brother that can do all the Googling we need. Brother Richard. I don't want to call you by your nickname. I just call you Richard. Richard. See, this is when I start calling him by his nickname.
Yeah, because the nigga don't want to talk to you, bro. He don't want to talk to you.
Where you at? Richard.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, it's only a few pictures that they have that are non-CGI, like the one that Apollo 17 took, the only one where it's like a full picture of the Earth. But then all the other ones are like stitched together from multiple satellites, right? And they've been enhanced for clarity. So the satellites, they don't capture the entire Earth, they just capture certain parts of it. And then some images are fully CGI, but labeled as such: climate models, education animations, and real-time weather visualization. So, you got some raw, some of them are CGI, and then some of them are composites.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Excellent. That makes sense.
So what I just heard from that is things ain't always what they tell us it is.
Yeah, because there was another thing I was wondering too. So, okay, it does. Because I found some of Artemis tape showed the sun behind the planet, but they saying that it's really bright.
So here's the question, Michelle. Here's my question. If you can take a direct picture of the fucking sun, whose bright is supposed to be brighter than any fucking thing, you can't also capture smaller pictures in the opposite direction of stars that may be as big as the sun?
Well, it's saying that the cameras need long exposure to capture them. That's why. But long exposure would make Earth look like a white blur because it's so bright.
It says that it's also taking. Oh, sorry. It says they're also
go ahead.
Sorry, I don't believe it, but one of the reasons that ChatGPT gave is that the distance. They said the Apollo 17 photos. One of that was taken in 1972, was taken 18,000 miles away, blah, blah. And then also they're not, and then obviously the darkness of space, that's a whole nother factor. So, I get it, but why don't they just get closer? You gotta leave Earth, right? On your way out, take a photo.
Hey, so here's another thing, Melissa. Go ahead, Coach Cole. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, listen to me.
So here's another question, right? So they say, first, this is a question, right? So are they saying that the sun is the biggest star in our solar system?
It would have to be.
It is. In our solar system, yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and supposedly the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth. And we see it as big as it is. But we have some stars in our system that we can actually see that are 25 billion miles away from the Earth. So that almost equate to it being the same size as the fucking sun, because the sun is only a star. Did you know that?
It might be bigger than our sun.
There you go. Thank you.
We should still see them.
The sun is actually a star. So my point is, there are others. If the sun is only 93 million miles away from the Earth, that we can see it, and it's a star as big as it is in our solar system. If there are stars that are 23 billion miles away in our solar system, and we can see them, that means they're just the same size as the fucking sun.
23 billion miles away would not be in our solar system.
It is, nigga. Who is that?
Like Rage.
Your friend, Blue Black Rage. That's who that is. That's Blue Black. But all right. So now at least we got somebody that can work the AI real good. Blue Black.
There's only one star in our solar system.
All right, go ahead. Break that down.
No, there's only one star in our solar system.
The sun.
Which one is that?
The sun. That's it. There's no other stars in our solar system.
Yeah, the nearest star is Alpha Centauri, and that shit is far as fuck. It's like 4.2. It says 4.24 light years away. Proxima Centauri.
And you can actually see it in the night sky at night. Yep, you can actually see it. Just last week, I took a picture of the moon and the stars around it, and I looked it up on my app, my Stargaze app, and it was Jupiter right next to the moon. So, and it looked like a star in the sky. And why it's twinkling? Because it's taking in the light from the sun.
You learning, that's good.
So you know,
Sir, I'm not learning shit. I already fucking knew it.
Oh, sister.
Stop telling people what the fuck they should be doing, what they know.
Damn, sister, I just try to give you a compliment. I said
I don't need your
punched in the face before.
God damn, sister.
No, girl, kicked in the face.
Oh, wait a minute. Why everything gotta be right?
Stop being so sensitive.
Me cry, I start crying and shit.
Melissa, did you check out the videos I sent you of the guy with the tats on his face with the talking about the sun and the post? Well, I feel like I sent them to you within the past 2 days, but I'll go send something else to you. See if I can pull them up.
Which video was it? Which video? Which one?
It was that chunky white dude with the butterfly on his face, and he had the monitors, and he was talking about the sun and the hole in our atmosphere and shit.
Wait, what?
I know what video is that? Okay, give me a second. I'll be right.
You need to stay gone. Stay gone. Do not come back.
Don't get chewed out like your prodigy down there. Shoot, you get dragged just like him.
Talking about totem pole? Wait, totem pole. Right?
Yes, I don't know. Maybe he down there somewhere. Go ahead, totem pole. Totem pole, your friend here, Eugene here. Don't get cussed out.
Brother.
Hey, brother, what are you doing to you, home?
Time with you again, brother. As soon as I get back to the East Coast, I'm coming. As soon as I get from LA, I'm going to try to come down that way and holler at you.
All right, say no more. Let's make it happen. You already know how to do it.
Yes, sir. Hey, lunch is on me. Lunch is on me.
No more.
Yeah.
Say no more.
Yeah.
Same place.
Same place, same time.
You know, records, I mean, it's really easy.
You don't eat nothing but grapes.
No, I ate something else. Put it on the table.
He ate something last time.
So,
be careful, Eugene, gonna wind up a fat back like totem pole.
Hey, why they keep calling you fat, Jamal? Why they just something that got stuck to you?
I'm not fat.
You sound like a fat, sloppy ass nigga.
Jamal is probably fitter than most of the men in this room.
I don't care. I'm calling him fat back because he sound like a fat ass. I just sent it to you, big back ass.
Jamal ain't no.
I sent it to you.
How tall is he, Eugene?
Oh, that's him. Is his height? I don't know.
He must be short. He must be short. Yeah, he must be short.
So what? I see the chat. What dollar talking about? What dollar down there talking about? What's about? I'm more silent.
I'm gonna go for no reason.
What is now part of indoctrination? Eugene, where is Biff? Hey, where dollar at? What's up, Mike? Hey, my other prodigy. What's good? What's good with you?
Well, you need to tell your prodigy to be more respectful when it comes to women. He's very disrespectful. He don't like women for some reason. Just he remind me of somebody. He remind me.
Dollar.
You sister?
We're not talking about you. We talking about Dollar. See, now don't be hollering.
Nike. We talk about Nike. Y'all know Nike is a prodigy. Y'all didn't know that?
That nigga ain't no prodigy. That nigga's a woman.
At this point, you are questionable, Eugene.
Yeah,
I'm trying to question you and your prodigy picking skills.
Eugene, if you making Nike a prodigy, I got to question you, Eugene.
Yeah, Dollar prodigy in his own right and way.
In his own mind.
In his own. Yeah.
Dollar stuck on 2020.
We keep
all right, let me hear from my man. So, Dollar, what's going on? Well, I see the chat. What's going on? You there, Dollar Bill?
I'm confused. You know, I don't know.
I'm saying, what's going on in the chat? What they picking on you or something?
Basically, and I'm here every day. Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. They do it every day. It's all good.
You can take it, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
As long as you can take it, it's all good, man. How you get down in the bottom, somebody kick you off stage. They kick you off stage.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they. I don't know why. I don't get the explanation until you come up here. You did it because you did something. You said something. I'm like, what? Something.
And you know what? I'll come off mic and tell you why I'll come off mic and tell you why I think they kicked his ass to the goo. Because he's disrespectful to women. Anytime we're having a conversation and we highlight women, he might not say nothing for 30 minutes, but as soon as you highlight a woman, he comes off his mic with a negative comment. And then when they engage with him, he won't shut up. That's why his ass is in the goo.
Okay, well, I mean, shit. We built that. Big Dimension, you ain't. We built
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. So,
I'm right here.
I don't know what to say about that, but all I can say is I wasn't here. So if Vivian, whatever she do, shit, I'm going with whatever she do. Whatever she say, however she do it, Dollar, whatever you doing, if she's here, if she ain't here, Erica here, Michelle here, you just gonna have to swallow that shit, bro. Get your shit in line.
I really didn't know what a high respect women. I was talking to Milk Dog just earlier, and I said that he was a male feminist. They got a new term coming out for male feminists. Like I'm just getting on the term, right? And they got videos about this. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like putting him in that category because it's like every topic we talk about, and Milk Dog is the number one person that puts vagina in it. You know what I mean? Like it don't matter what we're talking about. And so I believe that Melissa said she was like with the Artemis too, right? Then there's Apollo. And then there's the Artemis. And I pointed out to Milk Dog, I was like, look, Milk Dog, you cussing me out. But I said, look at this. We got to put vagina into about space. first woman in space. Like that's why I was just.
What did you say to Michelle?
I don't know. I ain't said nothing to Michelle.
You did.
Michelle did.
You said, Flawless, I was here before you.
Likes dog.
He said, I was here before you. And that, what did that have to do with anything?
No, well, after you came on, Mike, but she was saying that, I forgot what it was about, but she just implying that, you know, like that they were just gatekeeping the whole, like what we was talking about, or if I could speak or not. And I was just, she just pointing out, I was here before you too, like before you saying it. But I'm not, I mean, I guess whatever. But I don't want no smoke with women. That's what I'm saying in this room, period. I don't be for women on Clubhouse.
So, Eugene, allow me to give it some context.
Yeah, let me
give it some context. So we was talking about trees being planted, and one of the brothers came off and said, hey, y'all need to plant some female trees, you know. And I said, hey, y'all hear that? The female trees are the only trees that produce fruit, just like women produce fruit. This nigga comes off Nike and said, Milton, why you always got to bring vagina into the picture? Nigga, is you that low vibration, that's all you heard? That's all you heard was vagina. Nobody said, hold on, bro. I didn't want to get back to big show about female trees, and then we was talking about I allowed you to I allowed you to land. I'm just giving it context, right? You landed, let me finish. So I'm trying to figure out who the fuck said something about vagina. All I said is that man said female trees are the only ones that produce fruit. And I said, did y'all hear that? Females are the ones that produce fruit. And all of a sudden, you come up out of everything you could have possibly said, you're the only one that brought up vaginas. And every time you come off mic, you will sit there for 30 minutes. It's like you look for an opening to say the word vagina. Am I wrong, Stage?
No, you're not wrong. You sat up here and lied on me.
That's exactly what happened.
He sat up here and lied on me like I never disrespected you. All I'm saying is you need to respect women. It's almost like you got a problem with a woman talk. You got a problem with a woman talks. You got an issue when we bring anything to a conversation. You want to tell women that they don't have a calling. You said a woman can't have a calling. You remember you said that? Like we letting you do that shit. You didn't know. But I don't care. But it don't matter. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about the shit that come out your mouth. So if you're gonna allow religion to tell you that a woman doesn't have a calling, that says a lot about you, and it shows how you treat women and how you look at women. That's the problem. So every time you disrespect women, yes, I'm gonna call you out on them.
And y'all left out the biggest part, which, you know, I don't speak that much, but I think the problem, he ain't got that badge, because he was talking about what he used to have compared to now.
Why y'all being so heavy-handed? $1 bill.
Man, you don't look
Make
positive.
them feel good about themselves when they do that. Make them feel good about themselves.
No, I mean, you say shit to make yourself feel good about yourself. And when people don't, and then when people don't agree with it, you want to cry, take the motherfucker basketball and go home. Oh, lame ass nigga.
But Bill, I got a
let's talk about how you be describing sexual positions and patterns and all types of weird shit that you want to do to the trainees you meet at the gas stations. Like, Michelle just has to get on your ass about that shit.
About me people at gas stations. Women.
We're not talking about you now, Nike. We done with you, Nike. We talking about totem pole in the party. It's like he can't deliver. It's like he can't deliver a message. You know what I mean? Without adding in sexual.
Not too much on my property.
Sexual innuendos. Prodigies, yeah, sexual innuendos and disgusting shit. Talk, man, look, don't nobody want to hear that. It's like hard. It's almost like pulling teeth trying to have conversations with your prodigies, okay? I don't know what they're saying.
Y'all just don't understand.
Michelle, Eugene.
They are high vibration.
So basically, Eugene, you vouching for the debauchery?
Eugene, you probably right because I thought it was a joke, but I feel like you might not be joking.
He ain't joking.
Nah.
That's what he
is. You funny because you picking totem pole as a motherfucking prodigy. You talking about Nike?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in the brotherhood, but
I think take totem pole because he does
crazy shit
to the conversation. But that nigga Nike, that's a goddamn it, no business being born as unnecessary ass nigga.
Goddamn.
Y'all just don't.
Goddamn. That's what I'm saying. Goddamn, man.
Y'all just don't understand how vibrational be. Listen.
If high vibration is figuring out a way to add vagina to every conversation, then goddamn it, I'll never be high vibration.
It's the fact that you were talking about women and he reduced us down to vaginas.
Wait a minute, we were talking about trees.
Jesus.
Trees. He done went from planting female trees.
Eugene.
Were you planting female trees to vaginas?
Right, but that's the problem, Eugene. You vouching for this bullshit. You vouching for it. Yeah, you is. You defending them. But that's not. But you need to. Yeah, tell that to your prodigy, babe, because he done reduced planting trees. No, he did not. He just reduced it down, women down to our vaginas based off of us talking about female. Come on now.
And not only that, as I was sharing what was going on or whatever, and Milk Dog was like, yeah, let me go ahead and veggie back on that. Let me just break it down or whatever. Nike gonna say, now he been fighting with Milk Dog all day, but after I speak, he goes, yeah, let Milk Dog go ahead and tell it. Like, fuck that bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Right, you noticed that too.
Yes, I did, Melissa.
They do that shit.
Yeah,
they do that shit. That pussy ass shit.
On it too.
Because him and Milk Dog were going back and forth. Milk Dog clearly, obviously, does not like you, but you're like kneeling down like a sad little puppy to another man while you talk shit about women, and it's funny as fuck to me. I'm damn sure not gonna raise my sons like this. I don't know what's wrong with you.
And Eugene just proved my point.
I want to talk shit about women.
I went and got Eugene on your behalf. Okay, I went and got him. You know why? Because I knew Eugene. I brought you up because your daddy came back into the room, and I knew Eugene was gonna get on your. Anyway, y'all ladies, y'all see what I'm talking about? Long as y'all can see it. I know you see it.
You guys are gonna be mad.
That's why they all, God, yeah, you know what I mean? Y'all here yelling to each other.
Them boys.
They gonna turn it down to a slave.
Hey, them boys, Nike and Totem Pole, them boys, big time out there in real life.
Hey, Eugene, maybe you should teach your prodigy before you call them a prodigy. Maybe you should teach them that trees don't have vaginas, so they won't bring vagina into the conversation.
That part.
Oh shit! I didn't even know I was off mic.
It's creative. That's his creative. That's the kids. Trees and vagina.
We gotta bring some
Got a book, right?
Like, I don't know how that nigga, you brought vagina into the conversation.
But you don't see the connection between the two.
Portals. We was talking about portals.
You don't see the connection
But I see the
between
connection.
trees and you know.
Hold on, I see the connection, but that was a deflection of the conversation because every time he comes off mic, he says vagina. No matter what the conversation is, if
he trying to manifest it.
If we talking about
y'all gotta give him credit.
All right, man. I didn't say vagina. What
at least he's his mind in the right place, because
but at the wrong time.
Lulu's in the right place. Okay. Now check this out. I'm gonna show you why he's a prodigy. Hey, so Dollar, go ahead and explain to them, beloved. Go ahead and show them. Y'all giving us time to talk. Don't nobody cut in on it. See if you can catch this wave on how smart this guy is. Okay? So, Dollar, make the comparison on a high level between trees and vagina
take off with it. Show them what a prodigy do. See if y'all guys can understand this thing. Let's go with it, Dollar. Make the connection between vagina and trick.
So he a female tree.
Y'all leave him alone. Back up. Nobody come off mic.
They have, and he said that they spit out seeds, right? They spit out seeds, right? So how that's the same thing. That's a female tree got a seed in it. That's what he was talking about.
We know.
All right, I was just pointing out.
All you was pointing out was the vagina.
Oh wow!
Showing your misogyny.
Look, it gives life and everything. It comes from Mother Gaia, all that. So and that's all.
I'm trying to switch up now.
Mother Gaia. Gaia.
Break that down.
Oh man.
We know. He ain't breaking shit down.
Myself. That's all. Go ahead.
The point is, Eugene. See, this is the problem. So when we were talking about it, he was like, "Why we always gotta have a vagina in it?" No, Eugene. See, you're being very dishonest right now. You're being dishonest right now because when he came on the mic, he don't want to. See, he as writer the feminine gotta always be involved in some shit. That's what he says. He don't think that the feminine. He does not value the feminine energy. Period. Just like you do this shit every time. You and him are intimidated by the feminine energy, and that says a lot. That's a fucking problem. Y'all got an issue with it. I need y'all to grow the fuck up.
Y'all want to
keep coming off mic, giving some deep revelations up in this motherfucker. He ain't saying that is the line of conversation that we were in. That was the point that Milk Dog was making.
But y'all
No. Because he said, why is it every time we have a conversation, y'all always got to go back to the vagina?
He was talking about the female. That's it. And
we know what he's talking about.
So what I'm saying is...
Oh, my God. You wasn't here. I'm about to drop you to the goo.
God damn, you get dropped in the goo in your own room.
You and Nike.
No, you're doing too much. You can't move us, man. I tell you what. Why don't you let that happen?
Watch it now.
Just relax, please. Calm down, relax. Why don't y'all just give the brother a chance to show you, what he's talking about? Because the man got some high knowledge. That's all I'm saying. You may not like what he said, but the man he's a prodigy.
But that's not what he was saying, Eugene, when he came off this mic. That's not what he was saying. He don't want to add the feminine energy into the aspect. He was not bringing anything that you're asking him to talk about into the conversation.
Why do you think he got
That's the point.
But why do you think he got that PTR picture? What you think that PTR picture represents, man?
Because y'all childish as fuck.
Because he mad at him all the time. He grouchy, grumpy, hypocritical, nasty disposition ass, disruptor ass.
He's a prodigy.
That picture.
So look, this is what I'm going to say, and I'm going to just be done with it. Okay? This is it. On the serious side, Dollar and everybody else, like I said, y'all know these girls really run this goddamn room, fam. Whatever decisions Biff made, you're just gonna have to deal with it. If she kick you down there to the curb, hey man, you get kicked down. You can come back up at some point. Just deal with it. But when it comes to the running of the room, she's in charge. Point blank. Erica, Michelle, Little Bella, they just gonna have to. Y'all guys, man, just deal with it, okay? As far as Dollar and Totem Pole is concerned, you just can't change my mind. They are prodigies, in their own right. King James, Mr. Wilson.
Don't be putting King James in the same category.
I'm sure, no. That's why. Listen, that's why he's a prodigy. Because he's not like Totem Pole. He's not like Dollar. He got his own lane. And that's
you shouldn't even mention him in the same sentence as Mike.
That was very disrespectful to King James right now.
No.
That's very disrespectful.
What I am am saying is this: just relax. What I am saying is the reason why I choose prodigies is because they're the only one on the planet, if that makes sense, that has their own lane, and that sticks out to me. King James has his own lane. He's a prodigy. Dollar has his own lane. He's a prodigy. Totem Pole, own lane. He's a prodigy. Right? Chris in the chat. Now Chris is a juggernaut. Y'all know Chris. He's a juggernaut. He's a chat juggernaut. He got his own lane. He has his own way of doing things. But when it sticks out, it's their prodigy 100%. So you just ain't gonna change that. Dollar, salute to my prodigy. Dollar, salute to my prodigy Totem Pole. Salute to my prodigy King James. Okay? And I'm going on mute.
Salute King James. Salute Totem Pole.
Yeah, I salute them too as well. Stop associating Totem Pole with Nike. That shit's disrespectful.
Damn.
On God.
And this Melchizedek? Phil? You, why?
Now this nigga talking about dicks. You see what I'm saying? Nigga, you must don't get something got to be wrong with you, bro.
Melchizedek, bro, that's supposed to be the priesthood.
Like, there's something wrong with you, bro.
You gonna leave me out?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you out there.
Get some help with that.
Damn, man, Milk don't even know what we talking about.
I know.
You supposed to be in a priesthood.
Bill claims you heard her that day when she stepped down on that boy that was in here. You heard her night. You heard her when she did that? Yeah. She stepped down on that boy. You remember that?
I'm from the priesthood Melchizedek.
Well, that's why Dollar said that. See how smart he is, Bill, be able to go there?
Me and him was talking. Y'all didn't even hear us talking. We was talking.
I know what he was talking. I know.
He know and I know.
And I know. Okay?
Okay.
And I know. So he was able to say, that's our level, Bill. You got to win.
Wow. Anyway, we're talking without talking, but okay. As you are.
I guess now that we done lost the momentum a little bit, I'm gonna pull up that video. I don't know if one of y'all could play that video, but I guess I can load it up in my other phone real quick. Turn on my background and all that. Or Erica or anything.
Yeah, but we not going to address the video or no about the sarcophagus.
Go ahead, Nike. Address her sarcophagus.
That's what it was, or it was somebody in the chat put it about like Prometheus. You know, like the sleep chambers, Yeah, like I never heard that.
It's always been portrayed as a white boy. Who do you think Prometheus is? Or who do you say that?
The light bringer,
or Indian?
He went and got fire or something.
He stole the fire from the gods and brought it to the mankind. He stole it. He's a thief.
Fire represents knowledge.
And that's your prodigy.
Knowledge. He stole the knowledge. He stole the knowledge.
What if a man, fire represented knowledge, and a man took knowledge and gave it ethics, and the savage took over the world? What if
I am the stasis chamber?
Think about Adam and Eve story. Oh, Adam, don't eat the apple. Don't eat the apple, then your eyes come open. It's forbidden to eat from the tree, a tree that having knowledge and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil. And Prometheus is the white boy, right?
Put that name again. What you say? The stasis chamber. Eugene, what you think about that?
The stasis chamber.
Still don't know nothing about that.
See, on the movie Prometheus, the engineer was sleeping in one, and when they woke him up,
And then in the video, they were talking about how they accidentally woke a giant up. That was on. But where are these chambers at? That's what I'm asking. Like that's what we was on. That's what we were talking about with Iran. That they got 3 of them. But I don't think they said it's in the Stargate.
They said they found the Stargate over there. That was the real war going down, right?
In that movie, that chamber was on the spaceship.
Yeah, just like the movie Avatar.
Yeah, so that when they travel so far, they can, sleep out. They can still live like 100 years or 500 years, right? They can travel like 1,000 light years or 200 light years.
But that's what they have to do in order to become as we are. Okay? They're doing it in an artificial, reenacted, imitation type way. We are stasis. The things that they're doing and collecting technology that they are trying to amass is because they're not like us. Do y'all understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? We are the technology. We are the stasis chambers. We are the sleeping giants. We are waking up. That is why they're trying to scramble and fry and integrate the technology of you and make you part of the Internet of Things. I'm going to land.
It's crazy.
I want to hear. I want to try to hear something.
You gonna gloss over that in the damn video.
I'm gonna let it go since you want to let it ride. I want to share something a little deeper. Go.
You can't speak on that, Eugene? What I just said? What I play in the video? Can't you speak on that?
No, because
it's allegedly discovered at 1.5 million.
What occurred to me though, like what's kind of interesting relationships that I'm not cutting you off, Eugene.
Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna say now, what you talking about?
I already said what I said, and you glossed over that. I got a clip. Let's hurry up and play a clip. She get beat.
No,
He listening. He wasn't even listening. That's the whole point.
Listen, no. So Fifth can say 1 or 2 words, right, out of a whole paragraph. Those 1 or 2 words got me already on the corner. I don't need to catch the Uber. Does that make sense? So I was putting something together based on those 1 or 2 words and where I know she was going. That's all. Go ahead. Somebody was speaking. Whoever that was, go ahead and speak. She don't want to hear what I got to say. She said enough. Go ahead, Av. I'm going to listen to this video again.
You good, Fifth?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so I was thinking from what Fifth was saying, and I thought, like, how we got AI, right? And we're limiting AI because we know it learns faster than us, right? Despite whether it has a spirit or anything else, we know that if we enable action, right, to its form of decision making, it's exponentially increasing its knowledge and its skill ability. Now, if an alien who came for us, just imagine if they was doing the same thing to us. They were trying to limit our progress with technology because we learned and thought differently than them and could challenge them.
There was a lady Linda Moulton Howell. Y'all know who Linda Moulton Howell is?
Yeah.
Anybody else in here knows who Linda Moulton Howell is? I know you chat GTP in now. Chat GTP, Magic Box, whatever you're doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna know.
I don't need to know.
You're gonna want to know.
Probably. I probably already know what they're doing.
Well, tell me what it's gonna say now. What I'm about.
No, go ahead. You got it.
No, I'll tell you. So there was a story out there by Linda Moulton Howell, who's very credible in the UFO world, the space world, and the esoteric world, and knowledge. And yeah, she's all around this stuff. A lot of her stuff is theory, but she's a reporter. She reports theories. She information or the level that you're on, but she's good at reporting. So there's a story out where she interviews one of the space people. And she says on the moon there's a 3-mile or mile-long ship, a cigar-shaped, mile-long spaceship. And they got pictures and videos of this damn woman on there. It was a black woman, looked like Fifth Dimension. But hair like flawless. And she said, hey, the girl looked like she black. Asian, black, something. Have y'all heard that story and seen those pictures?
Yes.
No, you have not.
And I was fooling with you. I do know who she is. And I can search next on this list of missing scientists and shit. But anyway.
hey, if she go missing, oh yeah. Look, conspiracy ain't got nothing on me. It's an actual fact that they doing it. If they get her, okay? If they get her, yeah, it's believable.
David ain't enough for you? Yeah. All them other ones ain't enough, Eugene?
Listen, but Linda is like, how can I put it? It'll be too obvious, put it that way, where, for me.
I don't know about that, Eugene. We're in a different day. They just do things in the open. They just knock on your door or go through your window and just snatch you up.
Yeah, bro. I'm not.
In the car, drive down the street, circle the neighborhood a couple of times, look for somebody else, and then take off.
I'm not saying it'll just be too obvious, man.
Eugene, David Wilcox is biographer.
I agree.
2 days before him.
I'll tell you another one. Nick
Heimlich, whatever the fuck. Like,
I agree. I'm just saying for me.
This made me think about something that I came across yesterday. I was going to run past y'all. Maybe we could do a bigger room on it. But this made me think about, did y'all know the CIA created a heart attack gun? I know Mr. Wilson probably knew about it.
Sure did. Yes, sir.
But I don't know. For some reason, when y'all start talking about these scientists missing and all, that made me think of that. Like, these motherfuckers, back before I was born, these motherfuckers had a gun that made it look like you had a goddamn heart attack.
Did you guys see the notes and the dossier from the lady that was communicating with Mr. Cox, one of the scientists that came up missing? She was actually talking with Mr. Wilcox and another scientist. Now, I saw the photos that she had put up about saying that she was being attacked by these energy weapons, direct energy weapons, where they were turning her hands like
like she was in the sun. It was almost like the equivalent of like an extreme sunburn. It gave her very bad headaches. It made her nauseous. She also noted that she was hearing voices, and the voices were telling her to go to her barn. Now, this was all in the 2 weeks, a few weeks before she ended up coming up missing. The technology that was being used against her, the one where she was hearing voices, that was the voice to skull technology. This has been used on targeted individuals. Sometimes it'll tell them to commit suicide. Sometimes they'll have operatives that'll be working in the area where they're trying to break you and get yourself into a situation where they could suicide you. She had a lot of stuff going on. And working on, you guys remember me telling you about the technology that they were using that had to do with the missiles that were coordinating off of the satellites. It's called Rods to Gods technology. Rods to Gods technology. This is what I believe that's either her or the lady that she was speaking with, who was also a part of another one of these black op programs that they were working off. You know, they got to sign NDAs for this type of shit. That was what I was telling you guys about. That was alleged to be shot at the moon. Well, it was shot up to the satellites and outer space, right? And it was alleged to have chipped a piece of the moon off. Well, I got a little bit further into it. That name, that's where I got the name from. I'm going to go back into, I got so many links. I'm going to go back through my links. I'm going to find this direct video. I'm going to try to put this in the chat for you guys. I've been breaking this down the last few days. But all of these scientists, at one point or another, they were speaking to each other. They were all being followed. They were all being gang stalked. Direct energy weapons were being used against them. There was also a gentleman a few years ago, I wouldn't say 2 years ago, he was on this app. And he used to hold rooms about the new energy weapons, direct energy weapons. The Havana syndrome is the name for it. It's out in the mainstream now. I believe that gentleman ended up being murdered. I think it was passed off as a suicide, whatever. I don't know exactly where he was from. I do know that he was in the preservation of the human race. He used to frequent that room a lot, and then he would hold his own houses. But he fell victim to this also, and he was going as far in his local state. He was bringing this stuff to the Attorney General and the Attorney General's office, and I believe the Secretary of State. I'm not really sure, but I know the Attorney General 100%. This shit is very dangerous. What these scientists were working on. This is ancient fucking technology. This stuff that they're using, this stuff is going to be used to control the world. The question is now is who's going to be the leader or the country that controls technology. Whoever controls this technology that these scientists were working on, and what I've been getting from China is light years ahead of us. This is what I've been hearing, that this is why we've been trying to cut their money supply off, trying to counter them any way that we can, because China is winning the shadow government, ancient technology race, AI. And they're winning.
That's how you know they winning, right? America only cares about money, bro. We have more motherfuckers in prison here than they do in China. Let me say it again for the niggas in the back. We
We have more motherfuckers in America than they have in China. Like, this shit is like, it's about money. China, they on some smart, America, we on some greedy shit. It's greed. Who got resources? Who can we take from? Who can we steal some intellectual properties from and monetize off of that shit? Who knows some shit where we can hypnotize and indoctrinate some more motherfuckers so we can keep this shit going? Like, so yeah, bro, like, we know that. Like, this, bro, I feel like we glossing over, James. This is what I really wanted to say, James. I feel like we glossing over how dirty our government really is. Like, I feel like we acknowledge it, and then we literally gloss all over that shit and get to talking about politics and fucking the moon and space. Let's stay right here for a second and just talk about how dirty this government is and even how we play into it sometimes, right? Let's talk about it.
All right, let's talk about how China is no better than the fucking country that you're complaining about now. I wish that y'all would be realistic in some of your responses, especially when it comes to China. Their fucking people literally do jobs that the government tells them to do. Not that they want to do, but the government says you're smart enough to do this job, and that's what the fuck you're gonna do. It ain't about money for this country. It's about power. It's a difference. Right? Your currency changes. When you got power, it don't matter what the fuck the currency is. You running the shit. So that's what it's about for this country. And it's the same thing for the rest of them, China, Russia, and whoever else is vying to take the spot of this country. So yeah, we can talk about how fucked up they are, but they're not the only ones. That's why it's hard to have a conversation just about one if you're being realistic. All right.
So let me say this real quick so I'm clear, right? The USA has more people in prison than any country on earth. Let me say that again. The USA has more prisons, has more people in prison than any country on earth. Okay? So that's one point I want to make. We have 2.1 million people in prison. That is more than China, a country with 4 times the population and a government the U.S. calls authoritarian, more than Russia and more than every EU country combined. Who profits off this? Person who profits the most is a company called Corvic, a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange. It runs how many facilities does it run?
Civic.
65 facilities housing 80,000 people. Its revenue in 2023 was $1.98 billion. Its product is what, people? Incarcerated human beings. The more people in prison, the higher the stock price. Okay? The second group of people who profit off of this, GEO Group, made $2.4 billion in 2023 housing federal detainees and state prisoners. It lobbied for mandatory minimum sentencing laws, longer sentences,
Wait a minute. We going down far. Now we finna hear about
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Can we not?
Okay, I can't finish. Go ahead, Eric.
I mean, it's crazy. Why are we going into the details of the prison? It's capitalism. If you too can get your coins right, you too can own a goddamn prison. And guess what? You too can gather some motherfucking money, get you a board and everything them motherfuckers doing, you can do it too when you get the coins. So I know you want to go live in China. I mean, I don't think they got capitalism off. That's the downside of this country. They got the capitalism, and everything you go to, it's gonna have some motherfucking downside where it ain't gonna go for you. It's gonna go towards the top 1 or 5% that they have in the fucking country, and then it's gonna trickle down to you. I'm not sure what we about, because if we wanted to change something, here's the difference between here and fucking China that you big up. You can't change shit over there. At least you got a fucking the illusion or some shit that you vote and remove some of these motherfuckers out seat. Now, whether you do or not is a whole nother story, which is why I hate to listen to the people complaining about this country and big up in a motherfucking country that wouldn't piss on your ass if it was on fire.
Nothing but talking.
But Erica,
So hold on, Mr. Wilson. No, hold on, Mr. Wilson. I just want to acknowledge something real quick. I'm not even going with
get it right back.
I have all day. I just want to make this
Mr.
point. I
Wilson
have
ain't
to talk
talked all
all
day.
day. I just want some niggas in here do exactly what she just complained about them doing.
He beat you off the mic, bro.
So let me give you a backdrop about what you're talking about, No More Friends, and I love the points you're making.
Nah.
They have a different type of.
Y'all never heard my point, so how are you responding to anything I said? I never got to finish my point. She don't even realize my point. Literally, I'm not big and trying to hug.
Your point, sir.
You did not.
Well, can you
Okay, Mr. Wilson. What's my point, Mr. Wilson? Watch this, y'all. Watch this audience.
I just want to.
He don't want to answer your point.
What's my point, Mr. Wilson?
That's all right.
You was talking about the
going on here. God damn, like you really gonna run the motherfucking stage, ain't you?
You was talking about the You was talking about the corporations, and how much money they're making by us and our system that we have in America, and I agree. But let me tell you something that you don't know about Asia. Asia has a same type of system, but different. Have you heard about the factory slavery in Asia, specifically China, where you're locked in to work for an industry or a corporation? That's all you can do. You're born into that factory. That's all you can do. You're born locked into that factory. So that's why if you see right now that, oh boy, if you see right now we get all this direct to consumer, a lot of the factories, the tension and some of the laws have been broken off where they can deal with direct consumer around the world now. But those factories are 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Just a different type of slavery in prison. I lay right there.
We could swing back to the sleeper chambers, because all this seems like it's lining up, especially just finding out that they got missing scientists in China. So we're gonna definitely be keeping an eye out on what is going on. All this coming to light after Artemis 2. I got a few ideas, but I'm not done with the research. But the status chambers, I hope we can swing back to that.
I mean, we're not going to sit here and act like points weren't made and we responded to points. Now, I'm not going to go into that part. But listen, if we having a conversation and you make points and then somebody comes back, hey, Amy, and tells you your point is, and I'll give you some examples of how your point is kind of fucked up. Don't try to gaslight us and make it seem like you didn't make points. You did. That's why we responded. Now I'm gonna bring you back up because I got some other shit to do. Yeah. Shit, let me keep finding.
The heart attack, but go ahead. I know you was talking about China, but I get what you're saying. Oh, you're not talking.
So again, shout out to No Self-Control. I've sat in this room all day and haven't said 3 words. I've listened to tens of people talk about the same shit she complained about, complaining, not being able to do nothing. And the moment I just want to add to the conversation, I'm cut off. And I'm being responded to when I never got a chance to make the point. Even Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you didn't know my point. You're just following the lead of these moderators, and it's disingenuous, right?
I'm
cut off again. I'm
serious point. That's all right.
You're getting cut off again.
Down for a second because you kind of something wrong with going happening bad here. Is it me or did he make points? Anybody else was listening to the point?
I was hearing the point.
He made points.
He made
points. Okay. All right. I'm gonna bring you back up so you can keep playing like you didn't make points.
Because he was going on 2 minutes of porn.
He was, exactly. Okay, I thought it was me. Okay.
So wait, let's be clear, because I see people don't know how to communicate. If Mr. Wilson comes off mic right now and he starts stating facts, until that man finishes, we don't know his point. Is that not 1 + 1 = 2? Again, I came off my mic
and stated facts about the prison system and who profits. I never got to make a point. So how are you saying I made a point?
Nigga, what?
How are you saying you're going to respond to something that I never got a chance to land? I stated 2 facts about the stock exchange and who profits off the prisons. I never got to make my point. But go ahead, y'all.
Were you not making points that this country is corrupt and talking about how China is the biggest problem? I mean, what happened here? Is it you got where you go? Where you go?
He's mad. No. He left.
He was saying stuff that ain't have nothing to do with the conversation. And he mad wasn't like, that's what I heard. He wasn't saying nothing that was prevalent to what we were talking about. He just came in with something else.
He made a point, Erica responded, and then it was whoever got off the mic first turn. And that's how I saw it. Like what would Erica be responding to if he hadn't made a point?
Exactly. I don't know why we do it. Okay. I'm sorry, yeah. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's not. Look, the original, what I was commenting on was I'm more talking about this fucking technology, this AI, and the new power structure and the reshuffling of this planet.
Brother James, you know what that said strongly in? And I'm going to give you some backdrop to prove your point even more. They put that in a movie, The Mummy. Remember when they dropped that? They was giving out the technology in The Mummy when he came back? One mic on you, brother.
Book of the Dead, man. Book of the Dead.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, no, that's a fact. And what's more strange is, see, I was just giving a little bit of background on the scientists from here, but there are scientists in China that are being snatched up by the day. I've got to, China's very censored, right? So you got to fucking go third party, and you might even have to go to an alleged enemy. But look, what I did find is not only does China have scientists missing, that Taiwan, no one's talking about Taiwan. Taiwan has, I believe it's 15 to 20 that are working on these chips, how to relate this stuff and integrate it into the quantum physics and the anti-gravity. Like, I'm finding the same connection all around the world, that the people that are working on these programs, there is a nice percentage of them being deleted from this planet. There's no such thing as missing. Because I know that when you get that kind of clearance, that they don't trust you. So they're going to chip you. You will not be allowed to be a neuro physicist or a quantum physicist or someone working on anti-gravity technology, elements that are unknown through the average person. You are not going to be allowed to even get in these apparatus without being chipped. They're going to chip you. They're going to be able to listen in and monitor pretty much any phone conversation that you ever have. And what was more interesting about the young lady, right, was that when she spoke about hearing the voices, right, she took a picture of her window, right? And remember, I told you about the direct energy weapons. Like, so she takes a picture of the window, and you can see the window. Like, it's springtime, and where she's at, I believe that day she gave the temperature and shit. The temperature was like 80, 85 degrees. Beautiful day, right? But her window was frosted up. So she had a window that was right by her top. This is where she does, not the laptop from the whatever form of the government she's working for. This is her personal laptop. that's probably encrypted and, got all kind of hacker type of shit on it. This is how they get out, right? But you could see that where she took a picture of her hands to her arm at, like they were completely burned. And when I mean burned, this was a Caucasian lady, a lighter skinned person, but I don't know, she's Caucasian, might have been Asian. I don't think she was Asian. She pretty much looked Caucasian. The cashier lady was Caucasian. She's Caucasian too. So look, her skin, man, you can't make this shit up. Her skin, it looked bad. And she took a picture of her skin and she took a picture of the window, but the window was frosted up like it just had snowed outside. I mean, this shit was crazy. So it obviously, somebody was directing it with the direct energy weapon straight at the window. And whoever she was communicating with, I believe this was the woman that they tried to say was in the murder, double murder and suicide, where they tried to say that that one of them was cheating on the other one with the other. One of them had a boyfriend. He also worked in a program, or a husband. And the truth of the matter is that they were actually all witnessing the same things. They were being followed. I believe that her friend or the boyfriend, the husband, he was saying the same things that when he was randomly on a trip somewhere in his hotel room, that he would get these horrible migraines. He would get nosebleeds and ear bleeding out of nowhere. See, these are the symptoms of the direct energy weapons. And he stated what she did, that he was hearing voices. And the voices would be telling him to either kill himself, and when they weren't telling him to kill himself, they were like trying to lure him somewhere. Like, hey, come around here. There's a white van parked. We just wanted to you. The woman, it was telling her she's got a barn, so obviously she's in kind of a more rural area. The voices she was hearing, it was telling her, hey, come out to the barn at 2 and 3 in the morning. We want you to check in real quick. Come to the barn. So listen, can you imagine somebody that is already experiencing a level of depression side of what's going on? Or, you know how the world is, anxiety, everything is very intense right now. People are on fucking edge. Most of the people, now this is the other part that I was able to figure out with the China and USA connection, and I'll land on this. Maybe some of them weren't chipped originally, right? But when they ran this COVID-19 vaccination program, China also, this made it mandatory that these people had to get chipped. Because I was wondering, like, how do they chip them? Do they chip them right off the bat? Do they know about it? I'm pretty sure that these people are some of the best minds in the world. They can read between the lines. COVID-19. This is the connection, and this is what is dangerous about these vaccinations that have been added in with this technology. And people are not aware that when you have that shit in your body, you are now connected to grid fully. I wouldn't be surprised if you had your iPhone around somebody was in one of these apparatus, right, and you went into your Wi-Fi, or you went in to turn it on and you wanted to see what all you connect to, I guarantee you that some of these people show up on your Wi-Fi connection and they don't even know it. Some of these people can be fully controlled. I would believe would probably have longer will, but I don't even think it matters. After you take this technology in your body and you reinforce it with these damn booster shots, see, the boosters were the key. I always wondered, like, why did they want people to double and triple down on it with these boosters, and they wanted you to do it in sync? It was almost like, yeah, you start off red because you're not vaccinated, and then you get a yellow because you took the vaccination, but you don't get the green access, the green light to go until you take all the boosters in your body. I'm 100% sure that every one of those scientists took those fucking shots and those fucking boosters. I can guarantee you that they were able to find them and use this technology against them based off of what they had taken in their bodies. Now, it's not a coincidence that Taiwan is now, they have missing scientists. China has missing scientists. The United States has missing scientists. I can't get much on Russia, but I would imagine it's the exact same thing going on in Russia also. India also. There is a restructuring of this planet, a restructuring of the military-industrial complex. And I truly believe this is the reason why our military let so many qualified and decorated men and women go overnight. I believe they told them what was coming. I believe they showed them the system that we're going to be moving into. And if they wanted to keep their pensions and they wanted to keep that money, they would have to sign an NDA and you would just have to retire. Things are happening, and they are happening very, very fast. I mean, the guy Wilcox, his notes, you guys should see his notes. The guy starts stating a few weeks ago, I'm not suicidal, I'm healthy, I would never kill myself. He stated he was being targeted. He knew he was being watched. Dangerous, dangerous times we're living in when it comes. See, we're on here and we can whistle blow because, listen, we didn't opt into this shit. This is the key right now. You're sovereign right now because you have not opted in. This phone does not mean anything. I didn't opt into nothing. I wanted a telephone. I got an Android. I like Samsung. That's what I got. I didn't opt into taking something inside of my body that this phone could fucking control me through. That the Wi-Fi box in my fucking house that's got a router on it, this is what they're using to control people. It's the damn Wi-Fi. It's everywhere. You cannot get away from it. And if you take this technology inside of your body, you are not a human being anymore. The Most High downloads your dreams, your very DNA are going to change overnight, and you are going to be cut off. Last statement. It said in the last days, the Most High shortened the days because even the very elect would be tricked into taking this technology into their body. Look around. Look at your algorithm. Are people the same? At your workplace, are people the same as they were 4, 5, 6, 10 years ago? This world is changing, and they're force-feeding us information that some of us knew 25, 30 years ago. I'll land on it.
I think that they have also been doing something with these treatments that they're administering to people. I've just been observing these things. Someone very near and dear placed on chemotherapy at a very late age. Total behavior change, like started, having these anxiety attacks. I'm talking about this, like, oh my God, I can't take it. Like, just like spasm, kind of like Tourette's type shit out of nowhere. And eyelids wouldn't open. She could see, but her eyelids, she could not open up her eyelids. The muscles or the neurons that operate, or the muscles or the nerves that make the eyelids open and close wasn't functioning. All these other things started happening. One thing led to another. I'm going to make a long story short. They did this process to extract the chemo from her body. Okay? They extracted the chemo from her body. But she also had to have a pacemaker installed. That's one story. There's so much more to that. I can't even get into it. The pacemaker, they went in through her groin area. It wasn't one of them big hefty pacemakers that you used to see sticking out of people's chest. It's the size of like a grain of rice or a lentil or something like that. A Tic Tac. Okay? Undetectable. But it's a pacemaker. There's another lady diagnosed with cancer. She already knew about the hair falling out, that was affected, all this other stuff. But she specifically said after her third treatment, she felt like she had lost her connection to God. She's a spiritual person, soliciting prayers with her diagnosis, all this other stuff. She absolutely did not want to go through chemo, felt like it was the only option for her. She has decided to stop chemo treatment. She said, if this is what my life, my quality of life is going to feel like, I'd rather die. Because I feel like I have been separated from God. I can't hear God, I can't see God, and I cannot feel his presence. So she's stopping her chemotherapy treatments. I land.
That's what I was saying about telling Jack yesterday about the whole thing about being intelligent. I don't think it's a badge of honor now, because if you get out there and you so say intelligent, that you super smart, and y'all go work on these projects and stuff like that, and phones and stuff like that, you're getting snatched up. Okay, they snatching you up. So I think you might want to blend in with the rest of them and help decipher this day by day, right, with us as a group. Then get out there and prove yourself intelligent, if that makes sense. Because if they snatching up white folks and they snatching up Chinese people and Taiwan land, I think this is the time to bring back all like the Illuminati type shit, the enlightened ones. We meet, if y'all really want to be intelligent, y'all meet somewhere and y'all what y'all do. But as far as being recruited by these governments, you see what type of time they are. Ain't the Ghostbusters. This ain't. Listen, we are not what that is. The Scooby-Doo group where we can look for you. Okay, intelligent person. All right, bragging about it. When you step out there and show them you're intelligent, they snatch your ass up. Just know, because this is unity. It's smart and dumb people together. Okay, and some crazy and all of that. We move like that as a unit.
So when you step out there and you say, oh, I'm going to decipher the meta, and you get snatched up, nigga, guess what? We can't look for you, brother. You know? You don't know where you at.
But don't you think that some of that is the reason why people are silenced and why people are not whistleblowers and why people just sit on information that they know and just sit around knowing, and for what? Because as you can see, it ain't safe. Now, I will say, if this is your calling, you already know what it is. There's a time and a place for everything. And if you speaking out of time and speaking out of turn, like if you are called to be disseminating this type of information, there's a period of time that the information gets disseminated. And like if those who have ears, let them hear. But once that book gets closed or that person gets wiped up, like whistleblowers, they're gone. And a lot of the information they gave, watch and see if it ain't going to be too long before you start seeing other people posting and talking and sharing about David gaining followers in his name. But you're not going to find no original material from David Wilcox here soon. Watch and see. So, you know, are they missing? Are they dead? Have they been quote unquote abducted? And when I say abducted, snatched up by somebody's government, or what? So yeah,
right. He could have been abducted. Beans, grab
I've been saying that all day. I've been saying they've been abducted all day. For the past yesterday, I said I don't think those people is dead.
Well, I'll tell you this. Right? We'll play the other side of the coin. There's only two outcomes here. They're either dead or they're being owned out and replaced. If you randomly start these people pop back up, you see some of these people pop up on CNN with or Fox or any of these state-structured medias, right? These are replacements. Listen, everyone that holds any kind of a clearance or has even worked around people that have access, right, that is above them inside of these apparatus, they know there's no such thing as coming up missing. If you're missing for a reason. That's a warning. That's a warning to the people that are working around you. Yeah, you saw Stacy. Oh, you looking for Bob? Don't worry about Bob. Bob is we don't know where Bob is. But whatever Bob was telling you, and we know he talked to you. You know, these people are different, man. They play this game totally for keeps. And when you're talking about the shadow government, you're talking about, you know, ancient technology. You know, one of the other things that Mr. Wilcox was talking about that I've been getting links sent to me about specifically was him talking about that man, what is his name? Toku?
Simon Toku.
Yes, man. Do you know they said that as soon as he ran like a series, or I don't know if it's Gaia, or did he do it independently from one of his channels?
He put it in his book.
Oh my God. Now that makes so much sense. Listen, they said that is what pulled the plug on him.
I got it. Want me to play this clip?
Absolutely.
I played one earlier, but this is one talking about it as well. It's just a little shorter.
There was a black man in Africa who came in with abilities complementary to those
regenerate. The flesh would grow back, and he was fine. And so the crazy story that I heard, and remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway. The story was that this guy, they finally said, okay, we're going to bring you to the United Nations and share your message with the world. Let's get you on this flight. They bring him on this flight, and instead of bringing him to the United Nations, they shot him repeatedly, and then actually had some kind of meat grinder device, and basically like a bandsaw, I guess, and split up his body into a whole bunch of pieces. Put it in these very like radioactive shielded containers, and then had all these fighter jets dock with the plane and fly his body parts to all corners of the world, where then these containers turned him into ash. And they thought that maybe this would defeat him, like that his body somehow, the tissue was necessary. So if they destroyed all the tissue in all these places across the world, maybe they could defeat him. Well, he's been regenerated in their offices and was fully fine, fully intact. But the sad part is that he said, you guys so badly do not want me to be here that I am not going to be able to do anymore. You're going to get what you want, but bear in mind that in the future, many others like me will be coming, and when they do, you will not be able to stop them.
Guys, wow. Angels fought against soldiers in Africa. Supernatural man.
So that's what he said. Now, we played this earlier this morning, and we talked about how Osiris' body was also cut up, chopped up, and dispersed across the globe. And we also talked about the diaspora, James, okay? How the body has been, quote unquote, cut up, separated, and divided, and dispersed all over the globe. So, the thing that is feared most is unity and love. When the body comes together in unity and in love and on one accord, one mind, one body, one soul, one spirit, all of that jazz, it's going to be a problem. So, there you have it. That was David Wilcock talking about Sidney Toko, also known as Black Jesus.
Smith, what is, whenever I'm listening to these things, I let the simple things and the things that mean the most stand out. He was told that if I disclose this information, I will be killed. Cut and dry. Very simple and plain, right?
Yep.
Now, Mr. Wilcox is not working inside of one of these laboratories. But guess what Mr. Wilcox has? He has a following of a couple million people. That makes him dangerous. That makes him a glitch to the algorithm that controls this world. See, this technology, this shit that is being worked on, back engineered, CERN, super soldiers, gene splicing. These are all projects. Now imagine, I'm not saying that, because I can't prove if the Toku guy, if what did to him was real. I've heard it before, and I'm damn sure it brought my antennas up, right? I'm like, wow, let me play it 50-50. So we'll play it on the right side, that it's true, right? We're just going to play devil's advocate. We're going to say it's true. Does that not give you a look into the kind of people that are controlling this planet? Where they would would take a peaceful man, peaceful, not harming anybody, not murdering anybody, not child trafficking and sex trafficking and organ trafficking and human trafficking, not a serial killer, not a violent man. But he comes from somewhere where they cannot get access to. Look at what they would go, the lengths that they would go to make him disappear from this planet. They've been looking for the Son of God since that last reset where they paraded him in front of mankind, in front of the humans. They paraded him. He was a warning that if you play this game to perfection, we will take you out. If you're trying to uplift and preserve the human race, we don't have any use for you in this algorithm of a planet that we live on. This place is controlled by an algorithm. They come on TV, they smile and grin. When they're done rocking us, the majority of the population back to sleep, they go have the real meetings in synagogues and underground castles or underground estates. Zorro Red, Epstein Island. Does it give you now a better look at what exactly was going in these places? Go find out. Go find out what was happening at Zorro Ranch out there in the middle of Mexico. In the same locations where the scientists have been coming up missing, not even 200 miles from the Dulce base, one of the most highly secrecy. You got to have a certain amount of clearance and the president can't even walk in there. That's where these people have been coming up missing at. I don't think it's a coincidence. And I think that the overlords of this world are going to show their fangs. Coming up in this near future, there will not be won't be able to deny this information anymore. You're going to have to ask yourself, have these religions been dragging people to hell? Have they been masking what is actually going on this planet? And the biggest religion that is in the world is inside of every government structure. If you want to live in China, you'll worship that leader like a god. If you want to live in North Korea, you will worship that leader like a god. If you want to live in Russia, you will worship Vladimir Putin like a god. In the United States of America, you will notice that MAGA supporters worship Trump like a god. The Obama supporters worshiped him like a god. There's really no difference from what is going on this planet. We're just going to have, that person's going to have to wake up. If they don't wake up, just say a prayer for them. Because if they believe in this system, then they will be fooled just like the many were fooled around the world to take those injections that have hooked every person up to a grid. I'll land on that.
I have a clip. Trying to figure out if I should try to put it on my phone. this is just the kind of stuff that David Wilcock was talking about. This is an interview with Graham Hancock, and he talks about the secret origin of humanity. Now, I'm just gonna play it, and y'all can interrupt me, mute me if I'm not responding. If you want to break in and say something, feel free to do so. But it's just to spark the conversation, just to give you an idea of what some of these people were talking about that are being taken off the face of the earth, or out of our view anyway. I'm also going to say this. Yes.
Hey, and let me say something real quick before you do that. Okay, I wanted to say that, y'all talk about like they're going to present something in front, because I keep hearing this, that they're going to show you, a sign of God or the Christ is coming back. It's like they're going to present it to you in their way. Do y'all know that NASA has posted a picture of this figure that looks like an angel? There's like a bunch of eyes. Did y'all know that, saying that was in space? I think they already is projecting and showing that shit, y'all.
Are you talking about the cherubim or whatever?
Yeah. That sounds like a throne. If you said it got a bunch of eyes.
It was one big eye. There was one big eye, and there was some other little orbit little stuff around it.
I don't know. It looks weird, I guess. But
it was so weird. But I just wanted to bring that in because, it just made me think of that. And I just seen it. I've seen it several times, like within the past 2 weeks.
I just have a question. Where is David Wilcock's business partner, Corey Good, on all this?
I haven't seen anything from him.
No, that's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you for the birthday message. I so appreciate it. Thank you. That was really kind of you. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Happy birthday.
Thanks. Appreciate it. But, nothing from Corey Good. Nothing. I haven't seen anything. Anyone seen anything?
Not yet. Still waiting.
That was his right-hand man.
Happy birthday. Who's dead? Isn't it somebody else dead right along with him?
That's his biographer.
Oh, his biographer. Okay.
Now, his quote-unquote best friend from high school crawls out from up under a rock and does this video to prove that David really did have a note, a suicide note. Now, so the point I was going to make before I was going to bring out this video is we also have to keep in mind that there is what is called controlled opposition. Okay? That's what we call agents. So there are people, thought leaders, that you may see shift over time. Like if you've been following certain people for years, decades, you will see that there are certain ones that remain steadfast. They are still on the same time, same frequency, been going mainstream, none of that. They just remain true to who they are. Then you have the others that you see switch up. And you can see the subtle differences. And it makes us side-eye them. Like, did they take the bag? Did they get paid? Did they get shot? Are they MK Ultra? Are they controlled opposition? So what controlled opposition does, it gives you just enough, I'm going to say truth in air quotes, to oppose mainstream, to appear to be controversial and conspiratorial, to whet your palate and your appetite. That's for the ones who they know ain't buying the bullshit. We got to put just enough out there to tickle their fancy, to give them something, their intellect, just to continue to stimulate that. We're going to give them just enough truth. But even that shit be mixed with lies if you are not paying attention. That is what controlled opposition is, and that is what agents are. So I ain't calling nobody that. I'm just saying, be mindful of that as well. Now, this is David Wilcock. Unless somebody else got something they want to say before we get into it. We can always talk. Videos ain't going nowhere. We do videos to fill space. So if y'all want to continue, we can. The floor is open. Anyone? Any takers?
Well, no, go ahead and play that video because it was another video I had sent in earlier. I wanted y'all to play, and it kind of goes with everything that's going on with the mission scientists and the CERN with the Hadron Collider and how these things came in from the future and how they're saying that we're going to figure out time by 2035. Like a time machine and shit. But go ahead, play your David Wilcox one.
Okay, and I'll just play, this is just for those who didn't know him. I mean, we do have to take into consideration it's a new wave of awareness. There's some new folks coming on the scene. Y'all don't even know what we talking about these scientists and how so many of them have come up either dead or missing. Now, the missing ones, what is crazy to me is the similarities, right, in these stories. Each of the ones that are missing, it is said that they just left their belongings. They didn't have no glass. They didn't take their eyeglasses. They didn't take their wallet. There's personal effects and things like that they normally would have taken with them to go for a walk or to go for a drive. The one that was found burnt to a fucking crisp didn't have anything with him on his person. Not even his driver's license. So, yeah, it's just, to me, you can't make this shit up. All right? So here we go. Stop me whenever y'all want. Disclosure with David Wilcox.
I'm David Wilcox, and I welcome you to Disclosure. This is our opportunity to have a fireside chat about some of the most fascinating information ever put forward by anyone who has been writing books and doing research. What we have here is a 14-episode miniseries on ancient history. If you think that you know all there is to know about ancient history, you may be very surprised. Never before have we had such an array of incredible talent put together in a synergistic sequence where one concept builds upon the next, and we have all these guys talking to you and talking to me, because I'm interviewing them, about some of the most fascinating mysteries in Earth's primordial past. Now, skeptics oftentimes believe that we have nailed down the truth. There's nothing more that really needs to be discovered, and that orthodox mainstream thought is infallible. This is much like a religion, the belief that what we know now is all we need to know. Skeptics also can be very aggressive and very sarcastic and shaming and demeaning in the way that they try to convey their opinions. We are not looking at anything here that requires us to suspend disbelief. We're not looking at fantasy. We're not looking at fiction. And we're not looking at something that was channeled by angelic beings from higher realms. We're looking at straight ahead, hardcore empirical data that can be researched. Anybody has the opportunity. It's democratic. You can go out there. You can verify this stuff for yourself. The guy we're starting with today is Graham Hancock, and Hancock is specifically one of the most brilliant pioneers in the entire field of ancient civilizations. In 1995, he released Fingerprints of the Gods. I had it as soon as it came out. I'd already read 300 books by that point on this topic. I was blown away by what Graham Hancock had to say. In the traditional view, civilization begins with the so-called Fertile Crescent and Sumeria, and then it progresses forward to ancient Greece, and this is the first time that we have any really significant architecture and roads and systems of law. Some of that does occur in Sumer, but then it kind of grows into its fruition in ancient Greece. The new knowledge is the idea that there was a highly advanced ancient civilization before Sumer, before all of this stuff took place. And that what we think of as recorded history is, in fact, not the only history that's been recorded. It's only the approved version of history. And the deeper truth may involve the concept that there was a civilization that had greater technology than we have now, and that was wiped away in a gigantic catastrophe that started roughly 12,980 years ago, and then put the Earth into a profound period of cold for 1,600 years, after which time there was yet another catastrophe, and both of these catastrophes involved massive flooding and literally wiped the surface clean of the Earth, taking away whatever remnant of this foreign civilization had once existed. So we're going to explore this as we get into this first episode of Disclosure with Graham Hancock. Check it out. All right, Graham Hancock. I am obviously a friend of yours, a huge fan. What you did with Fingerprints in the Gods for me was a phenomenal thing. I had been reading 300 books on ancient civilizations up until I found yours, and I started to get really tired of it because everybody's trumpeting the same data. Everybody's got the Rhodes calculator. Everybody talks about Stonehenge. The antediluvian flood maps. And then along comes this book. I think it was 1995. I just graduated from college there. And bam, this guy has got all of the best stuff that I had seen in all of these 300 books I've been reading, and other stuff that I've never found before. Yeah. So a lot of people know you for that. Definitely. It's definitely my best known book, no doubt. Right. Yeah. And that was a major seller, right? Like, you sold a lot of copies. I owned 5 million copies of that volume, of which 2.5 million in hardback in Japan. Wow, really? And the other 2.5 million around the world. It became a bit of a sensation. That's incredible. That's an incredible. Yeah, it was. You can't do that now. You can't do that now. It was a phenomenon. It was one of those things. It caught a wave. There was a lot of new stuff in the air. There was a suggestion that maybe we've got the story of civilization wrong, and I think I was fortunate to write Fingerprints when I did. I think it caught that moment. If I published it some years earlier or some years later, I don't think it would have had that.
Yeah, I'm going to pause for a second. It seems like we have some breaking news that there was a shooting. Something that happened. Something happened with Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Apparently, there were shootings and things like that. This might be what Dottie just posted. Let me click that and see, y'all. Hold on. Whistleblower Matthew James Sullivan, who agreed to testify before Congress on UFO secrecy, was just found dead. Oh, another one. That's what Dottie just said. Okay, so another UFO whistleblower has been found dead. Does anybody have any information on this cabinet situation? The floor is open. That seems like breaking news to me. We could talk about UFOs and David Wilcox on.
Wow, sis, so you say we got another one today, huh?
Yes, another one.
Wow. And this is not a coincidence. There's something, like I said, there's something that is inevitable, right? And it's going to hit the mainstream whether they like it or not. They're just looking for a way to control the narrative to this and how much of the information that they give us access to. This is, once again, like I said, this is going to lead into a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is going to be, once the average person gets it okay that these things are 100% real, right? Now you're going to have to ask yourself, what has been manning these crafts? What's inside of them? How long have we known? And how long have we been working with them? These are the questions that they do not want. This shit could crumble society in 72 hours. This could absolutely crumble the infrastructure, the facade of where we are at in our reality here in North America. So yes, they are going to look to erase people because see, I'm believing that the government, which I've told you guys, and I'll land on this, there are two governments. There is a government that is the one that you allege vote for, and then there is your shadow government that acts as the handlers, knowingly or unknowingly, to the government you vote for. Now, what is controlling the shadow government is what would keep you up at night, is what would make a Michael Myers or a Freddy Krueger movie look like Home Alone, look like a Disney flick. And I really believe that people don't want to know. I'm not saying us or, we've got some really awakened people around, so, leave us out of it. But the average person doesn't want to know this shit. They don't want to know there's a possibility that you married a fucking hybrid. They don't want to imagine them procreating and creating children that are non-human fucking beings. This is how far this conversation is going to go. Once you tell and people get it in their minds that this technology, UFOs, interdimensional travel, hybrids, reptilians, greys, Ebens, the Draconians, once they know that this shit is real and has been living here and predates human existence, now you're going to have to ask yourself, how and were they able to bring them into society?
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Trump evacuated from the White House. Correspondent dinner. Live.
Oh, snap. Shots fired.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's live now. It looks like this. Maybe shots fired, but they evacuated. It's crazy. It's going crazy right now. Okay. Trump evacuated from White House Correspondents' dinner. Live.
He's trying to get a free dinner.
Nah. Homie jumped over that goddamn table. He wasn't playing no game.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, he tried to take him out live?
Well, two of the agents jumped over the table and jumped to protect him.
Oh, it's Secret Service. Now,
yeah.
I'll give you a look into that. Remember, Trump is I think, might be the first president to see the Secret Service that you see. They just wear the suits like the Secret Service. These people were given that status by Trump's administration because he does not trust the secrets.
He handpicked himself, brother.
Say that one more time, Mr. Wilson.
He handpicked them himself from his pride. Absolutely right.
Exactly. This is not the Secret Service that protected the other presidents. Trump has his own mercenaries. He's got his own people that he pays them. Now, they're on the payroll. They get a check. But Trump pays them individually. So that's great work, Mr. Wilson and Pitt. Look,
that's Marion Allison making her shot back. She still want her money, man.
And he got a lot of brothers with him too, James. But everybody be talking that craziness and racism. He got plenty of brothers. You can see 3 of them right now live.
Protecting his life, even his
absolutely
the right hand to Trump. The person when Trump lays down at night, the person that protects him. If you guys have seen the show Paradise, and this shit is getting really crazy because I'm starting to see a lot of similarities. The right hand who watched over the president while he sleep, it was a black man. That is a fact. 100% fact. Things are getting real strange. Yes, things are getting very strange out here. And look, I know that there is a war going on outside of these little proxy wars that are just most moving chess pieces. There's something happening out of the ethers, in the atmosphere, what we can't see, these other dimensions. Things are going to be ready for anything. They might just come out one day and randomly cut off all the televisions, make it all go to one channel where you've got the president speaking and he's saying shit that you would not believe in a Stephen King scripted movie.
Well, Brother James, check this out. As the master teacher said, you have said it too. Some of them don't want to go back, Brother James. How about that? They don't want to go back. They like it here. They like the water, the food, the air, the women. They don't want to go back. They don't want to hide no more. So the veils are coming off. Brother James gave you a good setup. What would you do if you found out your husband or wife or a family member was a hybrid or an alien or a demon, etc.? What would you do? How could you take that information and knowledge? You know what I'm saying? It's going to get spooky, man. It's already here, man. It's already here. This is the time for you to get right. Let me give you some tricks of the trade. Sister Fifth, you don't like this one. Get tapped into some of this information. You gotta get clean that body up, You gotta highest level of water you can get into your fruits and vegetables. And you start to tap in and you start to feel the vibration and see a lot of this stuff, because it's live and direct. The frequency is changing, the vibration is changing, and a lot of them are saying, I don't want to leave, I don't want to go back. You ain't dragging me up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different time. But you see the brother that jumped on that table? He wasn't playing no games, Brother James. Oh man, I laugh.
Wow. Well.
What is like the third attempt on Trump life? Like I don't know the last time.
Fourth? I think it's the fourth. Yeah, because somebody trying to get on Mar-a-Lago a couple of months ago, and they got arrested or shot.
And real quick, Mr. Wilson just gave a good point, and then when you go to the chat, you get people that make bold statements like, we're all human beings. There are no such thing as hybrids. You have to be trapped inside of the smallest matrix box on the planet. Your government came out and told you that anybody that took the Johnson & Johnson, the Pfizer, Moderna, that it was patented and you are no longer considered a human being. That right there shows you we've got people running around the planet that look like us. We're we were shooting hoops with. Some of us was laid up with girlfriend, boyfriend, fiance, husband, situationship. Once these people went and injected that in their body and backed it up with boosters, this is what they're saying. They're saying you are no longer a human being and you are now property of the military-industrial complex, the Department of Defense. This is not James King. Get your head in the game. You have no fucking idea. A lot of you guys just got woke up during COVID-19. You had some free time. They shut the world down. You was able to do some research. Some of us have been living in the rabbit hole. There is no light down there. The only light comes from the Most High. That's when He's shining a new direction for you to go. Use your discernment, James King. You don't got discernment moving forward in this world that we're going into, and you're double downing on it. You'll double down, triple down. You'll teach that to your children. You are fucking crazy. Your way of thinking is now out the window. We don't believe you. They have discredited, killed, thrown people in mental institutions, ruined their whole damn careers. Scam, if you want the real information, I'm going to need you to go do some real fucking research. And if you haven't done research up to 2026 on this information, take your head, put it back in the sand with your ass in the air, and you wait for them to inject you with something else. That's what you do. If you're a Johnny come lately to this information, I don't expect it to just to hit your level of discernment. It's scary. And it should be. Because when you have allowed, and this is all, listen, they were at those secret society meetings. This is bigger than Nino Brown. You're not allowed to even reach that level of clearance without being one of them. But what you do have, and what they did not account for, is that the Most High will leave. He will leave a piece of, and has left a piece of Himself in each and every one of us. So even when you go and you take these oaths, and you take these blood oaths and these pacts, and you swear allegiance to something that you do not truly understand, you can get your proverbial soul back. And you're going to have to tell the truth. You're going to have to put your life on the line. Just as you gave these people access to you by signing a blood oath, you are going to now, if you're going to come back to the Most High, you're going to have to
So, but this is from Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity is saying that the gunman charged through the security checkpoint at the front door of the Washington Hilton. Took a shot at Secret Service agent who returned fire. There is no confirmation on whether or not the gunman was shot.
Okay.
That's a losing battle.
So he was going to shoot his way through everything.
Right. A single person.
Why he ain't dead? That's my question. Why he not dead?
He might be. He said it's not confirmed.
Rubber bullets.
Women.
Fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has...
It's True Social.
recommended that we let the show go on. That's in all caps. But will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. And it's signed President Donald Trump.
917.
It's on Truth Social. It shows you sort of the moment that we're in. Even
all right, so quite an evening in D.C.